L'chaim, Ruchim Aboyim, Yedidim, Anash, Chsidim, Tmimim, Mushpoim, all of us which are gathered here as real Mushpoim, people that were deeply affected by the light and life of Harav Mechol Akiva Gershin, Ben Rafal Menachem Nochem Olav Sholem Wagner, Rabbi Akiva to many, Rabbi Wagner, or just Akiva to his friends, who really, I heard this whole week from his friends that they felt, even though they were his friends on a first name basis, they also felt mushpoim, even at a very young age. And of course, to the mishpacha, which we wish, me'oimek halev, a complete tanchumin, and only a true nechama, and the schus of Rabbi Akiva, Akiva nichamtonu, that Rabbi Akiva, the herois and the life, brings nechama to every single person, and of course to the mishpacha, which kana mokim la'oider, that each and every one of us should feel achrayis to give back what we can. We may not be able to inspire, Farbrengen, learn and daven like Rabbi Wagner, but we can all participate bigashmias. Everyone has their abilities and friends and relatives and a circle which they can influence to be mishtativ in the campaign which is going on for the mishpacha at rayston.com/Rabbi Akiva. Each and every one of us can participate and get others to participate. It is always, as Chassidim, we follow always the heroes and the hadrachas of our holy Rebbe. You can see on the video that by the Siyum Hashiva of the Rebbetzin Chayamushka Aleh Sholem, the Rebbe is mishtatev in the Farbrengen, which starts in the Rebbe's house, and then it continues. They have in 770 a Farbrengen, the Chassidim, who wanted to connect with the Rebbe at this very special and very sensitive time. You could see the Tmimim and the Anash, Chassidim, they just wanted to gather together and to be mishtatev in this very sensitive, personal, and unique occasion. And that's why we're gathered here together. Because Hamelamed is ben Chaverei Torah Ki'ilu Yoldoi. Someone that teaches his friend Torah, it's as if he gave birth to that person. Vishinantam levanecha elu atalmidim. I can say from myself, and I started being a Talmud, we're talking about in Tovshin Nun Vav, in the Yeshivas Kayitz, and then 2 years as a Talmud, Tovshin Nun Ches, Nun Tes, in the formative years of the yeshiva, which were my own formative years. And then as I was zoichet to be on Shlichus 2 years, Tovshin Samach Beis, Tovshin Samach Gimel in Toronto, came back as a chassan, visited and was in touch on a personal basis many occasions, besides the recipient of the Farbrengens via email, but many personal emails and discussions about chinuch, hashkafas chassidi, on how to view and really the right approach and perspective on so many different occasions. So as chassidim, we gather together. It's first and foremost Hoischin bidvar malchus. Before we get to any personal inyan, it's very important that we start with a nekuda from a sicha of the Rebbe. And last night, I was thinking what would be appropriate to start off the Farbrengen tonight. You know, of course, we're gonna want to hear about Rabbi Wagner from many different perspectives, but it's important to hear from the Rebbe. And Bashkocha Protis, Motzei Shabbos in Yeshiva, they play the weekly Living Torah, and the whole Living Torah is about the Rebbe's feeling so connected to his Melamed from many years earlier, Reb Zalman Valenkin, to the extent that the Rebbe personally paid for his kvura and part of his matzeva, and he told the family members that Reb Zalman taught the Rebbe from age 7 to 11, and the Rebbe told his family, "As erat mira weggestellt auf mein Fies," that Reb Zalman Valenkin, the Rebbe's Melamed, set me up on my feet. He really, really set my whole path. Now, hearing this from the Rebbe, the Nossi Ador, the Nossi Anitzchi, the Nossi Ashvi, to say about a Melamed and Cheder, that Eret Mira weggestellt auf die Fies. I mean, just imagine what that means. How much more so when we're talking about Anoshim Ki Erkeinu, that I can say, and I know from behalf of my Chavedim that I've spoken to and we've Farbrengen together, and not just my Chavedim, this what's so unique is that for 30 years, all the Talmidim feel that way. It's not just the first Talmidim, but for 30 years, Talmidim felt that way. As Eret Mira weggestellt auf die Fies, that he Poshet gave us the Hadracha and the Hashkafa of where we are today, with his Farbrengens and with his Shiurim and with his, more important, his living example of a Chassid with Abbas Yisrael, Eret uns als weggestellt auf die Fies. So therefore, we're going to say L'chaim. We're going to start with Dvar Malchus. We're going to start with the video of that the Rebbe speaks about the importance of chinuch, and we're going to ask the back end to play the video of the living Torah. L'chaim, l'chaim. Everyone should say L'chaim again, L'chaim, and that everybody should inspired in V'chayiten el liboy. But more than that, I'm asking V'chayiten, that everybody should actually give, not el liboy or mi liboy, from their hearts to the campaign at raystan.com/Rabbi Akiva. Again, we ask that the video now, Dvar Malchus, should start. L'chaim, l'chaim.
Yeah, Mandy. Let me just.
How are you?
Good, Mandy.
L'chaim?
Yeah, soon.
Is it only me? Is it only me?
So l'chaim, Kanira, there's not everything has to go exactly according to plan. We don't plan these events, and we don't. These things don't all go according to plan. But they did put together a small video of Rabbi Wagner himself, and I'm gonna ask this. I think they have all ready to go, and we ask that the technician behind the scenes to please play the video that was put together about Rabbi Kiva. While getting the video ready, during this week, there's a lot of time to think and to reflect. And I was thinking about everything is nichlal in the name of a person. Now, Rabbi Wagner is given the name Akiva Gershon, and then added the name Michal. Akiva, obviously, the one that inspired thousands of Talmidim, even though he may not have, just like Rabbi Akiva, maybe he didn't go to what you would call a Chabad Cheder, but he came to be one of the greatest people to inspire and be mechanech in our generation of Chabad Chassidim. Toifeach al-manas latfiach, thousands, kipshutoi of Talmidim. And I was thinking, and my last Farbrengen with him, we were discussing the name Michal, and he was telling me the answer of the Rebbe that he received about adding the name Michal, and that is not what I want to share. That's a personal Indian, a letter that he wrote. But I was thinking myself that everything is bashkocha pratis, and I was thinking just the other day that I am sure throughout the last 30 years that Malach Michal really wanted to attach himself to Rabbi Wagner, because we know that was a Chassidish Farbrengen ken ufton, afilu Malach Michal ken ish ufton. So Malach Michal has been out of business for a long time, for the last many years, with all the Chassidish Farbrengens. So he really wanted to connect. He really wanted to be part of this tremendous person that inspired by his Farbrengen and was galet to us and brought us all to the highest of levels of each one according to our ability. And that was something which was also extremely unique, that Rabbi Wagner did not just work and try to develop the Talmidim, which were excellent and naturally gifted in learning and avodah, but we'd work with all the Talmidim. And he had a special chavivos for both Bochrim, which would you consider more Anoshim Shutim, which that's why it's so Bashkacha Pratis, the Yoim Yoim of his day of his Petira, Yud Zayin Ear, is really an amazing Hayoim Yoim, where the back end, if you look in the letter of the Hayoim Yoim, which was written to a Rav in Canada, in Calgary, and it's a story that the Frierdiker Rebbe says that one time the group, the Chavraya Kadisha of the Baal Shem Tov, Talmidei Baal Shem Tov, their friends, the real tzaddikim, were talking amongst themselves how privileged they are to be Talmidim of the Baal Shem Tov, and that really the derech of the Baal Shem Tov is only for the great tzaddikim. The Baal Shem Tov heard that, and he came out and he told them the Torah, which says in the Hayoim Yoim, Kitiyu atem li eretz chayfetz, that the Eibishter calls Yidden his eretz chayfetz, his desirable land. The Baal Shem Tov said that every Yid, even Adrabah, by the Anoshim Shutim, you could see clearly that the way they are the desirable land of the Eibishter. And the Baal Shem Tov said, you think I'm only here for the Gedolim? I am here that every single Yid should be able to give his yavul, able to give his produce, able to produce the best of his abilities the way the Eretz Chayfetz of the Eibishter can produce. And that really we saw, B'chol yoim v'yoim u'b'chol shana v'shana. The Rabbi Wagner worked with each individual Talmud to produce the best that that Talmud can produce, the koyches and the kishroines that that Talmud had. Let that kishroin and let that koyach shine. So this hayoim yoim is not stam, it happens to be on this day. It's really megala, because on the day of someone's petira, that's the essence, asher ovad kol yimei chayo. And this hayoim yoim is the essence of the avodah that Rabbi Wagner Poshit inspired every single bocher and every single tamim, every single talmud, b'chol yoim v'yoim. And that's why when it comes gathering tonight, you see there's people, and by the Levaya, hundreds, and they say over 1,000 people came, and this is people, all different stripes and all different types, because every single person felt and feels connected and feels there's no greater gift that someone can give someone than trusting in them, believing in them, giving them the confidence to be the best person that they can be. And that we saw, Pashit, the approach of chinuch to each Talmud, how each Talmud is good. Even when Rabbi Wagner started his yeshiva after Gimel Tammuz, when the whole world was talking about Churban Lubavitch, that the Beis Hamikdash is nechrav and the future is black, and everyone was saying, Ma yiyeh, what's going to be? And only Rabbi Akiva laughed, and Rabbi Akiva saw not the Churban of the past, but the rebuilding of the future. And that chiyuv, and that smile, and that positivity, and that outlook to produce and rebuild the Beis Hamikdash, to produce chsidim, tmimim, kusharim, that are going to be able to take the leap forward and have the emunah in the hiskalos that's going to be taken from miyad. This is something that we saw and we felt as Talmidim. And when I came back as a shliach, I still felt it. Now, even in our yeshiva today, the shluchim are his Talmidim, and they tell me that they felt it. This was an inyan atzmi, which continued into every single Talmud. And now I'm going to say l'chaim, and it's hard to go from a siyum hashiva to say l'chaim. So I'd like to wish a l'chaim to the dear brother of Rabbi Wagner, Rav Noam Shmuel Naftali Wagner, who also gets a mazel tov tonight on the engagement of his son. And that's how the Eibishter's mechaber, nimna, nimnois, noise afochin. That you could have chedva, mesitra da, to have a siyum hashiva and going into a l'chaim. But the Eibishter demands from us the nimna, nimnois. I want to say a special l'chaim. And in my first encounter with Rabbi Wagner in Tannersville, so Noam was an integral part of that yeshiva's kayetz as well. He taught me by his example and continues to inspire. And I'm going to ask Rab Noyam, Rebbe Shliach, and Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshivas Timkat Mimim in Johannesburg to Farbrengen a little bit with the Olam, the Chavod, this very sensitive, emotional, and very important event. L'chaim.
Say what I think maybe Akiva would want me to say now. There's also Bechal and Inyan always to make a siyum, the inyanim of a siyum, or to speak about a siyum. And the Gemara that tells a story about Kvar Hayu, Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Lezer, Rabbi Lozer and Azariah, and Rabbi Akiva, they were walking. And they heard a koyel amula shel roimi. They heard the loud noise that was being made by the Romans who were enjoying Elam Hazah, and they started to cry. And Rabbi Akiva started to laugh. And they asked Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? And Rabbi Akiva said to them, why are you crying? And they answered that when we see Allah kushim, oivdim, mishtachavim, latzabim, mishtachavim, la'afar, these are those who are worshiping idols. They worship the dust of their feet. And here they're enjoying themselves. And Anu Beis Adem Ragel came with sort of Beis to Beis Hamikdash was burned. Cry. And Rabbi Akiva said to them, this is the same reason with Neizan Mitzachik, this is why I'm laughing. And Rabbi Akiva explained that if those who are going against the Eibishter get this, then for sure those who do the will of the Eibishter will get much, much greater. And the Gemara continues, Shuv Pamachas, another time they were walking, and when they came to Tzofim, when they came to Tzofim, is it getting any better now? See if it's getting better. Is it actually better now? See if it's good now, huh? Okay. So this time when they came and they reached Tzofim, Karu Bigdayim, they ripped their garments.
What? No, it was better before. What happened? Oh, because they have to make you just talk.
Okay. So we came to say, they ripped the garments, and then we came to the place of Harabayis, and they saw a shul yotzim beis kodesh hakadoshim. They saw a fox coming out of the place of kodesh hakadoshim, and so they started to cry, and Rabbi Akiva was laughing, and they asked Rabbi Akiva, "Why are you laughing?" And again he asked them, "Why are you crying?" And they said to him, in the place where it says about it, Zara Karev Yumas, and now there's a fox coming from this place. And so Rabbi Akiva told them, Rabbi Akiva told them, this is why I'm laughing. Because and he said to them the two nevuos that it says about Zcharia, about Shualim Hilchubai, and the other nevuah that says Sin Sadati Charesh, and the other nevuah that says that Yeshu was Keinu Muskenes B'Chayvus Yushalayim. And then the Gemara says, Kalashin Azeh Amrulai, they told him these words, Akiva Nichamtanu, Akiva Nichamtanu, Akiva, you consoled us. And there's some Yersais in the Gemara continues, Amaka Minachamenu Amin. So just to say, everybody knows the story, and everybody knows also the point of the story. The question is a very obvious question. They asked Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? That's a very, very good question. And he's asking them, why are you crying? Why is that not obvious? He also ripped his clothes. And the Rebbe explains that the concept of what happened over here is that they were asking Rabbi Akiva, they asked Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? That it doesn't make any sense to laugh. And Rabbi Akiva said to them, why are you suddenly crying now? What happened suddenly now that made you start to cry? The fact that the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed is something that was here beforehand. And the crying is also, and the ripping the garments is also something that we did already beforehand. Why did you suddenly now remind to cry? And so they said to him, they answered that Rabbi Akiva said to them, they said to Rabbi Akiva that the reason and the issue is when we know that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. We know that we're in Galus, but does it have to be Ad Kedei Kach? Does it have to be, does the Helen Esther have to be so great? And that's what Rabbi Akiva said to them, that's why I'm laughing. The idea of Rabbi Akiva was able to see Holocaust. He was able to see the truth inside everything, inside the greatest darkness and the greatest concealment. Rabbi Akiva saw, because Rabbi Akiva saw the truth. And this idea is not just a story, but this is exactly the concept of what Rabbi Akiva is all about. And in fact, in last week's parsha, when we said, at the end of the Chukoyser Asiri Kol Asher Yaver Tachas Hashevet Asiri Yekodesh Lashem, the Asiri is Rabbi Akiva. Each one of the Asar Arugim Malchus was connected to one of the Shvatim. A Shevet brings down a Lokos into the world, but Rabbi Akiva is Kodesh Lashem. He's the one who's Megala, the Eibishter, inside everything, inside every aspect of the world. And that's why Rabbi Akiva could see even the darkest things in the world, and not only is he not crying, but he's telling them that there's no reason. And to the extent that the other Tanaim, and even the one, including Rabbi Yeshua, was a teacher of Rabbi Akiva, that each one of them, they all said together, Akiva nichamtanu, Akiva nichamtanu. And this idea is the concept of being able to see in everything the truth of Emes Havaya Li'elam. The truth is the Eibishter. The truth is Elokus. It doesn't matter what we see and what the world sees and what it looks like in the world. And this is the idea of what Rabbi Akiva is able to show, and this is what Akiva is able to show. And what Akiva is thinking to show everybody in the world at all times the truth of Elokus, no matter in what darkness, no matter what it looks like to anyone else, no matter what it seems to anyone else. But when you look at the world and you see the truth, you see the reality of everything, the reality of the Rebbe's promise that Mashiach ba, and it doesn't matter what it looks like on the outside. The reality of Trach Gut Vet Zayin Gut. The reality of everything in the world, that even when things look tough, when you see another Jew and it looks like he's far away from the Eibishter, the reality of seeing the truth that really is closest to the Eibishter is something which is unparalleled. He has the greatest idea of a lakus to be able to reveal that, to be able to see it. And this is something which is there. This is something which tonight, as we sit at this time, and everyone's going to have stories to tell, and everyone's going to have something to say. And the main thing is from all of the stories and from everything we hear and from everything we see, we have to take the idea of what he shows us and showed us and continues to show us, this idea of Akiva Nichamtanu, until that brings to Hashem Nachameinu Amen, that the Eibishter will give us the real Nechama, will show it with our physical eyes. Through the fact that we'll start acting like it and seeing it and realizing it and taking the lessons that we learned from Akiva and that we continue to learn from him. Taking the lessons and taking the idea into every single aspect of every part of the world, no matter what it is, to see it, to understand it, to recognize it, and through that the Eibishter will show it to us in the full and complete way, that the Eibishter will show us the complete Isgalus of Mashiach, will take us to the Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi, will be a Kitzu V'ranenu, Sheichni Afar. Not just a Kitzu, but V'ranenu, with a song and with a dance, and we'll all dance together in the Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi.
Amen. L'chaim, l'chaim, Reb Noyam. There's no question that when we close our eyes, and if you ask any of the Talmidim of Rebbe Akiva, close your eyes and say what three words, when you hear his Farbrengen, what three words come to mind? The answer is, without a doubt, any Talmud will say, Emes Havaya La'olam. In my nightmares, I hear the words Emes Havaya La'olam. It haunts me. Vunar Gay, the Emes Havaya La'olam, thousands of times, durch and durch and durch, that Elikus should be Bipshitos and Oilamais be Ischachos. How many times have every Talmud heard that? That Elikus should be Bipshitos and Oilamais should be Ischachos. The Emes Havaya La'olam. There is no doubt that this is and was the theme that Rabbi Wagner instilled and wants to instill in each and every one of us. Sugein HaTefach Hecher. I want to say l'chaim. When I left the yeshiva for the first time after 2 years, so I had a very consolation prize that I really didn't leave, because at the end, when I left the yeshiva in Tammuz, so my sister married Rabbi Wagner's brother, my dear Shwager, Abdov Yehuda Wagner, the Rebbe Shliach, University of Southern California. So I'd like to ask my dear Shwager, the brother of Rabbi Wagner, the Rebbe Shliach, Abdov Yehuda, to Farbrengen a little bit with the Olam on this very sensitive and emotional and special time. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim. It's hard to talk, but I wanted to share a couple of memories. Akiva wasn't only my older brother, but really the person who's as much or more than anybody else responsible. I don't know if I should say that. Don't blame him for the failings, but in my own journey in life, as he was in the journey of life for so many of you, Akiva played an extremely large role. Not by convincing me of anything. When I first started coming around Crown Heights, around the Rebbe's Farbrengens, in Nun and Aleph and Beis, there were a lot of people that tried to tell me what I should be doing.
And maybe it's something to do with the nature of my genes. That doesn't always work so well to tell me what I should be doing. Akiva never told me what I should be doing. Never tried to convince me of anything, never tried to tell me what is the right way. Akiva showed by example what a chassid is. Every day, and in everything that he did, the way he davens, the way he learns, the way he spoke to people, the way he smiles, in every facet, he lived the life of a chassid. And by example, shared with you, made you want to do a little bit more, made you want to be a little bit better, made you strive to see the world a little bit through that same perspective that Skershi just mentioned of Emes Havaya Leilam, of seeing Elokus Pipshitas and Eilam Be'eschatshus, of seeing reality for what it is. I remember when I first started coming to 770 for Shabbos, just the sitting down and learning the Likut Friday nights before davening. Those days the Likut came out every week before the Farbrengen, before you entered into the what was new that Shabbos. From that Shabbos is Farbrengen, you had a Likut. And as everybody knows who was ever around Akiva, the seriousness, the depth with which he learned, with which he took apart a piece of the Rebbe's Torah, sitting down and going through the Likut and understanding it and kaching sich in it and giving chazara later at Suda Shabbos of what the Likut of that week said. And that all in preparation for then going to the Farbrengen the next day. How he took it and lived with it. There's lots to say that I can't say. I want to just share there's a story the Friedrich Rebbe says a couple of times in his Sichos, slightly different versions, about a chassid of the Rebbe Rashab, Reb Zalman Shsebirner, how he came into the Rebbe Rashab on Erev Yom Kippur. Erev Yom Kippur in the morning, and he came to ask for lakach. Or in one version it says that they didn't ask the Rebbe Rashab for lakach. A bottle of mashke and a bit of lakach was sitting on the table. Everybody took what they want. In one version it says, he said to the Rebbe Rashab in a breiten eifen, good yom tif Rebbe. And the Rebbe Rashab said, Takes a yom tif. Aber sabalt Yom Kippur. And soon we have to prepare for mincha of Erev Yom Kippur. So Reb Zalman said that a yid is via soldat, a yid is like a soldier. Was men hastem tute, whatever he's told to do, that's what he has to do. That's what he does. As men hastem freilach sein, when he's told to be happy, is freilach, then he's happy. As men hastem weinen, when he's told to cry, weint then he cries. Ot itz is a yomtiv nemt a bisl mashke, said the Rebbe Rashab to Reb Zalman. Said Reb Zalman, said the Rebbe Rashab, sorry. Now is a yomtiv, so take a little bit of mashke. When in drei vier shah rum vet sein minche, zrachman al-Islam elam cheshech ba'de v'chulu. When we'll have to change the mood, we'll change the mood. A chassid is via soldats. We're soldiers. We're given a mission. And we have to do whatever it is that's involved in fulfilling that mission. The time for vein and veintman. The time for being freilach is me freilach. What our focus has to be, what we saw most, first and foremost by Akiva, the focus always was on what was mansach, what is demanded at this moment, what is required, what does Chassidus demand from us, what does the Rebbe demand from us at this moment. And whatever that is, weinen wird man weinen, freilach wird man sein freilach. Whatever it is that's demanded to fulfill our mission as soldiers, that's what we have to do. That's what we have to accomplish. I remember It just came to me before Farbrengen. I think I was the only class that had Akiva officially as a mashpia. After that, he became officially a Maggid Shir, then a Rosh Hashiva. But in Tavshin Nun Dalet, he was mashpia Shir Beis in Oletzera. And in one of the Farbrengens, he told over a story from his California days. He said that in one of the telethons, I'm sure by Akiva, most things were CD. Probably you heard this later. But on a telethon, there was a guy, they would put on the people from the drug center, whatever, that would come on. So they had one guy that came on, and he said, Akiva said this in the context when there was talk about giving years to the Rebbe. And he was Farbrengen about it. This was a very serious time and a very serious concept. So he said there was a guy that came on there, one of the recovering addicts from the drug center. And he said, Chabad is such a great organization. He said, if I had $1 million, I would give it to Chabad. If I had $500,000, I would give it to Chabad. He said, if I had $100, and then he stopped. Akiva told over, there's a story about a guy in communist Russia that says, if I had I would give it to the Tsar. I would give it to the Tsar. Says, 2 chickens, what would you do with it? Says, 2 chickens that I would keep to myself. So they asked him, why 2 chickens suddenly that you would keep to yourself? $1 million you're ready to give to the Tsar. 2 chickens you're going to keep for yourself? He says, because 2 chickens I have. We're going to cry when we have to cry. We'll be freilich when we have to be freilich. But if we're talking about standing up from Shiva, it's a Farbrengen of Siyam Shiva. We're going to talk about all the good things, all the good ideas that we're going to come up with. And sometimes it's easy to say we're hearing stories a whole week, and you could think, and Sitaka was, it's easy to get into a mode of talking about Akiva's greatness and saying he's a malach alikim tzvakes. He was the Rebbe Yid, which he was. He's a Gain and an Ilui, which he was. He's a chassid through and through, which he was. And therefore to think, Asinichaycha Samir, we're going to talk about $1 million that I would give to Chabad, that I would give to the Tsar, whatever it is. Talk about big accomplishments. Of course, that will do. But the 2 chickens, meaning the specific things that we can each walk away with, the specific achlatis that we can do different today, they're not so quick, right? That's much harder to give away because that actually demands something from me. That actually says I need to wake up tomorrow morning and do something different. There's going to be a lot of achlatis. I know one of them that went up now was Akiva koch so much and Sefer Mamar Malukit to split up to do a chalukah for Shleishim. Peter Shamilas and davening, a little bit of extra kavanah and Asher Yotzer that he koch sich so much for the last year. There's practical steps that we each could take. And it's not enough to sit here and talk about the big things that he did and the big things that we would do if only we could. We can't. We don't have that. What we have to focus on is the 2 chickens. What we have to focus on is the actual practical steps that we can take away of Achayit and Alibay, to Pashit live a little bit more like a chassid, to learn a little bit more, to daven a little bit better. And yes, to give a little bit of money in the campaign. Later, we have to talk about that too. We have to walk away tomorrow and be different. We have to walk away tomorrow a little bit, live for Akiva a little bit. Do a little bit what he would do. Pashit Peter Shamilas and daven. Pashit to learn a maimer before daven. Spend a little bit more time doing the things that we know are right. He wrote in the emails every week. Pashit's demanding, pushing. We all know what's right. We all know what's demanded of us. We all know what it means to live up, to be a little bit more a chassid, a real chassid in our lives. Give the 2 chickens. Live up to that. Make real achlatis and take it with us so that every day we continue to be freilach when we have to be freilach. And it should be more and more freilach till the ultimate freilachkeit, when we'll truly be able to be freilach. When we kitzu v'ranenu, and we'll bring together in all of the good ways that we need to. L'chaim.
anyone that opens up L'chaim, the Maimer Bossi Legani, knows right away that the Shvi is connected to the Rishon. The whole idea that Rebbe says that we are Dur HaShvi, and that Shvi is connected to the Rishon. The Rishon is Avram Avinu, and the Shvi is Moshe Rabbeinu. So here it's a little bit fakir. The Shvi is Avram, and I think the youngest brother of Rabbi Wagner, Rabbi Avram, who I also got to know, we were in Tannersville, that's more my age, so grew up together, or we got older together, because they say getting older is mandatory, growing up is voluntary. So for sure he grew up, and I wanted to say a special l'chaim to Avremi, Rabbi Avram, but to me it's still Avremi. I'm going to say l'chaim to Avremi. We should only be sharing simchas, larichas yomim v'shonim toivis, and please Farbrengen with the oilam. See Avremi, Sof Kol Sof, Avremi Wagner is going to Farbrengen with the oilam. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim Gershi. You're going to have to say an extra l'chaim for me. I thought if I'm going to find my brother Noam, I'm going to find l'chaim also, but no. The Frierdiker Rebbe, when he was a little boy in Cheder, he was once looking out the window, and his Melamed, the Rashbatz, told him, it's better to be outside looking in than to be inside looking out. And the Frierdiker Rebbe said this over at a Farbrengen, and the Rebbe said it over later, many years later at a Farbrengen again, he repeated it. So Rabbi Akiva, as he was so very well able to do, cut to the heart of the story, and he said, why was the Malav and Machalik between being outside looking in and being inside looking out? He should have said it's better to look inside than to look outside. Either way, the Frierdiker Rebbe was inside. So he explained that this was a more fundamental lesson. Every person always has a choice. You can either be on the inside looking out. You can say, Ich bin a pnimi, ich bin an emisser, ich bin a gute. Look how much higher I am than what's outside. And then you'll be very satisfied with yourself. And you're not going to go anywhere. Or you can choose to be on the outside looking in. You can always look at those who are more pnimi, who are more emes, who are greater and better than you. And you can take their example and improve yourself. Hat nicht nur gesagt, hat gelebt. This was how Rabbi Akiva always was. He was always looking at everybody, every single person. He was looking at him as a pnimi. He found the maila in that person, and he looked how he could grow from that person, how he could learn from that person and become more pnimi. And Mamela, like Dav was saying, yes, Akiva was much better than anything I can hope to reach ever. But that midah, the way he got there, is because he just looked at people better than him and tried to improve. And each of us can do that wherever we are. Just look inside. Look at the pnimi. Look at someone better than you and try to bring yourself a little closer to what he is. And more than that, I'm going to lean more heavily on Dov now. Friday night, Dov taught me a Maimer. Maimer Verastich, I think it was Tafshin Chavchas. I didn't understand most of it. But the Rebbe explains over there that there's two madrigas. says, Kol sanafshi lechatzres Hashem, libi ubsari yiranenu al kelchai. Nafshi is the nefesh, is the neshama, is the ruchni is the kenyan. Libi ubsari is the basar, is gashmi. Why is it that the nafshi is kolsa lechatzres Hashem? Chatzres is the outside, but the libi ubsari, the fleshige hearts, is el kelchai. So the Rebbe explains that when a person is nafshi, when a person is a ruchni yistika, then he can go to the chatzres Hashem, he can go to Giluyim. But when it's libi uvsari, dafmin zuchen atzmos, then you have to look for kelcha, you have to look for atzmos. I still had no idea what it was talking about. So Dov told a story. Akiva said that by him, the morning of Simchas Torah was a very special time. If you came on time to davening at 10 o'clock when the Rebbe came down, there were a lot of people missing. And the Rebbe came in with a smile and with encouragement. And that was a time where he felt he got a lot from being there. And he made sure to be in 770 every Simchas Torah at 10 o'clock sharp. But one year, he was running late. It was 9:55. He was standing outside 770. And he hadn't yet been to the mikveh. So what are you going to do? You're going to go to the mikveh before going to 770, or you're going to go inside? Akiva said the story over to one of his Talmidim, and he asked him, "Nu Mendele, was wollt ihr getan?" He said, you go to mikveh tomorrow, you go to mikveh later. You know what I mean? You're missing out. Akiva said, "Mendele, du verstehst gar nicht." You have to seek atzmos. Giluyim are great. Giluyim are wonderful, but Giluyim are for people who are on that madrega. Giluyim are for when you went to the mikveh. You have to do the right thing. And that's for every person. Kifi mashahu. You always have to look for atzmos. You have to look for what's the real right thing. And this also speaks to what Dov was saying. Don't jump for Giluyim, jump for these big achlatas, big things that I'm going to do. I'm going to do these great things that are going to make me feel very spiritual and very special. Zuch atzmos. Do something practical that's going to improve you. There's a very famous story, which I'm sure everybody heard a million times, but I'm going to say it anyways because it's my favorite story. There was once a chassid who urgently needed to get a letter to the Rebbe. Ach da'aka, Rabbi Chadakov had already gone in that day with the mail. But it was an Inyan Nachatz Moed, so he came up with a good idea. He wrote the letter and he put it by the door handle. That this way, when Rabbi Chadakov opens the door, the letter will fall down, he'll see it, and he'll pick it up and bring it into the Rebbe. But he forgot one thing. When a chassid goes out from the Rebbe, he doesn't turn his back to the Rebbe. Rabbi Chadakov opened the door, his back was to the door. He didn't see the letter fall down. But the Rebbe saw the letter. And the Rebbe got up from his desk and he went and picked up the letter. The chassid felt terrible. Made the Rebbe get up and go pick up my letter. What's for azach? So the next day he wrote in, this time he made sure to be in time, and he wrote into the Rebbe asking mechila. The Rebbe wrote him back, you have nothing to ask mechila for. My entire interest and my entire purpose is aufzuheben, to uplift, ubefrat das was andere haben versehen, especially things that others overlooked. The Rebbe identified his entire purpose as uplifting things, especially things that others overlooked. And this is an area in which Akiva, as a true chassid, That's what he did. He tried to uplift things that others overlook. Whether it was a new diktuk in halacha, a kasha of Rashi, a shvera apshat and a shvera Rambam, a derher in a Maimer Chassidus, an extra kavana in davening, a smile to a yid in the supermarket, whatever it was, aufzuheben, ubefrat das was andere haben versehen. Take something real, take something simple, and apply that, and change your life, and change someone else's life in a very real way. I just want to add one more thing. The Gemara in Rosh Hashanah says, Amr Rabbi Yechanan, Oylam lo misaylam, she'en lam takana, she'nemar tachas anachei shesavi kesef, v'tachas ha-kesef zav. The pasuk says, the Navi Yeshaya tells us that Hashem promises that anything that was taken away, anything that we had, if we had silver, He'll give us gold. If we had copper, He'll give us silver. Hat Rabbi Yechanan geschrigen tachas Rabbi Akiva v'chaveirav. Ma mevim. What do the Goyim have that they could pay back for the loss of Rabbi Akiva v'chaveirav? The Eibishter is the chakel emes. If he took Rabbi Akiva, we know he's going to pay back, and he's going to pay back more. And the only way he could pay back more is by bringing Mashiach. My nephew told me on Shabbos a vart from the Shlo. Chazal tell us that Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyahu HaMelech into Mashiach. But he didn't, because Chizkiyahu didn't sing Shira. Frag the Shlo, what do you mean he didn't sing Shira? The Radak Zak beferish that Chizkiyahu HaMelech sang Shira. After the Mapalas Sancheriv, Chizkiyahu sang Shira. What do you mean he didn't sing Shira? Zak the Shlo, Chazal tell us Chizkiyahu HaMelech said, Rabbeinu Shalom, there's an army outside waiting to destroy me, waiting to kill me. Ich geh nicht machen Milchama, ich geh nicht afilu davenen. I'm going to sleep. I have absolute trust in you, Rabbeinu Shalom. This army is waiting, the greatest army the world has ever seen is waiting to annihilate me. I don't care, I'm going to sleep. I have absolute faith. Zakti Shlo, you shouldn't have gone to sleep, you should have sang Shira. He should have already lived with the Yeshua that he knew was coming and sang Shira now. So since we know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Kel Emes, and Tachas Rabbi Akiva, Ma Mevim, we know that he's going to pay us back. We know that he's going to bring Mashiach right away. We should sing Shira. And that's how we have to phrase tonight. We have to sing Shira, because Mashiach is coming.
L'chaim, l'chaim. I think it's Kedai by Chassidus Farbrengen as B'zoltaka singing Shira. And I, on the way to the Beis HaChaim, so I was in a car and somebody mentioned that how, I don't know ironic, but how ironic it is that someone that gave hundreds of shiurim, Farbrengens, one of his greatest gifts that he's known for Nachlas HaKlal is a song that he wrote in Tavshim Memtes as a bocher, that the ganze Welt, every child knows this niggin. So I want to say l'chaim, maybe we could unmute the men, because the one thing for sure, you don't want me singing solo, that I can tell every one of you will destroy the entire Farbrengen. But if we can unmute, if the organizers can unmute or ask anyone that wants to sing in zusammen, and either with the words or just the niggin, the Bekiva's niggin, every time you could hear him right, because I felt by his Farbrengens that finally his Farbrengens one week I did heard that the Rebbe Sumir, that was the whole uftu of his Farbrengens, that he was able to bring hundreds of Bochum to realize as the Rebbe Sudir, as the Emes Havaya La'olam, that includes you. So we ask, Chevra, don't shem sich nicht, please unmute, and we'll sing together a Chassidish Niggin. L'chaim, l'chaim. Did-he-da, yeah,
All
yeah,
of the world,
yeah,
behold
yeah,
the
yeah,
man, young man, the land of
yeah. 10,000
Zion, standing
Gathered
in
in
awe,
their
honor,
their
attention to the
attention to
Rebbe.
the Young
Mendel's
man, the
heart
spirit,
was
his mouth
elsewhere
elsewhere, to
to
hear
hear
the
the Farbrengen. He
did not
hear, he
hear,
just
he
couldn't
wait.
wait.
Until it was
Was
done,
done
so
so he could
he could
go and
go
have
and
fun.
have fun.
As he'd walk
He
down
walked
the
down the
street, his
street,
friends
his
they
friends
would
he would
meet. They
meet,
teach
they
him
teach
to
him
lie
to
and they teach him to cheat. He'd look to both sides, make sure no one saw. Mendel would break every law. Chaver zusammen. It occurred to him what which at the Rebbe speak his words to my God, words to me they would say. How can I stand? We can ignore the words being said by the Nasi. Adar, he decides with tears in his eyes, enough of my cheating and lies. As he walked down the street, he met his best friend. He told him my bad ways have come to an end. I've come to regret the things that I did. From now on, I'll be a chassid. L'chaim, l'chaim.
Chaim.
Now we have tremendous chus to have with us the esteemed Shver of Rabbi Akiva Wagner, the Rosh Yeshiva of 770, and Rabbi Chassid, Rabbi Zalman Lapkovsky, who obviously it's very Shver to Reidin, but he agreed to come on and to Farbrengen a little bit with the Oilam from the ganze Welt in this very, very emotional and sensitive time. Bechovid, Rabbi Zalman Lapkovsky.
L'chaim, l'chaim. Sie gewähnt Tavshim im Ches. Sie gewähnt die Nord-Yeshiva, die Reb, ein Muschke, die gewähnt so Rebbe gesagt haben, so Farbrengen. Jetzt hat mir ein Keach von Reben nach Schiebe soll man Farbrengen, ein paar Jahre von Reben. Ach, sie die mir beklau nicht gemeine, sagen Meil. Aber jetzt meiste Rabbi schnell Reben starten. Als ein Punkt gewesen, einer gestorben von der Choschweid in Stadt. Was steht doch, als Znevik sich sehr Sach Iden und die Sach am Reisches Spedim auf dem Nifter. Als wie gewinnt der ältere Rob. Und wenn wir haben, die Rabbi können sagen, der erste, der Rabbi kommt gestartet und gesagt, also steht bei Meish Rabbeinu, ist es voraus. gefragt, was ist die Bade der Mensch? Mit Jewisch nicht vor. Wir können kommen beten dort. Was der Rebbe gemacht hat, ja, die ist es voraus. So der Rasberry sagt, also der, Rabbi macht noch angeben, sagen es Spedim. Da käme sagt, dass zur Kever Israel nicht zurückkommen. Da habe ich da gesagt, na, Spedim, ja, die ist es voraus. Da seht er ruhig wird, gleich während dem Nifter zum Kabel sein, na, Spedim. Ach, Sidim sagt, ich kenne Spedim. Aber der Rebbe allein hat gesagt, der Frauen war Chai in der Liebe, die Frauen, die sich abplanen von seinen Tages, und der man das als Schuss sagt von dem Nifter. Wie wollte der Mann ein Sach, ein Tage Thema, dass wir können sich sehr als Sach lernen von dem. Gleich dort der Chasne, da habe ich genommen, also ich käme nicht geschlafen unter der Kolder. Einmal gewähnt, geschlafen auf die Kolder mit den Kleider. Dann seht ihr, gewähnt in Jahren.
What?
Und gefragt, was der getan hat, der geämpft, als am schlaft unter der Kolder, ist sehr schwer zu aufstehen. Gewollt gleich, wer gehabt sich auf, dann können gleich aufstehen, mit Risus. Wir haben geschlafen an der Kolder, mit den Kleider, gleich können tun, die Arbeiter sind auf tun. Das ist der Riem von Risus. Das ist Greitzach, ein von Soris, gleich, wer gehabt sich auf, dann können gleich aufstehen, ohne Schwierigkeit. Sie sagen nicht, dass ich kann führen sich als aber der Innen hat Risus. Die haben doch geschlagen von dem. Also wir lernen, dass man sagt, das Seite, in die Meersphäre. In der Ende kommt man sagt, das Seite, Prana Nusser, dort bringt sich herab, Omer Rabbi Ben Levi, ich habe sagen, 10 Sachen, bis sie bringt Chias Ameshim. Verschiedene Schreis, weil ein Nusser steht in Gemorre, man sagt aber die Zore, die Brander Nusser, als Teira Mevia, die Zehirus Mevia, die Zrisus. Also geht er weiter und weiter. Brander Nusser, am Ebten gleich von Onim, wegen Zrisus. Brander Nusser, also Zrisus ist die zweite Sache. Zehirus, später Zrisus. Aber eine von den Sachen, mit Brengen, bis Elia Novi, bis Trias Amesim, in der Riem von Zrisus. Jeder Fall muss ein Zoris, so Avedas Hashem. Weil sehr viel, als zu geführt sich, klar, geschlafen mit die Kleider und auf dem Koldre, auf dem Blanket. Also gleich können aufstehen und dann Avedas Hashem. Das ist die Mama Schachai in der Liebe, aber wir haben sich nehmen so die Mitte von Zrisus. Jeder sagt, was man darf tun, darf sein, wenn wir können gleich tun, darf man gleich tun. Die Stoppling ab später, die Stoppling ab ein paar Minuten später abhören. Also wer zu geführt sich, als gleich können aufstehen, darf man nicht nach oben mit dem Blanket, die Stoppen abhören die Schwierigkeit von nach oben, mal die Zuhörer doch noch ein paar Minuten schlafen, noch ein paar Minuten liegen, gleich aufstehen und dann muss man das tun. Mehr Tag bald ich hier, ich kann sich unternehmen, also in Kude, von Zrisus, und von Zrisus geht man bis man kommt zu der Nähe von Trias Ameshim. Und da habe ich der Halbentag, haben so seine Kitzel ran, das ich nicht wo wir sehen haben, und klar gehen Tag zu Trias Ameshim, und der Rebbe noch nicht Galaber, und er rüßt uns von Galus, denke ich von Yad Mamish.
L'chaim. Gern geschehen, kol Kala, das Chassidim, die Mishpocha soll haben nur Nechama, wie Rosh Hashiva sagt, bis Tchias HaMeisim, jetzt l'chaim, l'chaim. We have with us another one of the brothers, but also from the Talmidei Rabbi Akiva, who's Tefeach HaManas Latfiach, that is Zoiche to be a Mashpia and a Magid in the Yeshiva Teferes Bachurim, which is Poshet, bringing Or V'chayes Chasidi B'chol Mokim Ba'olam. I'd like to ask Rav Yaakov Wagner, so Farbrengen a bissel with the Olam in this very, very special Siyum Hashiva Farbrengen. Rav Yaakov, b'bakasha.
L'chaim, l'chaim. I heard that one time there was a law which was passed in New York State, something related to public schools. And the Rebbe was very upset about it. The Mazkir said that the Rebbe was pacing in his office and complaining that New York wert a jungle. And the Rebbe called up Reb Gershon Ber Jacobson and asked that he should gather together signatures of Rabbanim and print an article with the names of all of these Rabbanim, stating that these Rabbanim protest the new law which was passed. And Reb Gershon Jacobson, he tried to do as he was told. He called Rav after Rav, and each Rav that he called turned him away. It wasn't something which was related to their kehillah. It wasn't something that they wanted their names attached to. It wasn't something which was negea to them. He finally found one Rav, a mechunich from YU, that agreed to have his name attached to this macha. And indeed, in the following days' newspaper, there was a headline in the front page that said that the Rabbi so-and-so protests the new law that was passed. And Rabbi Jacobson received a phone call. Rabbi Chodakov was on the line. Rabbi Chodakov asked him, "Men will wissen," the Rebbe wants to know, what is the reaction that people have to this article which was printed? And Rabbi Jacobson said, to tell the truth, I'm getting a lot of flack for it. There's a lot of complaints that a Hamish newspaper has no business mishing zecharain in such inyan. This isn't something which is appropriate for a newspaper in Hamish homes. And as he said this, he heard the Rebbe's voice on the line. And the Rebbe said, "Ich kann nicht leiden, as Atzilus und Asiya Gashmis seinen zwei besondere Metziesen." I can't tolerate that Atzilus and Asiya are two distinct realities, two different existences. My experience with my brother, Rabbi Akiva, similar to so many other Talmidim whom I've heard from, was an experience where I came back from Eretz Yisrael as a 19-year-old bacher, going through, at the time, challenges of my own, and I was exposed to a lifestyle, to a perspective, to a reality where Atzilus and Asiya were not two different realities. I was exposed to a world. I was excited by being able to see that the ideas of Ananas, of Malka, of Havaya Hu Halikim, of Emes Havaya La'ilam, were not just ideas in a book, but they were ideas that were lived with in life. They were lived with in davening. They were lived with in learning. They were lived with in walking in the streets. They were lived with in the way one slept. A Farbrengen that went an entire night unagbalas didn't remain just an inspirational Farbrengen, but was followed up immediately the next day with putting it into practicality, into reality, into Asiya Gashmis, that Atzilus, the highest experience of godliness that it's possible to be in Seder Shtalshalos, should be a reality here inside of our world, inside of the things that we look at, that we should live with it in every aspect of our life. And as I spent time with my brother over the last 3.5 years, I saw on a whole new level how this ideal was brought into practicality. That in every single challenge which he faced, it was with a pshitus, but with a tremendous stolz, a certainty, an absoluteness, an uncompromising appreciation and recognition of the way that things are supposed to be, without changing things akihuza, regardless of whatever alamis there are. With complete emunah, with complete bitachon, with complete connection, and making sure to do everything exactly as it should be done in a way that doesn't allow for any compromises, for any differences, for any separation. This is something which I saw others, and I myself was inspired to absorb and to try my best to live by and to continue in such a way. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim, l'chaim, Rabbi Yaakov. Again, you with all your entire family, you'll only be sharing in Simchas, entire extended family. And there's no question that we all feel the hashpah pnimis of your dear brother, Rabbi Akiva Wagner. L'chaim, l'chaim. Now I would like to turn to Rabbi Yitzchak Wagner, one of the other brothers that we have the schus to have with us here for bringing tonight. I'd like to ask Rabbi Yitzchak, who's a Chaber Svarim, Marbitz Torah, to be able to share with us all one extended mishpacha throughout the entire world, this special Farbrengen, few divrei hisoirus. Rabbi Yitzchak.
It's difficult to fully encompass in words, even just with a little bit that we have heard. Was mysterious to the so much that we knew about the tremendous achievements in the life of my brother Rabbi Akiva Zechrein Levracha. God made the Ein Lanu Tzmurata. One of the ways, for me personally, this Aveda is going to start the chayes, is in the fact that I have no longer the ability, at least in the easiest move on Agasmi, to be Mekayim the mitzvah, Kabed Esahicha, Esla Rabbi Tachicha Agada. one of the many nikudas, one of the many mitzvahs in which Rabbi Kiva excelled, which was maybe somewhat a little bit nicker to his Talmidim, but probably not as much as it was to us as family, was the mitzvah of kibbud av v'eim. He had a tremendous kavod and haracha, and he carried out lemaisa both with my father Elad Hashalom and libadol ben Chaim l'chaim, with my mother Shetichya, to give them the proper kavod, to be mishamish them in every which way, in a way that truly serves as an example for all of us. There's a Gemara in Kiddushin. The Gemara describes how Avimi, the son of Rabbi Vo, would be Mekayim, this tremendous mitzvah of kibbud av v'eim. And the Gemara tells us that one time Rabbi Vo asked for a drink, and by the time Avimi returned with the drink, he found that Rabbi Vo had fallen asleep. And Rabbi Vo waited there holding the drink, waiting until his father awoke so that he could give him the drink that he had asked for. And the Gemara says that as a schar for this mitzvah of kibbud av v'eim that Avimi had performed, Istayim Milsa B'Darash Avimi Mizmar La'asaf. Avimi had a specific siyata d'shmaya to be able to make a drasha on the Mizmar and Tehillim of Mizmar La'asaf Elikim Bo Dayim Ben Achlasecha. And Rashi says, what was the drasha that Avimi made? That it's shver. Why is it Mizmar La'asaf? Why are we singing when we're talking about the Churban Abayis, Elikim Bo Dayim Ben Achlasecha, Timur Sechalecha? Why is there a mizmar attached to that? And the answer, Rashi says, that Avimi said was that Elo she'amar asaf shira hashakila HaKadosh Baruch es chamasai be'etzim v'avanim u'mitaychach heiser pleito Yisrael. Avimi was saying shira on this, that only the etzim and avanim of the Beis Hamikdash were destroyed, but through that there was left over as she'eris ha'pleita Klal Yisrael was able to continue. And the question is, what is the shaykhis between the mitzvah of kibbud av v'eim Avimi was performing and this particular drasha that he was zeicha to have the siyata d'shmaya as a schar for that mitzvah? There's a pirush from a guy's cover printed in the back of the Gemara where he explains the ishtalshlus advarim. He says that the Gemara is mashma that the schar, the Darash Avimi, was not only the answer to the question, but it was the question itself. Till then, Avimi had never had this question of why is it Mizmar La'asaf. It was only after he performed this mitzvah of kibbud av v'eim that he got the siyata d'shmaya to have this question. So what did Avimi think till then? And he explains that Avimi understood that, as the Gemara tells us, that when Titus came and was machir the Beis Hamikdash, a baskel came down from Shemayim and said, Kimcha tchinas tachnis, you're milling milled flour. The Beis Hamikdash that you're destroying is just the chitzonius. It's just the eitzim and avanim that make up the outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But the real Beis Hamikdash, the pnimius, the Asheras Ashchina that existed in the Beis Hamikdash has already left. And therefore, what you are doing is nothing. It has no real value. And if that's the case, then it's not such a kasha. Why is it Mizmar La'asaf? Because the Churban Beis Hamikdash was not really something that touched, that reared on the pnimius of the Beis Hamikdash. However, when Avimi was being Mekayim the mitzvah of kibbud av v'eim, and he was certainly being Mekayim the mitzvah b'chol hashleimus, the dibur b'maiso b'machshava. So Avimi was thinking, what is this mitzvah, this mishpat? As Chazal tell us that some of the mitzvahs are mishpatim that we would understand the reasons. What is the reason behind the mishpat of kibbud av v'eim? Obviously, because our parents are the ones who gave us life. However, we know That's Shleisha Shutfim Yesh Ba'adam. There are 3 Shutfim in a person: his father, his mother, and the Rebbeinu Shalom. The father and the mother provide only the physical body, the physical guf. The neshama, which is the ikr, the nitzchias of a person, is given to him by the Rebbeinu Shalom. Why is there a mitzvah to be mechabed other the imay if all that they gave him is only the physical guf and not the ikr, not his neshama? Must be, said Avimi, that there is a chashivah to the outside levush of the neshama, the chitzonius of the guf as well. There's also an importance to the guf because it serves as the mishkan of the neshama. It serves as the way in which the neshama could be harnessed in Eilam Hazeh, in the Eilam Asiyah, to do the Ratzon Hashem. So there is epis in Eilam Hazeh. There is epis of value to chitzonius, and that's why we have to be mechabed our parents. If that's the case, Avimi said, then why is it a mizmar la'asaf? How could we say shira on the fact that the chitzonius of the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed? That too has a value. That too has something that gives it some reason for us to be misable, to be a kina la'asaf. But Avimi also had the siyata d'shmaya to understand the answer. The answer is no. There's no value in Eilam Hazeh. The whole purpose of Eilam Hazeh is only to serve as a means of elevating the neshama. Just as in the Beis Hamikdash, Kila Kadosh Baruch Hu Chamasai al Eitzim Ba'avanim, Umitoich Kach Heiser Pleitel Yisrael, the Iker, the Ashras Ashkina of the Beis Hamikdash, which is B'Seichlei Kol Echad Be'echad, which comes about through the whole that's represented in the Beis Hamikdash, that was able to continue because HaKadosh Baruch Hu was Kila as Chamasai in the Eitzim and Avanim of the Guf. So the Guf only serves a purpose when it serves to elevate the Neshama, when it serves to elevate the Pnimius. This was the siyata d'shmaya that Avimi was zeicha to understand that the kibbud of the aim, the way in which we truly appreciate the mitzvah, is to recognize that true, while we seem to be being mechabed, the guf, the levush, the chitzonius of Eilam Hazeh, it doesn't have any intrinsic value, but it's only because it enables us to better elevate ourselves, our neshama, by creating a dira lo yizbarach b'tachtainim, by making a means of being able to access the true kayach of the neshama, and that is the whole purpose of Eilam Hazeh. Rabbi Akiva recognized throughout his life, obviously, anybody who came into contact with him over the last 3.5 years, during the time when his guf was nizdachech with every kind of level of giving his neshama the wings to soar, to get to the highest levels where it now is being nenem is the bashina, understands this kipshutai. But it wasn't only in the last 3.5 years that Rabbi Akiva taught us this lesson. He taught us this lesson with his entire life. Every aspect of his life. What was he, if not somebody who was stifling on the Eilam Hazeh, who was bringing out to all of his Talmidim, to all of his family, to all of us, the emes havaya v'olam, that there is nothing except ein eid mulvadei kipshutai, only pnimius. Everything has to be with the pnimius, and to recognize that the chitzonius only has any value when it's used to serve as a way to elevate the pnimius, to elevate the neshama. Daili alechem oid achi kinaamtu li ma'id. These are lessons that we learned from you. They're lessons that we have to internalize, that we have to express in our own avodas Hashem, that we have to bring to bear so that we can once again learn those lessons from you with the Chazoyas Aneshama Techa Guf of Chiyas HaMeisim in a way that we'll be able to fully appreciate that, as was mentioned before, the level of Chasidus that the Bryce of Pinchas Ben Yair lists as one of the steps, one of the ultimate steps, which bring us to Chiyas HaMeisim. And that title of a chassid can be set upon Rabbi Akiva, Avad Chassid Min Haaretz. But we can go in his ways, we can learn from his ways, we can infuse our entire existence in Olam Hazeh with the correct level of pnimius. Then we can bring to that Chiyas HaMeisim that we're waiting for, so that it will be a Kittu V'Ran Nusheich Le'afar. And we should be zeichet to that, Geula Shalem of Imher V'Yameinu. Amen.
Amen. L'chaim, l'chaim. Shekoyach Reb Yitzchak, l'chaim, l'chaim. About a week ago, my dear brother-in-law, Rabbi Dov, he wrote a public email that went out that said, the title was, "Which Wagner are you?" That was the title of the article. Are you this Rosh Yeshiva and that Rosh Yeshiva? Our next speaker, it may come as a surprise for some. They're going to say, "Which Wagner are you?" But I think one of the hidden treasures is someone that I got to meet when I was in Toronto, Harav Meir Wagner, the Chshuvim, Anash, and really Mashpim in the city of Toronto, Mechanchim. And I would like to wish L'chaim to the mayor and the entire extended mishpacha. I'd like to ask the mayor to Farbrengen a little bit with this oilam. I know it's not easy, but there's a time when we get a reis von sich, Farbrengen with the oilam, and everyone just wants to hear min alev el alev. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim. There's a famous story of a very prominent family that had 6 brothers. 5 of them were great rabbis, and one of them said, "In my family there are 6 brothers, 5 of them are rabbis, and 1 of them is a mensch. I'm not the mensch." But I want to say there was a lot shared and a lot to process, a lot to think about over the course of the Shiva. One thing that came through very, very clearly about all of the milas and all of the avodah that Akiva did, the Meshech Yimei Chayav, there's a Bria Chatichim, and that is Ha'arein Einei Min Hamida. Akiva wasn't Teifes Makim, and I think that quantifies everything that he was doing, everything that he did and accomplished, was because of that, because he had no Tfises Makim. Whether he was sitting in davening, whether he was farbrengen, whether he was chazering a maimer, whether he was frying the tuna patties for the bachrim for lunch, whether he was making a kula, whether he was giving tzedakah to the myriads of mishulachim that would line up outside his door, it all had one thing in common. Not any one of them identified where Akiva was holding, identified what Akiva's shita b'chayim was. Akiva was pashet einei teifes makim, and that's why. Satzich ufgetan, was hat sich gemant. Whatever was required b'shas ma'isa, that's what got ufgetan. That's what God accomplished. That's what got done. Someone came into the Shiva and they said that they were by Reb Leibel Groner when Leibel was sitting Shiva for his sister, and he told over that he remembers from when he was a bacher, before the Nesias, he was once at Shiva Nicham Avelim by one of the Rebbes that lived then in Crown Heights, And the Rebbe, before the Nesius, came in to be Menachem Avel. And the Rebbe said that why do we say Hamokim Menachem Eschem? Why do we choose Dafka, the name for the name for Hashem, Hamokim? Said because when someone passes away, it leaves a void. It leaves a void in space, in Eilam. So Hamakim, der was filled, als al erter, he's the one that's Hamakim Menachem Eschem. It'll fill the void. Chazal tell us, Ein Adam nitfas al shas tzarei. So I'm going to say something which is karev l'kfira. And now I have all your attention. I don't believe that the Eibishter is going to fill this void that Akiva left behind. I think that mitzad das balabatim, from das tachtin, the Eibishter's been doing a pretty lousy job over the last 2,000 years. His Yelp reviews are not good. The void that Akiva left is going to be filled by each and every one of us. Each and every one of us, when we put ourselves and push ourselves beyond the limits, when we stop being teifes so much makim, when we stop halting zich azefil from zich, and we add a little bit in our kavanah b'tfilah, like was mentioned earlier, we add a little bit in our kavanah nashi yatzer specifically, we add a little bit in our limud chassidus, we add a little bit in our ibergigabinkeit, bein adam lechavere. Because ultimately, the one word, Farbrengen about this on Shabbos, the one word that was repeatedly associated with Akiva's relationship with his Talmidim is love. That he loved his students and that love was reciprocated and mirrored, that they loved him back. We have to fill our hearts with a little bit, at least, of that love. And right now, besides for the void and all the Geise Gute Chassidische Inyanim, Akiva didn't come to us in a void. And in fact, there's a wife and children who had to put themselves aside, who had to void their own existence in order to share Akiva with all of us. The Bnei Akiva. Now is the time that we have to give back. There's two terms that are used. Tzedakah v'chesed. Chassidus retzach harum, the chiluk zwischen sei. There's the famous sikh of the Rabbi everyone's familiar with, that tzedakah is not charity. Tzedakah is righteousness. Recht. Says recht, that right now we have to open up our hearts and open up our wallets and give back to the wife and children who have shared Akiva with us, who put themselves aside so we can experience the godless of Rabbi Akiva. Right now, everyone needs to go to the website and give. You gave already? Give a little bit more. You can always find. You'll have to skip your latte tomorrow morning. One latte less. Go to the website, give back. Show that love that Akiva showed to us, reciprocate it to his family, that they should never feel a need, they should never feel farkfetched, they should never feel that they gave and Chalila, they were forgotten and abandoned. I think that's the Tzav Hashah. That's what has to, that's the real Peil Mamish. Of course, Zagen Nacha Bissel L'chaim, and you could make another Asher Yotzer mit Asach Havana. But Peil Mamish, right now, go to the website. It doesn't matter what happened before, and it doesn't matter what's going to happen after, because I'm telling you, I'm not a fundraiser. And there'll be a lot more professional fundraisers that are going to come on later, and you'll give again later. But right now, seize the moment. Put yourself aside. Be like Akiva. Go to the website, contribute, give. Be'elam haza agashmi, fill that void, and help us go miteich simcha v'tuv levav likras Mashiach tzidkeinu v'kitzu v'ranu sheich niyav l'chaim.
Chaim l'chaim. Someone just sent me a message that they tried to give and it's impossible to give online. So please, those that are working on the back end, please fix that. I do remember, I don't know whose Levaya it was, but we were in the Blue Mountain for Yeshiva's Kayetz, and the whole yeshiva got schlepped back to a Levaya, and I still don't know whose Levaya it was. And we came in the middle of a Hesped, and all I remember from that Hesped is that the guy was, whoever it was speaking, I don't know who it was, I don't know who the nifter was, got up and he said, Anachnu maminim b'nei maminim, and it's not just a song. That's what the person was saying. The slogan on the Reiztan that they have is Sheli v'shelachem shelahi. That our Torah, our growth, and your growth is hers, is the family's. It's not just the song. It's not just the slogan. This is the fact. This is real. And I see that, yes, they could give. Thank you, Mendel. So this is real. It's not a slogan of a campaign. It's not a catchy thing for our hearts. We all have to realize that this is the truth. And yes, we all gave and can give and should give and encourage others to give. Because shali v'shalachem shalahi. As a matter of fact, there's a whole line of speakers. I want to share one of the things that Rabbi Wagner pushed us when we came to Zal. And at the time, I didn't really appreciate it so much, but we did Kabbalah Soil until we developed the appreciation, was that after davening, we should all walk to Yesod HaTorah and Farbrengen with Reb Mendel Aronov, until he started coming to the yeshiva. But we'd go a kvutza of Bochrim. We'd sit around the table in Yesod HaTorah in the shul, and he would, and I would say, Rabbi Wagner, what are we doing here week after week? He said, Dar sitzen und abheren von achosid. So we would sit. And one of the stories that he would say, and I heard it from him many times, is that there was one time a Levaya in a city, and as the Oren came out, people were crying. And people, mamish, were crying for this wonderful person that passed away. And somebody got up and turned to the Olam and he said, how much do you care about this person? And they cried more and more. He says, no, I didn't ask how much tears you have, but how much did you care? How much money did you give the mishpacha to be able to be mamshik? That was the story I heard pamim from Reb Mendel Aronov. So I want to say l'chaim. We all cried many, many tears. And that's, it's a testament that Talmidim all around the world, I got texts and I saw messages and stories, Pashut crying until many Talmidim called Rabbanim if they should Pashut Tir Kriya, which is not something you hear of, B'chlal. But this is how deeply connected people feel and felt. But tears, sometimes it feels good to feel bad. And then we go home, we get strick schlafen, because we felt good that we felt bad. That can't be the case here. We should have to give. And someone mentioned that we're just $3,000 short of the 500,000 goal, which is only part of the goal, 2,000 now. So please, l'chaim, everyone continue to give. And now I'd like to ask one of my great Yedidim, who really introduced me to Rabbi Wagner by coming together to the Tannersville camp, someone that I know, mamish, from kindergarten on, a dear Yedid of mine, a dear Shvaga of Rabbi Wagner, a Talmud of Rabbi Wagner, Rabbi David Lapkovsky, the Rebbe Shliach to Oakland, California, to please Farbrengen with us in this very, very sensitive and emotional time for you, the family, and for all his Talmidim, this very personal time. Reb David, should only have nechama, you and your entire family, and we should continue to share simchis, la'arichas yom v'shanim toivos. David, please, Farbrengen.
Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just at a simcha over here. There's a little noise in the background. L'chaim. Thank you, Gershi and Rabbi Avtson, and everybody who spoke earlier. I wasn't able to hear everyone, but I'm sure I don't want to repeat anything. It's hard to talk, obviously, and after listening for the last week, you know that whatever you thought you know is only Efes Katseo V'Shemetz Mineho. I got to know Akiva when I was 9 years old. One day I woke up in the morning and I was told that my sister is getting engaged to a guy named by Akiva Wagner. I met him a few hours later. And that was the start of our relationship. It wasn't the time that we were together in a car or anywhere else where he tested me on the Gemara that I was learning. It was, it was somebody who was Mali V'Gadosh Mila Krese B'Shasu Peskim. He was someone that not only learned but read and wrote already at that time at a young age. I overheard someone the other day and saying, why would the Rosh Shiva and Lubavitch marry his first daughter off to someone who was not a Lubavitcher family? And I remember B'Shas Maisa, when they spoke about it, is that whoever my parents went to look for a shidduch, they all said that the biggest Eloi, the best of the best, is Akiva Wagner. And they kept on hearing it over and over and over again. So that was the beginning. And later I became his Talmid in the first year, right after Pesach. I went with Manny Balkany. We went to Flutes Toronto and became part of that first year in the yeshiva. We were the first students, but there were thousands of students after us. And then hearing how much effect that he had on all of the students. Akiva was someone who was, not only wasn't he your regular guy, but he was Mashichmei V'Mayla Mikolam. He was someone who was Sai Nigla and Sai Chassidus, everything. When Akiva started the yeshiva and he started the camps even earlier, he was a trailblazer. At that time, there were the institutional yeshivas, Lubavitch Shiva, Latera, Morristown, Montreal, LA. There were, you can count on two hands, you can count all the yeshivas, but they were all yeshivas that were backed by dozens of years, and yeshivas that belonged to communities. And Akiva felt the importance to open up his own yeshiva. He felt an importance that there's something that the other yeshivas are not offering the Bachrim. There's something, this week's parsha speaks of this Parshas Bamidbar. In Parshas Bamidbar, when the Yidden go into Midbar, the famous question is why did the Yidden have to be there for 40 years? Taka is the Yidden of the Meraglim, and the Eibusha was punishing the Yidden. But the Eibusha punishing the Yidden itself is not enough. It says the Yidden went out. They went out in a hurry. The whole Pesach is all about the Nakuda that the Yidden went out and they didn't even have time. And here all of a sudden they're waiting 40 years. Why are they waiting 40 years? Obviously the Eibusha had another reason, a reason why for the 40 years. And it's interesting, Medrash Tanchuma in Beshalach that says that the Eibusha, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Imani Ma'lichan der Pshuta Achshav Machazkim Ish Besado Bekerem Uvatlim Min HaTorah. Ela Ani Ma'lichan der Chamidbar V'yechlu Samon V'yishtu Mei Be'er V'Atorah Misyasheves Begufan. That the Eibusha sent them into Midbar because the Eibusha felt that if they go right away into Eretz Yisrael, then they're gonna be Mevatel Torah. So the Eibusha wanted that the Yidden should go through a Midbar V'Atorah Misyasheves Begufan. That for 40 years the Torah should be Misyashev in the Guf, and then they can go into Eretz Yisrael. And I think that a Bacher, when he becomes bar mitzvah and he starts becoming a teenager, he realizes that he wants to be machzik, ish bekerem, ish besada, and they want him in Vatal Torah. So what does the Eibusha say? Ani malichan derech hamidbar. Derech hamidbar is a yeshiva. in the yeshiva is Yechlu Samon V'Yishtamei Be'er. A yeshiva is a place where the food's not good. It's mamish like a midbar. You're not in your comfortable bed. You're not anywhere where you feel like you're in the heim, but you're in a place of a midbar. And those are the most important years of a Talmud, is the years that they're going through the yeshiva, the 6 or 7 years they're going through Masifta and Zal. And that's when a person is Mimali Kresai, that then he's able to continue later and go into his Sada and Kerem and not be in Vatal Teira. And Akiva felt that the other yeshivas were doing a good job, but not a good enough job. And he felt there's another way of doing things. And that's why he opened up as the first of all we call today the smaller yeshivas that there are waiting lists for, because he felt that he had something to offer that no one else was able to offer. And he became a Rosh Yeshiva, but mainly a Mashpia. From hearing all of the Talmidim, or a lot of the Talmidim speak during Shiva, you heard over and over the same Nekuda. Not all of them connected to the Gemara. Not all of them connected to the Lumdis. They said it was flying over them. They Bechal didn't understand what was going on. But the hashpah that they got from Akiva, the hashpah that they felt, the hashpah that they saw in him, that he wasn't someone who was above them. He was their Rosh Yeshiva or their Mashpia, but he felt one-on-one with them. He felt on the same level as the Talmidim. Each one felt that their small problems were his big problems. You see, he was Mashpia on them. He once told me, he says, I work on these Bachrim, and then they go to Shedalid and they lose it all. They go back. And that's why he wanted to open at one point. He wanted to open, he invited a Shedalid because he felt that the Bachrim are changing, but then they go back into the system and it messes them up. And that's something that, that Akiva was payal, again, not on 1, not on 10, not on 100, not on 1,000, but thousands and thousands of Talmidim that went through, either directly or indirectly. Akiva also had a Kehila there. Those who remember Tannersville, he had a whole community of Tannersville that would love his Farbrengens and come to his Farbrengens, even though every once in a while after L'chaim he had to go to Schreiber. But it was anybody who knew him, when you think about it, learning the history of the Gedali Yisrael, and you see that some of the greatest Gedalim passed away young. You see whether it was the Arizal or the Ramah, and you ask yourself, in 35 years, 38 years, 50 years, how could a person accomplish so much? When you look at Akiva, you can see it. In such a short time, he changed over Lubavitch as we know it, in the sense that the Talmidim knew that their Rosh Yeshiva, when you look at the literature yeshivas and they come to their chasana, they want their Rosh Yeshiva, they're connected to Rosh Yeshiva, the Yeshiva is their best friend. What the Yeshiva you were with him when you were 13, 15, 16, 17. But when you got to know Akiva, you understood what it meant. So many people, I was just sitting now at a simcha, and someone told me that the day he went to Toronto was the day that changed his life. And it's not one person saying it, not a dozen. It's every single person that you meet that went to Toronto, went to the yeshiva, or went to Tannersville before that, or Hamilton, or Hunter Mountain, or even before that, even Olatera. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. Toronto was then a midbar shmama for Hasidus in a certain aspect. And even when he went there, it wasn't the place that was a makim teira of Lubavitch. It wasn't at all. And it was Vaikanu Bayechav, both in Olatera and both there. And yet he was able to create something so beautiful and so unique that it changed so many lives. We always like to quote the Gemara that in Shabbos Daf Lamed that Amarava b'shash machnisim adam l'din, the 3 questions, the famous questions they ask of Nasata v'Nasata be'emuna, or Kavaiti itim l'teira, and Asakta piv v'rivya, and Tzipis l'yishua, 4 questions. And on the first question, Nasata v'Nasata be'emuna, so there's an interesting pirush that says, what's pshat Nasata v'Nasata be'emuna is, did you negotiate in emuna? It says, did you accept the emuna in Bias HaMashiach and emuna in the Eibishter? The emuna that you have is something that was just because you were born into it, automatically you're going to accept it? Or did you negotiate with emuna? Did you struggle with emuna? Did you find your own way in emuna? And I think by Akiva for sure, even at a young age, 13, 14 already, he felt like he was questioning and he was trying to understand the derech. Kavaiti to Matera. Kavaiti to Matera is obviously the Gedalim asked the question. Obviously, a Bentera is Kviyasi to Matera. And some of them answer that Kavaiti to Latera means that it was only Latera, that it was Mamish, there was any time that you were the Yom of Alayla, you were Asik in Teda. And Piva Virivia is something that it's obviously not only 12 children, but the thousands of Talmidim. Sakta, the Piva Virivia is talking about Talmidim. Someone who was Isaac Yemam Balayla, in Mitten Nacht, in Mitten Tag. There was never a moment that he didn't go into the dorms and he didn't go look after this Bacher, after that Bacher. And Tzipisali Yeshua, which is the last one, the Koch in Geula, the Koch in Mashiach that Akiva had. I don't know if there's anybody who was able to match him in that Indian. So I'll leave it at that. But I think that I'd love to hear others, especially the Talmidim. For me and Gershi and the Raleigh that will come later, it's 20 something years ago, and still, we're so connected to Akiva, and we're so connected to the yeshiva, and we're so connected. I'm sure for the Bachrim that it's even newer and it's even more fresh. That connection is even stronger, and you're able to see it in their life. And obviously, v'chayit nalibai, that we all have to take one piece of Akiva, one piece that we saw by Akiva that was unique. And there's so many things, and every other Yiddish Benafshe, what it was that he saw, that he can learn from, that day to day and week a person can change their lives by small things. Akiva didn't believe in changing at once. Small things in life, take upon yourself something small, because even if you change 1 degree in your driving, you're going to end up somewhere else after a lot of miles.
L'chaim, l'chaim, Reb David. L'chaim, l'chaim. We, at least myself and many of the people on the Zoom, are the Mekablim of Rabbi Wagner, Rabbi Akiva, and we would hear from him about his mashpim. There's no question that there were 2 people that when he mentioned their name, there was a new derech eretz, and it was almost like a tziter of oy, ema v'yira bereses u'beziyah, when he would mention there are 2 people, and he would say there are 2 people that gemacht better is. One is unfortunately not here with us, the famous legendary shliach of Avram Levitansky, who was the mashpia ishi of Rabbi Wagner. And I remember one time we were sleeping and they woke up the whole dorm of the yeshiva. Why? Because Rabbi Vitansky came to town. Farbrengen, doesn't matter what and when, the kesher that he had with Rabbi Levitansky is ein l'shair. And then he would speak, and the bittul and the respect to not just someone that is a tremendous Talmud Chacham and Rosh Yeshiva in his own right, not just somebody that is an uncle of the Wagner family, but somebody that he took, I heard it from him, as a mentor, as a madrich, and as a dugma chaya of Chassidish Rosh Yeshiva that cares about Talmidim. He would always behadras kovid to his very, very famous and choshiva uncle, the Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshiva Al-Khan Chabad, Harav Ezra Shochat, who's here with us tonight, so Farbrengen v'achai yiten al liboy. Rabbi Shochat.
It's very hard to speak. And my head is blank when it comes to the thinking about the Akiva. We don't say a spadium, but the chayit in a liboy, we have to take limudim. There's a known word that you say, but this was emes, that it was nifter when he was also in his 50s, young. And one of the children said that he had arichas yamim. And he asked him, what do you mean I had arichas yamim? I was very young. So he said, I didn't say arichas shonim, I said arichas yamim. Every day by him was utilized. and the days were long days that, in other words, they had the full teichen. There's a sikha the Rebbe by Avram Avinu. It says Zoken above Yomim, that the Medrash says, Yeshach Zoken shein above Yomim, Yeshach above Yomim shein Zoken. And the Rebbe explains in the sikha, Zoken is Eshekon Chochma, that's Shlemus Nafshay that he did to reach whatever madrega. Baba Yomim is that he utilized each day, and each day had its own teichen. Yesh Chazoken Sheina Baba Yomim, that sometimes a person works, they has Shlemus and Nefesh, but in Welt, in Zman, in Mokim, he didn't manage to accomplish so much. Yesh Baba Yomim Sheina Zoken, it brings over there the story with the Beis Yosef, that because of a certain thing, he told him that the Maggid Mishorim told him that he won't be zeicha to die al Kiddush Hashem. But if he would have died al Kiddush Hashem, the Rebbe says in the Sichos Mashma, he wouldn't have been able to write the Shulchan Aruch. He wouldn't have been able to write this form that the Beis Yosef is famous for. Beis Yosef, Kesef Mishnah, and Shulchan Aruch. So he says, but when it comes to Zokin, Shlemus HaNefesh, so there's no daga that's higher than dying al Kiddush Hashem. But when it comes to accomplishing in the world, that Yeshama comes down over here also to accomplish in the world, so Boba Yom, that's the end of the Shulchan Aruch, the Beis Yosef. Kesef Mishnah, and the other form that he wrote for entire Klal Yisrael, for everybody. The Kol Klal Yisrael is Nishan Aleim. So, Rabbi Kiva, this Indian was ad Yom HaAchrein, even through the Yisurim, the Yoim, even when he had Kol Minei Chlishos and everything, his status to be able to say Shurim for the Talmidim, his status to utilize whatever the koiches he had, was a dover miyuchad. The time shouldn't go to waste, and I can still accomplish something. I can say another shir. I can say make another Farbrengen, give another Eitzer Teva v'chuli. So utilize up to the last minute. I heard from a young man that said they were the Walabatim, they wanted to share in Chassidus, even though that he was very busy with the yeshiva, with Kol Side Tirdus Gashmias, Side Tirdus Ruchnias, Side Tirdus of the Talmidim. And they asked him, they want to share Chassidus at 6:30 in the morning. And he accepted, and he said that share at 6:30 in the morning, even though it had to be in a different place of the town. To utilize every opportunity to be Mezakis Rabbin, to utilize every opportunity to be able to accomplish something, I can do something more. I can deal with another Talmud, V'chuli. That's something that we have to, Mamashi was a dugma chai of that, of how you have to be a Bobi Yomim and utilize every opportunity that the Eibusha gives us for Alma Hodein to be able to accomplish whatever we could accomplish. That's Be'etzim, the Rebbe explains that's the Teichen of Sfiras HaEmer, that every day is counted and you have to count each day, and to realize that there's no more precious thing than the time that the Eibusha gives us. Even Yomov is an Aveda Shein Chazeres. Akiva Yisad is B'muchash, how he tried to do whatever he could do and to utilize every opportunity that the Eibusha gives him. And that's the first thing that we have to learn from him. That we have to try to, the Eibusha gives us an opportunity, and we have an opportunity to do another mitzvah, to do another, to learn more Torah, to accomplish something more in this world, to fulfill the shlichus which the Eibusha put us into this world. And that he was a dugma chaya for everybody to do whatever you can do, an opportunity arises. And Ba'al Kulam, everything was done with a smile. Everything was done with simcha, that he appreciated the opportunity that the Eibusha gives him, appreciate the opportunity that he's able to accomplish something, and to realize that I'm here and I can be mamaled with the shlichus that I have over here by Alma Hodein. Another dogma which is connected with these days, it's a known letter and sikha from the Rebbe the Talmid Rabbi Akiva passed away during this time because Leinogu Kovitz Ebezer. The Rebbe asked the question, what's Pshat Leinogu Kovitz Ebezer? Since they're called Talmidei Rabbi Akiva, so they were Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva, so therefore definitely learned Midrachov and the Misnaik Biz, they had Nagoisov, and Rabbi Akiva is the one that said, V'haftu l'recha kamecha said, Kalkol B'Teiro. So how is it possible that Leinogu Kovitz Ebezer? And the Rebbe explains, he understands. Because they were Talmidei Rabbi Akiva, so there's the Shimon Pomer the Torah, and everybody has his Tunas HaNefesh. One is Eivid Mor Me'ava, one is Eivid Mor Me'yiru, one is Eivid Mor Me'Gtat Kabbalas Oil, and there's many Harbi Drachim L'Mokim. There's many ways, and each one of the Talmidei Rabbi Akiva, he learned a certain way from Rabbi Akiva. And whichever way he learned, whichever way he served the Eibishter, so it consumed him in totality. It consumed him in such totality that he felt a mile, and there's a mile in each derech of Avodas Hashem and Kedusha. Everything has a mile over the other one. There's a mile of Ava, there's more Chayes, there's more Simcha, there's a mile of Yira, there's more Bittul, mile of Kabbalas Oil. To do that's what demanded from you without thinking any cheshbonos. Every derech has its mile, and since each they were Talmidei Rabbi Akiva, and whatever derech they had, their avodas Hashem and their limud haTorah and their kiyum mitzvahs, so it totally consumed them. It took them through and through. And when he saw somebody else that he doesn't go with derech hazeh, even though he's avodas Hashem in his derech, but the avodah of Yira doesn't have the same mile as the avodah me'ava. And because he was a Talmid of Rabbi Akiva and wanted to be Mekayim V'hafta l'recha kamecha, that the second one should also have the milas of his derech of being Ovid Me'av. So he tried to influence him, because V'hafta l'recha kamecha, whatever milas I feel and I learned, so I have to try to give it over to the other person. But the other person was totally consumed and totally taken through B'chol Machevor V'Zag Gidov and his derech of Avodah Me'yira or Avodah B'Tach Kabbalas Oil. So there was no mokum by him to add the derech of Matech Ava, and he was Eivid Me'yira, so he wasn't Mekabel the Hashpor. So the Talmud that was Eivid Me'ava, he saw a certain chisorn in the other Talmud, and that's where the Leinogu Kovitz Ebezer comes in. That the Leinogu Kovitz Ebezer is because he felt that he was missing something that he could have had. So that was the chisorn of COVID. So the Rebbe said what we have to learn from that is that whatever derech we are serving the Eibishter, each one according to the Fi Tchunas Nafshay, the Fi Koy Chaysof. So we have to be totally involved in that derech. That there was no time that each one was involved totally. In the derech that he was serving the Eibishter, and the derech that he was Leimet Torah and Kayim Mitzvahs. And that when I have a certain mahalach, which brings me closer to the Eibishter, whatever mile I have to try to see that the second person should have it. That wasn't the taina either. The taina was that even when the second person wasn't mekabel the hashpor, because he was ovid as Hashem b'dakoi l'fi tchunas nafshoi, so there still has to be no kol that you have to recognize that ein de'aseh shoves. And everybody has his Tunas HaNefesh, and everybody has his way of how he's Meskar HaKodesh Baruch. And therefore, that even though that you don't see in him the mile of your derech, still you have to recognize the miles of the other derech, and there has to be no Kovitz Ebezer. That's the limit that we have from Talmidei Rabbi Akiva. And this is one of the things that by Akiva, that by him, he always saw the milas in every single person, in every single Talmud. Even if the Talmud has certain chesonos, he always analyzed where does this cheson come from and how can I make a way how to fix it. And tried to be mashpia in every way possible. Even if he wasn't mekabel, he still saw the milas. And this was another thing that we have to learn from him. Is his livus and his koch and his attachment to when he hears something that he feels that this is emes and this is avodas Hashem and this is derech Chassidus and this is the way I can be nis'aleh b'sulam ha'olam b'beis Hashem. So to try to get involved in that in totally and fully, ad kedei mesiras nefesh. Like we saw b'miyuchad by him, that it was mamish mesiras nefesh in his days, to be able to mashpia as much as he can, even though that it cost him a lot of isurim, and even though it cost him a lot of hardship. But if I can help another yid, to do it with my full concentration, and even if he's not mekabel because he has his mahalach, I saw Muchash that didn't take away this thing that he took this limud of the Rebbe's letter in full concentration. What we have to concentrate on is how we can be Heilig B'Drachav, and what he taught us and what he tried to give us, and want to do things that should only be Aliyah Basar Aliyah and only Hashpoah Basar Hashpoah. So there's the word from the Rebbe Rashab, Ruah Mizake Avur, that every Yid could help another Yid. So the Rebbe Rashab writes in Chanech Lenar that by Bro, since Shloisha Shutfim B'Odom, and therefore the parents, they are Shutfim in his Etzem Etzias over here in Olam Hazeh. So whatever mitzvah the son does, it goes automatic to the automatic credit of the father. When somebody else who's not a son does something for somebody else, he has to have a special kavanah. I'm doing it who's playing been playing. But when his son does something, so it's an extension of the father, and automatically it goes brom zakalevur. And Talmidim Eila Habonim, and Akiva had a lot of Talmidim that he was moist nafshe to that they should grow in the proper way, they should develop in the proper way. So it's the bonim, and take whatever hashpoah, whatever you heard from him, learn better because of that, daven better because of that, do mitzvahs better because of that. To think through of which way he taught me to go to become a chassid Yirei Shamayim and a lamdan like the Rebbe demanded from every single Tomim, and to that everything should be in avodah tama. So that's the koyach that we can do if you want to make a Farbrengen, the Kovod Akiva. So you have to know the bechein and the limud and the hachlot teva that we do. That is the ultimate Farbrengen, and that's the ultimate way of it, the way we can see the hemshach of what he accomplished over here in this world, the seeds that he planted, that they can grow. There should be a tzaddik atomer yifrach that didn't look only on his own beauty like an eris that grows high and strong, but a tomer does not grow so high and strong, but his mile is katomer yifrach, that he gives peiros, and that's the biggest chus that we can do over here, and that Akiva's legacy should stay and remain for Ad Bias Mashiach, Ad Bias Hagoyel, and beyond. That to take those things that he showed us, a dugma chaya, how we have to learn, how we have to daven, how we have to do mitzvahs, and kulam b'teich simcha, and to show upon his seichkes, and to everybody that we come in touch with, that he always, mamish always came with a smile, always came with a good feeling when he said Shalom Aleichem to him. So we have a lot to learn. We should go in his drachim, and this way he's together with the Rebbe. He's Chaim Nitzchiyim, and it doesn't stop. So there should be a lot of hatzlocha. And remember that we have that achrayus, that we had a shaykhis with him, and we heard from him, and we learned from him. So to take that and keep it alive with the chayis pnimi, the way we know he would do it, and with the same type of mesiras nefesh. Another thing that we see that Lamaisa clear was similar, like by Mittler Rebbe, it wasn't the Yom Haledes Mamish, by him it was the day after the Yom Haledes. There's a stalkus. It shows a certain shlemus in the Avodah. Well, the Rebbe explains in a Sikha that even those that are nostalgic on the Yom letters itself, the Pshat is they had that shlemus of Voim Kol Yomov, but except they had another thing to accomplish in the coming year after the Yom letters. So for him, it was mamash the Yom HaShleba, 1 day later. It was that whatever we do, we have to try to do it as completely as possible, with as full shlemus as possible. Okay, it happened that Yimei HaEmer. Yimei HaEmer is, like I said before, that every day has to be counted, every day has to have its meaning, every day has to have its misper, every day is Peil Pululase, every day has its teichen, and to utilize that teichen. We that are here and we're left over here, we still have something to do over here in this world. And we should go ahead and accomplish it with the same type of simcha, with the same type of mesiras nefesh. And hey, Zichrei Baruch, we should. There's a lot to remember and a lot to learn from him. We have to learn it. L'chaim, l'chaim.
L'chaim, l'chaim, Rabbi Shochat, v'yarech yomim ha'mamlachto, l'chaim, l'chaim. Before we go to the next speaker, I'd like to actually share something that Rabbi Wagner told me many times that he heard from Rabbi Shochat. That gives him a lot of chizuk. When you run a moisid, especially the moisid chinuch, it's hazoirim bedimo. Some of you like was tuich, and he says one of the things that keeps him going, was one time his uncle Rabbi Shochat told him when he opened the yeshiva Gevern Recht, something in the Ayoim Yoim. If you open up the Psich in the Ayoim Yoim about the Rebbe's biography, it says in Tovshin Yud Zayin, the Rebbe's accomplishment is Miyasid Yeshivas Lubavitch Be'er Toronto. That the Rebbe found it important that it should be in the Ayoim Yoim, that it was Magia, that there's a yeshiva in Toronto in Tovshin Yud Zayin. L'choyre, it's a bullshit to have it there. You're having a yeshiva that I don't even know what the yeshiva was or how long it lasted. It definitely wasn't something that was nimshach. And yet, this is clearly for the whole world to see that in Tovshin Yud Zayin, Miyasid Yeshivas Lubavitch Be'er Toronto. Rabbi Shochat told Rabbi Wagner that when you opened up the yeshiva, that was the yeshiva that the Rebbe's hemshich of that yeshiva that the Rebbe was miyasid. He said now that Selaich, the Yom Yom life, and he says when he had his tough days, getracht wegen dem. Was tuich da? He's continuing what the Rebbe was miyasid. The koiches, he understood that it wasn't koich of Adam. The Rebbe was miyasid this yeshiva in Toronto. So l'chaim Rabbi Shochat. Now we would like to call our next speaker who, besides being a shachein to Toronto, I know for sure is from the closest relatives and the yedidus nafshis they had together as being shvogers around the same age. I don't know exactly the same age, but around for sure. And for shonim and the gishmak that they had together and the hours spent together, Farbrengen together, discussing together, and mamish having kids raised in the house together. I know the kesher is really, really ein l'tayr ve'ein l'shayr. Like to ask the Rebbe Shliach in Buffalo, Rabbi Lazer Lapkovsky, the oldest shvoger, to Farbrengen a bissel mit the oilam. And I know it's difficult at this time, but please, Farbrengen a bissel mi oimek alev, dvorim hayotzim in alev, nichnosim alev. Officially on the sign, it said 9:30 is open mic. So open the heart and let it be open mic for Farbrengen a bissel with the oilam. This you have to call him your 2-year-old to help with the technology of today. On your son's phone, you have sound?
Hear me now?
Yeah. Turn off the other screen.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, there. Yeah, as you mentioned, I've been through Rabbi Kiva for many years and known him for 32 years. It's very difficult to speak about him in that way. I was Zeicha the last couple, this winter. He actually spent here 2 Shabbosim. And one Shabbos was after he hasn't seen his Talmidim. He's giving shiurim for a whole year. And he was able to come up to Buffalo. And the Bachim came from Toronto. And the simcha he had, he pretty much made a shachiyanu, if I remember correctly. So out of shachiyanu, he was able to see the Bachim. The simcha he had to see the Bachim was just amazing. His health was not good. Everything was very difficult for him. But coming here and being with the Bachim, I remember Farbrengen, Friday night, Shabbos morning, he called the Bachim to come before davening, to come to give a Shir Chassidus. Then Shabbos afternoon, he Farbrengen till after Maidiv. And from there, he went to Shul. It meant so much for him. The love he had for every one of the Bachim was just amazing to see. Later on Sunday, he was totally out. Monday was very difficult. But he was so happy that he was able to see the Bachim, his Talmidim, after so long. It was such a difficult thing to see the way he felt, but the simcha he had to see the Bachim that he's teaching, to be able to see them, be part of them, was just amazing. It gave him so much chayas. He suddenly, it picked him up. The whole Shabbos was different Shabbos. He was going for hours and hours. It was just amazing to see. I mean, we spoke for the last few hours. I was speaking about. Everyone knows Akiva, his lamdus, his geinus, his hashpah, his davening, everything he did fully. There's not much you could add. I mean, he was in every single aspect. Obviously, slowly he had my own 3 kids. All the 3 kids lived in his house for a couple of years, quite a few years, because they went to Toronto to get chinuch. And every time I thank him, he said, "You don't have to thank me. This was something that he believes he was so happy to do." It's the attitudes. It's sometimes a lot more than what you do. Shabbos, I spoke to a lot of people actually met him. This 2 Shabbos was here. Yeah, we spent the summer over here, at least one summer, if I remember correctly. But the people really loved him over here in Buffalo. On Shabbos, I spoke on the Pirkei Avos. The Rebbe speaks in the Sicha about Arba Midas. Person says Shalish, V'Shalach, Shalcha is a to me the Baininus. And yes, I mean the same. And the Rebbe asked the question, what's it doing in Pirkei Avos? And Shalish, Shalcha, Shalish, the Chassid, what does it mean? And the Rebbe explains that the secret is ha'emer. The person, it's just what you say. It's not how much you do, but it's the way you say it. When you're ready to give yourself totally over to somebody else, that it's not mine, it's all yours. That's the Rebbe said. That's what a chassid is. The midah bainis is also somebody that gives money and helps others and gives everything. But later on, the Rebbe says in the Sicha, he has to put in a shtech. He has to say, "I gave it to you." By Rabbi Akiva, it was so much. He was able to give himself away so much. He didn't feel he did something. He felt this is part of his life. This is who he was. It wasn't something he gave, something belongs to him. He helped someone out. He did something special. This is who he was. He did it with so much. Everything he believed was what Chassid, what the Mishnah says Chassid that a person is willing to give up. It's not mine. It's really yours. Abishta gave it to me to help others. Everything he had, he was able to give it away. B'leiv Shalom. He was able to. He didn't feel special because he wasn't sleep nights. He went straight from Farbrengen to teaching again. To was telling me he was in the hospital and he was waiting to get chemo, and they pushed things off. So he had some more time. So he found himself a room on the side, and he gave a shir. Towards the end of the shir, when the woman came complaining, he was making too much noise. He says to the bachim, he says, she doesn't like what I'm saying. She slugged me up. She doesn't agree with what I said. But it wasn't like he felt he did anything special. He felt this is who he was. He gave everything he had. He was willing to give away. And the people used to come. I remember always in the house, when I used to be in Toronto, there were always lines of people coming to collect money. He gave it, people that many of us may have not have given. He was so happy to give it. The chesed he did. Usually you speak about Rashi, you speak about his lumdus, his teda, his ge'enus, but he had everything. You don't speak usually about a Rashi about the stock he gave, the chesed he had. So much Shiva was saying about how somebody came to give for a gemach and took a loan. Everyone knew the guy's no way he's going to be able to pay it. Everyone told him, don't give. He's not going to be able to pay you. He gave it anyway. And the guy didn't have money to pay back and came again for another gemach. They told him he's not going to be able to pay it. He gave him a second time. He didn't think about anything special because that's who he was. He was gave himself over to everyone, gave himself over to Talmidim, gave himself over to the community, gave himself over to anyone he came in contact with. He did it with such love, such ivigemkeit. That's who he was. So, like I mentioned before, we can't be Rabbi Akiva, but at least something we can learn. A chayit, everyone can learn something, a little bit that we could take about how we could give with a good heart. If it's giving a shir, somebody asked you to learn a little bit. Mentioned before, he had 6:30 in the morning a shir, and he had shir at night, shir by day. Anyone that wanted to learn with them, he was always available. With bachrim, with whatever it was, we had to learn, we had to give ourselves a little bit away to help others. Yeah, and spend all night speaking about him, but there's others, so be a dugma chaya for all of us.
Chaim Reblazer. Again, you and the entire family and extended family, only simchas, because he would not allow us to get sad, depressed, and down. Only simcha and only vaiter. L'chaim. Someone asked me recently, how did I feel when I was in yeshiva? So I said that I have a brother-in-law that's a campus shliach. And a campus shliach, there's no mashkiach. It's up to the shliach to inspire the talmidim to come and be involved. I said, when we were in yeshiva, I don't really remember. There was a mashkiach, I think, l'shem yichud kuchabrichu. There was someone that was marking, because there was a marker. But it wasn't, there was no way of the typical Yiras HaMashkiach that you think about. And it was Pashat, we were on fire. Farbrengen, also those days when we were in yeshiva, there was no such thing as Seder starting later. I don't know if now they've adjusted. We could Farbrengen till 6, Seder was 7:30. Why? Because Azoyet the Mashpia Rabbi Rabisky Gezok, and that's what it was. There was no moving the Seder, so there were nights and days, and there was no real enforcement. But the Ava, the energy, just schlepped us all in. So in campus, you have what they call a fraternity, which is the place where the students live. But it's not just a dormitory. It was in a dormitory and a fraternity. In a fraternity, they're known as brothers. The people are connected forever. They have their own minhagim. It's a culture. You can sleep in a dorm where you're a yachid, or you could sleep in a fraternity where you become brothers. So if Rabbi Wagner was the campus shliach, so then the dorm wasn't the dormitory. It definitely didn't have a standard of a dormitory. I slept on the floor of the kitchen apartment. It definitely wasn't a dormitory, but it definitely was a fraternity. that made us all brothers. So, and not just us, but really the idea of a fraternity today is that anyone that's in the fraternity 50 years later feels a special brotherhood to those that are in that fraternity today. The Jewish fraternity is AEPI. People will get jobs with the guy that was 50 years ago in AEPI because there's a certain brotherhood. So there's a certain language, a certain culture, maybe even certain codes, I don't know. So really, when I hear that there was a bacher that learning in Toronto, could be 20 years younger than me, I feel a certain brotherhood. But to this bacher, we're in the same house, with the same culture, we share the same ideas, and was in the same, and we got yelled at the same. There's a certain culture that bonds us all together. So one of my dear brothers that we entered the fraternity together, he's going to start the open mic forum where we're going to ask all the alumni to Farbrengen Bisala, is quite an accomplished young man. One of the greatest shluchim today, giving shiurim in Rambam and in other inyanim all over the world. His shiurim are heard all over the world. Recently, I was driving home and I hear his voice in the back of my car because my son was learning Rambam. I said, "Oh, it's like a nightmare. He's coming for me from the back of my car." It's a tremendous chus to ask Shliach of the Rebbe, Rav Yisrael Leib. There was Hanikra Raleigh Resnick, Rav Yisrael Leib Resnick, Shliach of the Rebbe in Northern California, one of the Boigrim and one of the original class who joined the year Shana Shnia like I did in the yeshiva in Toronto to please Farbrengen a bissel with the Olam. And with this, we finish the formal program and we enter the open mic. But Rabbi Resnick, bevakasha.
Yashakech, Rabbi Avtzin, Yashakech, l'chaim l'brach, l'chaim l'chaim. It said that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And that's, of course, true in life in general, and especially true when the people that you're referring to are 16 to 19-year-old bachrim. Yes, Rabbi Wagner was a true Renaissance man, a dynamic wellspring of nigla, machshava, sipurim, chassidus, and the depths of his shiurim really stimulated our young minds, impressionably so. I actually personally go back and glance at my notes every once in a while of the kaiftim, the haras of those years. But I know I speak for myself and for all the Talmidim, and each one will express it in their own way. The gateway through which his Torah and his worldview penetrated my mind and my heart was his ismasrus, his dedication, because once you knew that he cared, then you cared about what he knew. And to put it simply, he had a chush in Abbas Yisrael. Yes, young little Raleigh Resnick felt that his then 28-year-old Rosh Hashiva honestly cared about him. And that signature remains seared on my life because of that. So I'd like to share an insight from our Rosh Hashiva. I actually saw it was now printed in the book that they just put out after Shiva, a collection of aris, on Rabbi Akiva's secret, if you will, that he wrote, how to become an Oyev Yisrael. Now, during the yeshiva's first year at Edinburgh, Rabbi Wagner's father passed away at a young age. And at the first yard site, the yeshiva had only months earlier moved into the Bank Leumi, where it stands now on Lawrence and Bathurst. When we first arrived our first day, there were still fresh deposit slips there. The teller stations were all there. They were being demolished. And together on the first yard site of Rabbi Wagner's father, with a very memorable Achmasa Sefer Torah and the inauguration of the yeshiva's library, the yeshiva published a kovetz ha'aris dedicated to the memory of Rabbi Wagner's father. The kovetz was actually dated Yud Aleph Nisan. Rabbi Wagner's father's yard site is Daled Nisan. And by the way, when I say the yeshiva published, I mean the Mareches, Rabbi David Lubkovsky, maybe a few others, and Rabbi Wagner sitting with his two fingers at his computer, typing his contributions. And at that time, when we were in yeshiva, the Rebbe's Rishimas on Tanya were first being published. And that was the talk among everybody who was studying Tanya. And we all know Perek Lamed Beis Tanya, the Perek of Avos Yisrael, opens with the words, V'inei achi ayidei kiyum hadvarim hanal. In other words, Alter Rebbe is about to teach how a Yid should love a fellow Yid. And we do that by mastering Dvarim Hanal. the previously mentioned ideas. Now, what are those Dvarim Hanal? What do they refer to? And in the Rebbe's notations on Tanya, in his Rishimis, he comments with two words. The pay apostrophe shalif neza. Now, our Mashbier, Rabbi Rabisky, he had written about this notation of the Rebbe, and he said that the pay meant beprakim shalif neza. You have to be fulfilling the prakim before then. Perek Chavtes, Perek Lamed Aleph. Perek Chavtes and Lamed talk all about the lowly state of our body, our shortcomings, not living up to my potential. And then Perek Lamed Aleph tells us that we, although our bodies and our material pursuits are indeed despicable, our shortcomings, but nonetheless we should identify with our neshama. Well, Rabbi Rabisky said those are the messages you need to master in order to begin your journey into Ahavas Yisrael. You have to master Chavtes, Lamed, and Lamed Aleph. Liyas, Gufay, Nivza, V'nimes Be'enav. You have to feel a lowly state of your body, your shortcomings. Then you have to Raksim Chasi, Asim Chastit, and Nefesh Lavada. You have to feel the neshama, and then you can start Perek Lamed Beis. Now, without getting into the nitty-gritty back and forth, in that kivitz that marked Rabbi Wagner's father's first yahrzeit, Rabbi Wagner categorically disagreed. He insisted that the pay doesn't stand for beprokim shalif nizeh. It doesn't mean perek chavtes and lamed. No. Rabbi Wagner argued that it means beperek shalif nizeh. One chapter. There's one perek of Tanya, one chapter you have to be proficient in order to fulfill, and you have to fulfill that perek in order to master loving a fellow yid. Not chavtes and lamed, but lamed aleph, the perek shalif nizeh. In other words, the way Rabbi Wagner identified this, if a yid identifies his neshama, once I start seeing life through the lens of Get Lachai, through the prism of Elokus, then automatically everything falls in place. And if I can humbly suggest that this wasn't really Rabbi Wagner's academic analysis of the Rebbe's Rishimus, but it gives us a mindset into the Rosh Hashiva, and it gives us all food for thought at this auspicious time. His care, his love for us, his devotion for all of us Talmidim, it was predicated based on the Avodah of Perek Lamed Aleph, of really working on himself to see the truth of life, to call the bluff of this world, the bluff of Klippa, to see the Emes Havaya La'ilam. Because when you see that, when we all see that, then we can truly have a love. Now, many of us are in the business, if you will, of being mashpiyim, of being influencers. In some shape or form or capacity, all of us are. And if all of us can have a little bit of this, perspective, Perek Lamed Aleph, then we can really absorb a little bit of our Rosh Hashiva's perspective on life. Just want to conclude, my dear Chaver, Rabbi Gershi Avtzin, we all actually got together a few months ago for the 25th, in Chabad, we don't usually have high school or college reunions, but we had one, which was very special. People flew in from Ohio, from California, from Florida, from around the country, and we're the first class yeshiva we got together. And I just want to conclude with my last exchange with Rabbi Wagner. I was in New York a few months ago for the Kinnis HaShluchim, and hours before the banquet, I had the schus to pay him, a private visit in that front room that he spent so many hours in. It's a visit I'll treasure. And actually, you, Rabbi Avtzin, our manche, you have a knack of writing very prevalent and perhaps even borderline controversial pieces, usually in the realm of chinuch, that generate very healthy conversations and discussions in Lubavitch. And just to say, the days before the Kinnis, you had written a piece about whether or not we should continue raising Bachram with the expectation that they'll be appointed as shluchim or not. And somehow my conversation with Rabbi Wagner sort of turned to the topic of your talk. And what was so beautiful, and with this I'll conclude because I know there's so many people who want to share. What was so beautiful was his knee-jerk and instinctive reaction. His instinctive reaction, he really almost didn't understand why we're talking about there's a purpose for learning, No. A Bacher learns because he's supposed to connect to the Eibishter. What's going to happen? How it's going to develop? It will develop into a formal shluchas, an informal shluchas. It almost was not within his Weltanschauung. It wasn't within his perspective. So, l'chaim. I saw online there's a YouTube channel of his Tanya Shurim, and the last one there I just was listening to last night is the end of Perek Dalet, and he talks, Rabbi Wagner, sick at the time, he's talking about the value of being in this world. In fact, those of us who learn the Chassidische Parsha every week, that's actually the Alter Rebbe discusses that in great length. This is one of the sources in this Parsha. So may our Yofa Sha'achas of Tshuva Ma'asem Tevim in this world bring an Emes Achayim Haba to Rosh Hashiva and to the Avelim, to the family. You don't need us to tell you who Rabbi Wagner was, but I hope you take some nechama in knowing that he lives on in Banim, Elo HaTalmidim, in all of us. and all of us, if it's Hashem, will continue to do tshuva and masan tevim be'elam hazeh, so that we can bring back our Rosh Yeshiva, V'kitzu v'rano Sheikh Neyafar, B'seicham, and our Rebbe Bereishenu, B'gula Mitzvah Vashlema, Rashakoyach L'chaim L'brach.
L'chaim, l'chaim. Thank you, Rabbi Yisrael Leib. And we have to continue Farbrengen, V'chayitin aliboy. And now, again, I want to ask everybody, this is something I know it's coming out of your ears, but it has to go from ears to action, is we really, really, really have to encourage people to help and participate for the mishpacha at raistan.com/Rabbi Akiva. Every one of us have people that we can share it with. There is no reason. The idea is that tomorrow, the family should not even think that there was this thing. It's not because anyone wants it. We, on our own, want to make sure that the family, at the very least, should not have to worry about the Nyonim Gashmim. There's enough daigis, enough shilas, and there's enough worries. And for so much that they gave for us, this is so little for us to give back to them. And now is really the most raw and special time. It's time for the alumni and the Talmidim to share open and raw and emes. And with this, because of us over the Shaykhis Sum emes, I turn over to an emes Talmid who really force behind this Farbrengen and many of the YLT alumni initiatives, driving force, like Tas Mendel Erlewine, who we have a special kesher. His mother was my babysitter, and I was a little boy, so it's always somehow, before Seattle and everything. So L'chaim Mendel, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this and continue to be part of this. And really, Oimek Alev, take it away and make it real. Chaim.
Chaim, thank you so much, Gershi. So we looked far and wide for a real rabbi, chassid, someone who could appreciate Rabbi Wagner for the intellectual genius that he was and various other qualities to MC from this point out. But apparently all the chassidim have bedtimes, apparently. So everyone's checking out. First things first, I want to encourage everybody. This is very informal at this point. You could tell the proof is the fact that I'm speaking. So please go ahead and turn on your cameras. Let's see your beautiful faces. Let's turn this into something a little bit more informal. Then right after you turn on your camera, open another tab in Chrome and go to raistan.com/Rabbi Akiva and go donate something, make a team. Make a little bit of a lasting impact past the time of this call. I'm obviously young. I'm not going to. There's people on here that have known Rabbi Wagner for much longer. There we are. We're seeing some beautiful faces. Thank you, everybody. So hopefully I'll just be able to facilitate people to come on and speak. I have a couple people that I have from WhatsApp. Otherwise, if you can private message me on the Zoom channel if you'd like to speak, we'll be able to coordinate accordingly. I don't know why. From a very young age, I was obsessed with Rabbi Wagner. From when I was in even Cheder and Mesivta, we had a special connection. In Shir Beis Mesivta, I was asked to leave from the other Mesivta because of financial issues for a bit, and Rabbi Wagner welcomed me into the Zal just to sit there and take care of me for just with open arms. And then Shir Gimel, I was able to go to his Mesivta. And then from that point, we had a great connection. I'll just share one thing, which is that a lot of people, it's amazing that I think 90% of the people that are on this call probably appreciate Rabbi Wagner for like 30% of the person that he was. I think there's very few people that could really appreciate him for, like I said earlier, the intellectual genius and his other philosophical and chassidus knowledge qualities. There's probably very few people that are even intelligent enough to be able to know how amazing it was from that point. That's definitely not me. But something that I found astounding, we spent hours back and forth. I used to try to make him breakfast. I used to make him coffee and try to get him off, from 13 sugars, from having, a little coffee in his sugar to try to make it 50-50. And I was definitely by no means, I wrote this already because it's something that kind of stood out in my mind. I was by no means the best bacher or even a good bacher showing up on time to chassidus or any of that. But I think he realized about me that I did very well with responsibility. And while I was in Shir Olive Zal, there was two kids that were coming in younger, like they were going to the Shir Olive Masifta, and their parents asked Rabbi Wagner. They didn't really fit anywhere in the different Masiftas in town, so their parents asked Rabbi Wagner to make a specific class for them. So Rabbi Berkowitz taught them in the morning, and Rabbi Wagner tasked me with teaching them in the afternoon. So I was a bacher in Shir Olive Zal on yeshiva's payroll, and in the and not a good bacher at that, but I took it very serious. And in the afternoon, I was teaching them. And I remember this one time where he called me into his office and he was giving it to me over the head for just being me and not showing up in the morning and slacking off in general. And I was reciprocating in kind. I was responding, with excuses and he suddenly like flipped the switch and went from like the disciplinarian and just completely changed course. And we all of a sudden, next thing I knew, we were having a PTA meeting. We were discussing these two bachrim and where they're holding, what the tests are, and what I'm teaching them, and the sugya and this and the other. And that immediately, reflected a change within me, where I was, all of a sudden I became. We're having a conversation where I have responsibility, so I immediately reciprocated in kind. And through my years later in yeshiva, there's a lot of people in chinuch that unfortunately it's a default job and such. They get there, they're not that emotionally intelligent necessarily, so they get wrapped up very quickly in their educating. And he, like Rabbi Wagner, he never got himself wrapped up. He was always just trying to do whatever was most effective for the bacher. And if being a disciplinarian was effective, then great. And if not, he was able to completely flip on a dime and move on to a kind of a different thing. So that's something that always astounded me about Rabbi Wagner. Even later, when I was thinking of doing different things, he was having conversations with me on the phone. I was thinking of leaving Olei Torah and doing various things, and he was talking to me like what I wanted to do in general, that I want to have an impact on the world, and talking through things that in retrospect, there was no reason for him to have a serious conversation with a 19-year-old. That was something that was one specific episode that really stands out in my mind. We're seeing a couple more cameras come on. Once again, hit the link. Speaking of going to Rabbi Wagner's Masifta, one of the very special staff that were there that year was Zemel Levitansky, who's here on this call. So without further ado, Zemel, a few words, please.
You're putting me on the spot, Mendel, but it's okay.
I
am. So I actually ended up in Toronto the first time as a bacher. I landed there Zayin Cheshvan. Rabbi Wagner was very strict on having guys showing up for Chodesh Elul, but I didn't have a yeshiva to go to, which is another story. So I ended up there Zayin Cheshvan. They didn't have room for me in the yeshiva. And for the first 3 months, I ended up in Reb Mendel Plotkin's house. And then they rearranged the whole, I don't know who was saying before, was it Gershi Afton? He was sleeping on the floor of the kitchen. That's basically where I ended up. They put a bed somewhere in a hole. And I ended up there. And yeah, that was how I ended up in Toronto. I ended up coming back to Toronto sometime later as a dorm counselor. And I had a lot of interactions with Rabbi Wagner, some of them which were quite tense, because Rabbi Wagner was telling me there were things that I needed to do that I felt weren't in my contract. The contract didn't exist, but my contract was to be a dorm counselor. And then I ended up being a Magid Shir and a Shliach and a lot of other roles, and the schlepping Bachram to the doctor. And anyways, so at one point I remember I said, I can't do this anymore. And, I didn't sign up for this. This is my job. I'm just going to put them to sleep and wake them up. And that's it. And Rabbi Wagner looked at me, he says, what do you mean? You have to make the Bachram happy. That was part of the description. I said, yeah, it's true. He says, no, make them happy means make sure they go to the doctor, make sure if they're sick, you bring them food to the dorm, make sure that if they're bored, there's a mitzvah for them to do, make sure. It's all part of making sure that the Bachram are happy. And I took him. Akala Samus Mimisha Imroi. Rabbi Wagner actually. Mendel, why is the recording stopped? Is it in my fuss? It's okay. I'm not offended. Rabbi Wagner actually he lived that. And just to touch back on what Gershi Avtson said, when my father came to Toronto, I believe I don't know where he was coming from. I think maybe he was going from Montreal back to California, and he had a few hours stopover in Toronto. And he, if I recall correctly, rolled into yeshiva unannounced. And maybe he called Rabbi Wagner, maybe he knocked on his door. I don't remember how he got him. But Rabbi Wagner went to the dorms himself, and he knocked on all the doors, and he woke up all the Bachram, he schlepped them all to yeshiva, and they had a Farbrengen. And there wasn't a lot of, there wasn't much for bison. There wasn't a planned Farbrengen. I guess Metro wasn't open then. So they served cake. And the cake was, I guess it left something to be desired. It was a little hard. Maybe it was cake from the Rebbe's Farbrengen. And they were serving the cake. And after the Farbrengen, or maybe it was at the Farbrengen, my father told Rabbi Wagner, what is this? How could it be that the Bachram, you're giving the Bachram this hard cake? It's nicht good. They have to eat. And Rabbi Wagner was, he said, Rabbi Levitansky's, giving a little bitush, whatever. It's making Farbrengen a little exciting, something to that degree. But then sometime later, he said he was speaking with my father about something else. And my father said, what's with the cake? Did you get the normal cake? And Rabbi Wagner said, I realized it wasn't just, mlitza and jokes and whatever. He was actually, he actually cared. He was actually very, and I guess he made sure that there was good cake. That was one of the things I actually did in Toronto. One of the extra things I did was my Mifsa Essen Faren Davin. But maybe it was because that story. Yes, I wonder you remember that. One other thing that really sticks out in my mind, somebody mentioned this earlier about Rabbi Wagner always having, maybe it was in the chat or something, but always having a mimer to say and whatnot. We went in Shir, I want to say it was in Shir Aleph. We went to London, Ontario, sorry, for when I was in Shir Aleph. Zal, we went to London, Ontario for a Shabbaton. The college had off, and the shliach invited us to come. It was sometime shortly after Yud Shvat, because I remember one of the Bachrim that switched also mid-year that year. He was my chavrusa the previous year, and then when I went to Toronto didn't have a bed for him, and I came Zayin Cheshvan, he came Yud Shvat. So he had just rolled in, and we went to London, Ontario, and we needed to go to mikvah. The problem was from the Chabad house on campus to Rabbi Block Shul, where the mikvah was a 45-minute walk. It was heavy snow, Yud Shvat time, and Rabbi Wagner said, "What's shot? We're gonna go on a morning hike, and we're gonna go to the mikvah. That's it, 45 minutes each way through the snow. And how are we gonna pass the time?" He says, "We're gonna do a chazer mimer about peh." And he started chazering a mimer. I forget which one it was, but I remember I had 12 oishias. And the reason I remember is because he got to ois, he went aleph through vav. He said, "No, somebody else continue ois zayin. I only got till vav this morning." Come on, there's nobody else. Nobody else learned this mimer. Nobody else can continue ois zayin. That doesn't make sense. Out of all the bachrim in yeshiva, nobody can continue. So it's just a certain derher that he had. He went the pshitas, the pashas by him. What do you mean? I only got till vav, but someone must have, it's impossible that nobody has any mimer in his back pocket, just stam to survive for the race. So with that, I'll turn the mic back over to you, Mendel.
Amazing. L'chaim. Yeah, and as someone, I have the second degree thank for that lesson in Mazeres Fardavina, because every day faithfully when we were in Shir Gimel, Zemel had these incredible chocolate chip cookies. So Zemel will be posting the recipe.
Only if you came on time.
Comments. Only if you came on time. Yes. And it was 2 per, and they were stacked really nicely in the freezer. The recipe will be in the comments. someone else to share a few words. One of the a member of Anash up north in Toronto. I don't know much about Yermi Cohen, but I know that if there was anything to do with Rabbi Wagner in the context of Chabad Gate, it was because of Yermi Cohen. So that much I know. Yermi Cohen, take it away.
Thank you. Chaim Bracha.
Chaim.
You may have seen a few minutes ago, I posted a message here on the chat here about a fellow Torontonian businessman who actually attributes his whole Yiddishkeit, well, it's not a secret, that whatever level of Yiddishkeit that he has, he attributes totally to Rabbi Akiva. Very heartfelt message. So I approached Rabbi Wagner a few years ago to see if he'd be interested in giving a shir to Chassidus to the married guys, to the Anash. And with his wife Sarachi's permission, he agreed happily, 6:20 in the morning. And that was it for just under 3 years, every single week, 6:20 in the morning, by snow, by rain. His wife gave birth. I remember that, like today, she gave birth at night, and he was there that same morning at Chabad Gate giving a shir chassidus. So you talk about dedication and love. It's hard. It was hard not to love Rabbi Akiva. If after I finish, if my first cousin from California, maybe love to hear from him, Rabbi Mendy Cohen, who is a fellow shliach to Rabbi Akiva in California. Would love to hear some words about Rabbi Akiva from my cousin Mendel Cohen. But talk about fundraising. Fundraising, he wasn't the most fundraiser par excellence, but you gave to Rabbi Akiva because you loved him. You loved him. How could you not want to give Rabbi Akiva? I still have, actually right next to me, a pile of papers from whatever little money that I gathered together for this year, and bracha v'atzlacha, Michael Achoyel, keep up the amazing work. I treasure these words, these letters forever. Every time we said Michal Akiva Gershon Miracha Basya, the emotion was real, was because you loved the man. And please, whatever you can, doesn't have to be huge, but whatever you can, please dig deep and give a lot in the link that Mendel Airline shared. His family is appreciated so much. May Hashem help that Mashiach should come immediately, that Rabbi Akiva should beg Hashem to bring Mashiach now, and he'll be reunited with the family very, very soon. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Amen. Chaim.
Thank you.
Yeah, go visit that link. I see Yisrael Kmachkin gave $360 Canadian. I don't know if it's the same Yisrael Kmachkin from the camp, but if it is, you won the lottery, man. For the last couple of years, you had Rabbi Wagner coming out for the Masmidim program. So we want to see a team and add a couple zeros. Okay, we have another gentleman that jumped in the chat here. You could show your face. Where is he? Something Goldberg. Daniel Goldberg, are you here? Give you a couple seconds. Daniel Goldberg, where are you at? Okay. Until Daniel Goldberg finds his microphone, we're going to move to Yisrael Lane, please.
I'm not sure why I was asked to speak, but now that I have the mic, I'm happy to share a few things about Rabbi Wagner. So it's hard to imagine the jolt that a 14-year-old kid who grew up in Crown Heights, who comes to a regular yeshiva in Toronto, there's a few things that really stick out at me, and I think these are really interesting things that Rabbi Wagner really gave to me as a young bacher, and they really stuck with me for the longest time. When I came to yeshiva, I remember thinking that it was weird that you had Bachrim that had keys to rooms in the building. You had one guy who was maybe in charge of the Sfarim library. You had another guy who was in charge who had the key to the storage. You had another guy who had a key to the tape library. He was in charge of the tape library. You kind of had Bachrim who had like these jobs in the yeshiva. And I always thought, as a Bacher, I thought, wow, that's such a weird thing. Like Bachrim and yeshiva have keys to places. And I guess for the next 3 years, I really experienced what it means to empower a Bacher, to really to take control is not the right word, but to grow up and to become a mensch and to take responsibility and to learn how to take initiative and to really contribute to yeshiva in various ways in a meaningful way. To the extent after 3 years of spending 3 years in Toronto, I remember I went to another yeshiva afterwards, and I came to the yeshiva and I was wondering, one second, where are all the Bachrim and the keys, and where's all the initiatives that the Bachrim would take? In Toronto, Bachrim built the library. Bachrim, everything A to Z was Bachrim. Bachrim did everything. Nobody else. Dan Holla, okay, nothing personal to anybody who was in Dan Holla then. But if you needed something, if you needed something to get done, aside from turning to Rabbi Wagner, Bachrim were the ones that really ran the yeshiva. And I thought that was normal. I thought that, okay, come to the yeshiva. I thought, okay, this is normal, Lubavitch yeshiva. And then I went to another yeshiva afterwards, and I was wondering what happened to this business of Bachrim taking the lead. What happened to this business of Bachrim running the yeshiva? And it took me years to realize that this was really something which was unique to Rabbi Wagner, that he really gave the space to Bachrim, gave them responsibilities, allowed them to really be a real partner really in the yeshiva, to the extent that even when he would give shiurim and he would type up his shiurim afterwards. Of course, we could remember him still typing with his fingers there. But when you would participate in the shiur, you got your name into the shiur. Of course, it was such a big deal. It was such a big source. It was like such a good feeling. You came away with it. Wow. You were able to participate, you understood what was going on, you were able to contribute something. That your name was on the paper, it was something on the paper. And then every time Rabbi Wagner's computer would crash and he would freak out and he'd say, oh my God, I lost all my shiur for the last 3 months. And the Bacher would care about me almost as much as he did, because we knew that for us, we knew that our name was in the paper, our name was in the computer. And if you lost the shiurim, he's going to forget what we asked in the shiur. So for us, this really empowered us in such a tremendous way to really grow as people, to be able to grow as people, to be able to grow as chassidim. And I think for each of us really to become the people that we are today, influenced by who he was then. Going back, I want to kind of piggyback on something that was mentioned earlier. Of course, the Farbrengens, we had guests. I think that there were two guests. It was Rabbi Gershi often mentioned that there were 2 guests. When they came to yeshiva, everything could stop, and there would be a Farbrengen. The first thing is, every time Rabbi Lavatansky, Alav Shalom, would come, yeshiva would come to an end, and of course, Rabbi Wagner would bring everyone, whether it was 11 o'clock at night, 4 in the afternoon, it made no difference. The 2-3 times that he came, everyone showed up. What was interesting was Rabbi Wagner had his feet on the ground. When the Farbrengen would start, when they would make an announcement that there'd be a Farbrengen, he wouldn't just send someone to the dorm to wake up the Bachrim. He would also give somebody a few $100. I think it was Sruli Deitch. He gave money, and he gave Sruli Deitch $200, and he said, "Sruli, go buy the Farbrengen, because again, the Farbrengen has to be some Farbrengen." So he made sure on every front. He made sure that the Bachrim came to the Farbrengen. He made sure that it would be Farbrengen. Made sure to take care of every single side. Everything would be taken care of. Again, in his asagis, maybe $200 didn't buy enough mashke for the Bachrim and yeshiva then. The Farbrengen definitely didn't buy enough. But just that appreciation of having his feet on the ground and knowing what was necessary, showing that he cared, showing that it was important, showing that he was invested in it. Of course, those were things that continue to live with us. That responsibility, making sure that we're taking care of the gashmis also for something that's needed. There's something that I don't think anybody touched tonight, and that is Rabbi Wagner's shiurim. I don't want to say specifics of what he said in his shiurim. I'm not going to repeat anything that he said. I don't know if I remember any of it. But just a bit of a taste of what it meant to be in Rabbi Wagner's shiurim. He had such a geschmack. Anytime one of the sugyas that we were learning had something from the Rebbe on it, he had such a geschmack in it. It comes to mind now a few different sugyas. I'm not going to get into the details, of course, but there are a few things that anytime it came up, and I think it came up multiple times, he would mention it every time, and he would go into it and he'd say, "Last year we said this, and this year he said this." So first of all, whenever we mention the sugya of Lo Yuna Latzadik Kalaven, I believe it's in the sugyas in Psachim, and I believe it's in Kiddushin, and maybe in Baba Kama also, I don't remember. But every time the sugya came up, so there's the few sikhs and the Haras of the Rebbe, and he would just go in and in it. He just nonstop, just keep on digging and digging and digging. And at some point, you're like, okay, Rabbi Wagner, I mean, move on. You know what I'm saying? We did this already. We discussed this. But for him, when anything that had something for the Rebbe's Torah in it, it was something that he would really dig and dig and dig a little deeper and dig a little bit more, because there's something in the heart that we didn't address yet, something that we didn't fully touch on. And of course, when we learn the sikhs, especially now, Project the sikhs has come up, and so many of us, we learn the Rebbe's sikhs and we just make it through it, and we don't give it the due diligence. We don't really give it the amount of time that it really needs. But to learn a sikha and to ask a question and to not let go until you come up with a good answer, that was something that he really gave us a real geschmack in his bachrim. And then also there's another sugya, the sugya at the end of Baba Kama, the sikha of the Rebbe on the Siyum of the Rebbe Maharash, on the Rishima. So that also, of course, I mean, these are things that he would just go nonstop and just dig and dig and dig and just not let go. And it just gave us such an enjoyment to learn the Rebbe's Torah, and something that we appreciated so much, of course. And there's more, of course. I mean, someone just messaged me privately, Ishim Shulchitzov, and he had this whole shir on Purim, Ovil V'Chafui Roish. He had a whole question on the Megillah based on what we were learning in the Gemara, and I remember asking him afterwards, like, Rabbi Wagner, like, you really paid attention to the Gemara, like, you read the Megillah every year. And he gave me his wink, his eyes, and he says, yeah, with a smile, and he's like, what do you mean? He says, what else do you think I'm doing during the Megillah? Imagine during the Megillah reading, he's coming up with a question based on the Gemara and Baba Kama, something in the Megillah doesn't make sense. He just took it very seriously. He just didn't let go. You heard something, he got something. It was just the commitment to learning was so intense. One last thing I want to share, which is something that I shared with friends, and it's something that I personally have learned from him so much, and I try to do this myself when I learn also. I'll never forget, we were sitting in yeshiva. It was the morning of 9/11. Of course, who could forget 9/11 and where you were? So we were sitting in Zal. Of course. It was the end of Tashin Samach Aleph. It was for my first year in Zal, beginning of Tashin Samach Beis. So it was Elul of Tashin Samach Aleph. It was the end of the year, a week before Rosh Hashanah. And of course, half of the yeshiva ran outside to go to Nachman Pearl's car, and to hear what was going on, and to listen to the radio, and to find out what was happening. Well, happening, not happening. You could see, you couldn't see. And of course, Rabbi Wagner comes down and he's looking around with his eyes, and he's trying to figure out where all the Bachrim were. So someone told Rabbi Wagner, he says, Rabbi Wagner, I don't know if you heard, but Twin Towers, 9/11, just things going on. And then Rabbi Wagner says, Twin Towers, what's that? And he walked up to Zal and he sat down in his place, and he sat down, didn't take his eyes out of the Gemara for 2 hours. And I'll never forget just that commitment and that refusal to be disturbed. He sat down and he learned Gemara for 2 hours. I think he was the only one in the Zal that day who learned. But of course, he took it so seriously. He was so committed to show that example of what it means to sit and learn in a real way, and Pasha to lose yourself in learning. Pasha to forget about Olam Hazeh, Kipshuta, it doesn't exist, was something that I'll never forget the scene. And when I do Shiurim, in my Chabad house now, whenever I teach a Gemara class, I always tell people, I say, listen, the Gemara class is starting. I said, put your phone away. This is the way I was taught you're supposed to learn. You open a sefer, phone goes on the side. You don't allow yourself to be disturbed whatsoever. It can be 45 minutes here, an hour here, but just that focus to be able to sit and learn and not allow yourself to be distracted is something that I took from him in such a strong way. Of course, it wasn't the only time. I mean, he sat and learned like that every day, but it stuck out so much how unique it was that he was able to do that. It's the image of that is literally seared into my mind, seared in my brain, to be able to visualize him sitting and learning in the Zal there under the spiral staircase, etc. The old real estate over there. Anyway, so of course for us as Talmidim, of course, a Chayit and a Liboy, in Lubavitch, everyone, we know that we don't share Hespedim. But one last thing I want to share from Rabbi Wagner, and again, this is so interesting. Rabbi Wagner had a special chush, and I hope whoever takes this recording afterwards and disseminates it won't quote me on this line. He had a special chush, Pasha Gahat Alaman and Bud. Pasha didn't care about what other people said. If he thought something was right, he did it, and he didn't care about anybody else. So I remember we had a Farbrengen when Shabbos Bamidbar, actually, it was Shabbos Achdus, this time of the year. The yeshiva from Detroit came to join us in the yeshiva in Toronto, and I think it was the first or the second year of the Shabbos Achdus, and the yeshiva in Detroit came, and you can imagine Rabbi Grari from Detroit with this image and with the shtick, and you can imagine there was a big for some of us maybe there was a bit of an intimidation. You can imagine the Detroit Buchim are coming. Wow, it's a big deal, and there was certainly a level of intimidation. And I remember Rabbi Wagner was sitting there with Rabbi Garari. I think the Rosh was there that Shabbos also, if I'm not mistaken. Rabbi Shachat, and I remember that Rabbi Wagner sat there by the Farbrengen, and he said his piece. And I remember Rabbi Garari afterwards literally went into him, and in his style, Pashat, gave it to him over the head in his style. And I'll never forget Rabbi Wagner sat and he laughed at him, and he continued. Pashat Gehaten Bud. He Pashat said what he thought was the right thing to say. He said what he thought was important to say, and he didn't care if somebody else sitting next to him would laugh at him in his face. He Pashat didn't care. He Pashat knew this is the right thing to do, and that's what he did. I remember when Rabbi Wagner came out with his mitzvah about the Ashiyatzar, Kavan and Ashiyatzar, thinking to myself, if you think like a typical Chassidish cook, a Chassidish language, someone who has like a Chassidish language, they have Kavanah and davening. Where are you supposed to have Kavanah? In the Maimarim of davening, where's the Kavanah of davening? Kishma, Bishma. I mean, these are the classical areas of Kavanah. We know we're supposed to have Kavanah and davening. Like Kishma Shalamita, of course. Kavanah and Ashiyatzar sounds like a shtickle modern thing. It's a shtickle weird thing. And I remember thinking to myself, it's a weird thing. Kavanah and Ashiyatzar doesn't sound like a Chassidish thing. It sounded weird to me on day one. And then it hit me. Then I realized Rabbi Wagner Pasha doesn't care. Doesn't care about what you think. Doesn't care about what anybody else thinks. He Pasha knew this is an important thing for him. This is an important thing. That's it. He spoke about it. Pasha didn't care about what other people thought when it came to this thing and what he thought was right. So hopefully us as his Talmudim, we should have that Goyin Yaakov Rabbi Wagner had. When people from other Kreisen would come to yeshiva, he would speak openly about Chassidus. He had a special skill in Pasha Chabin Alaman and Bud. So we as his Talmudim, we have to learn from that Goyin Yaakov, Pasha, to be proud of ourselves. We have nothing to be embarrassed of. Chassidim of the Rebbe, and as Chassidim of the Rebbe, and on us in Malka, we have everything. We have everything. Pshutei k'mashmai.
Fine. Beautiful. Dude, you can't just speak for 5 minutes and then not say L'chaim. I'm pretty sure that's against the bylaws. Okay. Speaking of someone that maybe could appreciate a little bit of Rabbi Wagner's genius, we have a gentleman here today who's an alum that learned with Rabbi Wagner very, very often, and if I remember correctly, even made a siyum on Shas while he was in Zal. Yes, Shaya? Yes.
It was the next year.
The next year. Okay. For the purposes of this call, it was while he was in Zal. And Shaya Zirkin.
Yeah, just that you mentioned that when I finished Shas the next year. I was in Chayvei Torah, and Rabbi Wagner came in, made a whole simcha out of it, and he Farbrengen. I just had two thoughts I wanted to say about Rabbi Wagner. Two things that really I was thinking about past week.
Tom, if I could disturb for a second.
Go for it.
When your brother made a Siyam Shas in Toronto, Rabbi Wagner made it his business to go and make sure there was sushi by the Siyam Shas. Continue.
Yeah. One thing that I remember, we all experienced, this is Ibrig Gavankai to the Bachram. It was mamish to the Ruchnias, to the Gashmias, to the Chassidishkeit. The fact that he gives shiurim, he was a Rosh Hashiva, so he gave shiurim. But the fact that he cooked in his kapata while he was saying Shnai Mikra. When we were in Buffalo for 1 year, for one summer, Rabbi Levkovsky was saying before we were by him, it was Tavshin Ayin, 5770, and he and his wife would cook for us, 3 meals every day. Sometimes they would bring the meals, sometimes they cooked in the Chabad house. But it was a tzir, but it was also a very big hergish because you felt that he really cared. He really cared for the Bachar. It was Ibrigab into every single thing. If a Bachar had a problem, go on. Yes.
That year he was everything. There was nobody else in Buffalo. He was our driver. He was our
100%.
cook. There was no other staff. It was
Yeah.
only him and the 15, 20 Bachrim. That's it.
It wasn't 15, it was like 12 Bachrim. But
No, it was 15 at least.
No, it's 15. Yes.
He took us to Walmart in his car.
Yeah. I was going to
15
say
feet.
another thing. So, Mayor, you mentioned that he said Maimer is going to the mikveh in London. I remember sitting in the back of that white big van, and I was making him a little sugar. I asked him, "Nu chazan Maimer." So he started seeing Mishra Tipada, he started chazing Maimer word for word. I'm like, all right. So he's going on and on and on. I'm not even listening anymore. But I gave a 4th and 5, and he was going on. And I'm like, you're a Wagner. It's pretty impressive. Anyway. So the Ivy Gavin Kai was mamish in the Shire. He was Ivy Gavin everything, and he did it without, with complete bittul. He was, as Rabbi Meir Wagner said, he wasn't teifus mokim. That's one thing I remember from him. We all experienced. I remember we all experienced with Rabbi Wagner, and it's something that obviously you could take a lesson for. That we have responsibilities to our different yonim that we have. Try to be a little bit less yashis, a little bit more bittul, not teifus makom so much. Also, when he used to try to be mechazik us, and as the young man mentioned earlier, that we used to end up in the shiurim. And I mentioned also the fact that he had the kibbutz ha'aretz and the amount of shtusim were in that kibbutz ha'aretz, but it didn't matter to Rabbi Wagner because. So Rabbi Wagner, you mechazik Abacha wrote something, Abacha spent time, he wrote something, he thought about something, whether it made sense, whether it didn't make sense. He tried to make a little sense, but he put in the kibbutz ha'aretz just to mechazik Abacha. When it came to, if Rabbi Wagner had to give you a shaf of art, he did it the way, he really, really cared for the Bacha, and it was an in of small deicha v'imim mekarev. So imim mekarev is small deicha. The stronger the imin is mekarev. Small was deicha. The weak hand was deicha, and he, I remember a few times that he had to say a shavavar to me, and afterwards he always came back, and I was talking with somebody on Shabbos about, someone mentions me, I understand why we learn Teichicha low. He says, when you're trying to tell someone off, you try to tell someone off loud. Just say Teichicha loud. So when he asked me that question, I was thinking of Rabbi Wagner. So you read the Teichicha low, the Teichicha, when you're telling somebody off, it's only 100% when you feel like saying it loud because you're bakas. But if you're doing it mitzad because you want the other person to hear, then you're going to do it low. You want him to be makabel. That's number one, the Ibn Kai. The second thing, for me personally, I don't know about everybody, because everybody is different level, whatever. But for me personally, I was born after Chav Zayin Adar. And, as Chatoyim, Animasker, I didn't really have much of a shaykhus with the Rebbe because I was born after, I grew up after Gimel Tammuz, and a lot of the Bachim that are my age and even a little bit older than me. But we didn't really have much of a shaykhus because even if, much is done the Rebbe's Torah and watched the Rebbe by February, the videos, it wasn't like you lived in 770 before Gimel Tammuz. Rabbi Wagner was the link. Rabbi Wagner was the link from me to the Rebbe. And the chayas that he had came from the Rebbe. And the chayas that he had was the link between us and the Rebbe, between me and the Rebbe. I'm talking for myself, I don't know about everybody else. And that's something very, very, I think very important, because the Bachim and Yingalai, after Gimel Tammuz. But, we live with Rabbi Wagner. Rabbi Wagner, everything was Rebbe. A lot of mashpim, we talk about Chassidus, and a lot talk about Avodah, and Rabbi Wagner spoke about Rebbe. That's all I have to say.
Hi. Like Wagner used to say that he went to Dr. Goldberg, who was the optometrist, and Dr. Goldberg told him that he has Sidisha eyes because his right eye was farsight and his left eye was nearsighted.
That's right.
Sidisha eyes. And I remember one Farbrengen given as a oisvar. He spit it out. I went to the optometrist and Baruch Hashem, my eyes are Sidisha eyes. I don't know everything else, but my eyes at least is Yamin Mekaravis as well there.
Amazing. There's quite a queue. We're gonna try to get through. Shalom Cass, please.
Hi, everybody. So obviously everybody has a lot of stories, but there's one story that I want to share. And the reason why I want to share it is because, I mean, I left Toronto almost 20 years ago, but every day or multiple times a week for sure, I relive this scene in my head because it replays itself. So everybody knows that Rabbi Wagner had his moods. Sometimes he was in better moods, sometimes he wasn't, not in such great moods. And it was during Sira. And the Bachram, we were having me and my roommates were having a disagreement on what kind of music we're allowed to listen to during Sira. Yes, music, no. If it's Nagunim, could you hear instruments? Could you not hear instruments? And I thought I would take it to Rabbi Wagner. I would ask him what his opinion is. Like, can we listen to Chabad classics during Sira, you know? So I asked him, and he wasn't in such a good mood. I don't know what was going on, but he looked at me and he said, "What do you mean, since the destruction of the base of English, you're not allowed to hear music ever? Who's your mashpia?" And he went on like a little tangent, like, "Who's your mashpia? Who?" I mean, I considered him my mashpia at the time. So when he said that to me, like all the blood went out of my face. It was the middle of Gemara Iyun, and I went back to my chavrasa. Hersh Loshak was my chavrasa, and I put my head down on the table and I just started crying. I was so broken, like I didn't know what to do. I just started crying, and he was like, "What's going on? Everything okay?" Like they thought like somebody in my family must have died or something. Like a bunch of bachrim started coming over to me, like, "What's the matter?" I don't know. I kept my head down on the table, and I was just lost it. A few minutes later, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I look up, I see Rabbi Wagner. He says, "Shalom, I'm sorry for what I said. I hope you're meichel me." Turned around, he went back into his office. And it took me a few minutes to get back to myself, but like the two things that I take out from the story, and I have it with my children all the time, you know, you think you always have to be right, you know, the children are always wrong. Sometimes it's okay to be wrong, and you have to be humble enough to recognize sometimes you made a mistake and to go on to make it right. So like I have this with my children all the time. I'll go to something, we'll have a disagreement, and someone will come back and we'll say, "Listen, no, I was wrong." And that's something that it's something which is only somebody has true greatness can recognize that and can actually do that, because I went through a lot of different non-hallas and throughout my years in yeshiva, and I've never had an experience like that where I was told off and he came back later to make it right. So like I know somebody touched on it earlier, but that's just a story which I felt I had to share. So let the next person say a story.
Yeah, Chaim. I think another thing that you may not see because it's your own lens, but I think that you took it affected you so greatly that in your words, you said that the fact that you realized that he asked you who's your mashpia and you thought he was your mashpia, and that kind of like, wait, where's the relationship? And you obviously had such a good relationship with him, and that pasha broke you. I don't think that's a standard thing. I was riding back on Monday afternoon to Crown Heights from the aisle with labeled Satan, and he said a very interesting point. He said that, you know, back in the day, people wouldn't go to yeshivas for the yeshiva. They were going to characters. If you weren't going to Brumois because it's in France, you were going to Nisanemenov, and you weren't going to Kfar Chabad. And he said it seems like Rabbi Wagner may have been, with all due respect to all the current people, but Rabbi Wagner, no one went to Toronto for Toronto. Most people, besides from Mepsayim, didn't know that there were any blocks in Toronto past Bathurst and Lawrence and the dorms. They were going to Rabbi Wagner, and he was a character and a personality that people were going for and building that relationship. And we know time and time again all these stories between that and the birthday cakes and the way that they took care. And it wasn't just Rabbi Wagner, the amount of sleep, the amount of nights that he never made it home. He went straight from Farbrengen to go to Yermi Cohen Shir and all these things. I just want to bring it back to really focusing on the family for a second. You know, every single second that Rabbi Wagner, outside of the 9 to 5, spent with us, he was not spending with the family. And there were years and years and years that they really gave up time and precious time with their father and husband. So it's on us to give back. Go to the link and let's keep the donations coming in. The next in the queue, Mendel Zeitlin, please, a few words.
Hi, I'm L'chaim. As I'm hearing some of the other Chavedim share a few things, some other things that come into mind. Just one point, what Tal Elaine mentioned, and also Shaya Zirka mentioned as well about him always mentioning Bachim in his shir. So Tal Elaine says that made us feel very good that we asked the question, and wow, I'm actually following along. I'm following his shir, but for some of us, it was that we asked already made it into a ganze deep haskoladik pilpul that the Wagner wrote up, and later you saw your name in the shir. You almost didn't recognize that this was the shaila or this was the vard, the answer that you gave in the shir. But it definitely made us feel good that we have our name in there, even if it wasn't the mamish exactly what we attended. He was 10 steps ahead of us, but he definitely took it and to get the Bachrim involved. It was mentioned about coming to yeshiva and seeing how the Bachrim are very much involved with the keys, and etc. So I had a little bit of a different experience being from Toronto, and even though I'm younger than the first age, Yeshavsin and Raleigh Resnick and those who were there for the first year, Tashin Nun Zayin. But Tashin Nun Zayin, I was in Cheder, and we had Mishmar, and we had we were very much involved. The Knesset Zekoteda, when they moved into the Bank Leumi, into the new building, we were all there as children. And growing up, I didn't know any other Rosh Yeshiva. Right, the Rosh Yeshiva that I knew was Rabbi Wagner. I obviously didn't know him very well until I got into yeshiva myself, Tafshin Samach Aleph. But that was the tzir. That's what Rosh Yeshiva is. So just talking about his Ibegegebenkeit, which we all know. We've all been to the yeshiva. We all know, but sometimes we take for granted when this is just what we're used to. Someone to be in yeshiva, Rosh Yeshiva, to be there for 7:30, he's already sitting there learning Chassidus for an hour and a half, and he's davening with the minyan, and he's there for Seder Nigla, and he's often there in the afternoon Seder, and he's very often there in the evening and at night, and every year with the Pagada he's Farbrengen, and the yeshiva is Kol Kulei Rabbi Wagner, and Ad Kedekach, I remember in Toronto when I would see him every once in a while davening, and it was a different shul or Ben Azmanim or whatever Farbrengen for Anash. It was like almost like Madana, like what's Rabbi Wagner, what's the Shaykhis? Yeshiva is this is where he is. His whole life is yeshiva, and I used to spend from a young child every Sukkot I used to be in Crown Heights, and every night of the every night of Sukkot, where was he? He was Farbrengen for the Bachrim. He was He wasn't Farbrengen for other yeshivas, for other anash, for other shuls. At least in my days, every single night he was with the Bachrim. Like there was nothing else. This was his mitzias, and I was there for in yeshiva itself for 5 years, and then when I moved on to another yeshiva in Eretz Yisrael, which is a good yeshiva with Taida, Rosh Yeshivas, and Mishpim, and Nanhola, and Ibegegeb, and Nanhola for sure. But I guess it's like a regular yeshiva where the Rosh Yeshiva, the Mashpia, is there for Chassidus, and he's not there for Nigla, and the Rosh Yeshiva shows up at 11 o'clock. He's there for 2-3 hours. He gives his shir, and then that's all you see from him. And then they gave him the Pagada. They gave him the Pagada. Yeah, they have their own life. They have the Anash here. They have their own family. They have the yeshiva is something that they do, but it's not their life. But someone like Rabbi Wagner, only after that I realized his Ibegegebenkeit to the Bachrim, and this is called Kula his Mitzias, Mamish his Mitzias. In the later years, just to mention one thing, I had a conversation with him. This is already when he was also taking charge of the Gashmis of yeshiva. And fundraising as well. The oil of fundraising was on him, and so now it wasn't just him accepting Bachrim, but it was also him speaking to the parents about tuition and started working out with tuition. Whatever, people want scholarships, people want discounts, or whatever. He has to work it out. So I met him in Crown Heights once. It was I think it was in the summer. He was maybe Gilbert Thomas time. He was getting ready for the new Zman. And he was telling me that, first of all, he says that he can't say no to a bacher. I mean, anyone who basically wants to come, he said he has a very hard time saying saying no. But then when he was talking about the tuition, he was telling me that the numbers have to work. He has an hola, he has a payroll, he has overhead, he has all the expenses of yeshiva, and he has a tuition based on that. But people are asking for discounts. People are asking for discounts. What can he do? He can't get everyone a discount because he can't run the yeshiva that way. But what he told me was what I thought was amazing, and maybe I'm not involved in a yeshivas and on holas, and I don't, not yet. I'm not paying tuition as a parent yet, for an out-of-town yeshiva or high school. But to me, it was a chiddush, and I think it was unique. But maybe it's not. To me, it was I was very taken by it. What he told me is that when he tells parents, whatever the tuition is, I can give you this break, this amount of I can give. I can't give you more. I can't give you more because I have to charge something for yeshiva. But what he would tell the parents is start paying whatever the payment plan based on this amount. Said, but in the middle of the year, I'm making a fundraiser, a charity campaign, whatever it is, and based how much I raise, if I raise an extra $5,000. I'll call you up and I'll tell you that you have a bigger discount because I raised more money. If I raise extra 10,000, I have more. To me, I thought that was amazing. A parent already agreed for whatever they agreed upon. So they're going to pay Lamazagin $10,000. And in the middle of the year, he's going to call them. I raised extra $5,000, so now you only have to pay $5,000. I think most Anhala members will say there are many other expenses that I'm sure other yeshivas don't have extra money lying around. If they raise extra $5,000, I'm sure it could go. The payroll should go easier, and there's an overhead, and there's Herman's Bakery probably still has probably still has a bill. Whatever the bills are, I'm sure there's ways to use the extra few $1,000s. But to think about the parents and call them back during the year and say, listen, I raised more money than I was hoping. So like this, I could give you another. I think it's a part of his mindset that he's kol kulay, that the bachim should be happy, the parents should be happy, that's his life. It's not for himself. It's just to make the yeshiva run and to be mashpia for the bachim. So that was a little vart that obviously we could go on, but there are many here, and like we said, v'chayit naliboy, that in any which area in the life of Rabbi Wagner that should take to heart. And we should be a little better the next day. L'chaim.
L'chaim, Mendel. L'chaim. And it really went a lot further, what you're saying. It wasn't just him hoping for fundraising events. I don't know how much I could say or not, but everyone knows that personally, Rabbi Wagner, whenever he could, he took the hit. If he was able to financially, he put it on his shoulders. Nobody knows, anyone that ever looked at the finances of yeshiva had any idea how he just continued, because it did not cover. And I think that the secret that people didn't take into account is that very often Rabbi Wagner was really taking the hit personally. So once again, I know probably everyone that's on this call, we have 108 people on this call. Everybody's for sure given and created pages, but to make an extra initiative for these kind of stories. There's many of these kind of stories. Yossi Rabashkin shared a similar story, and there's probably a very, very high percentage of people on this call that personally benefited from Rabbi Wagner giving them discounts, etc. So go reach out to 10 more people. When people speak, what people think that people are speaking for the crowd, or at least the speaker thinks that they're speaking for the crowd. When people speak, it's to make themselves feel good. So it's not actually very important that you listen. So mute the call and call 10 people and bring some money in. I don't know if he's still on the call, but there's a gentleman named Koppel Goldberg who had a shaykhus to Rabbi Wagner that wanted to say a few words. If you're still on the call, then by all means, we'll give you a couple seconds. Otherwise, the next in the queue is a bacher named Eli Polterak. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. As a member of the Society of Complicated Last Names, I apologize. Yeah, you here?
Yes, I don't know how I got on this queue. I didn't volunteer. I guess someone volunteered me. But anyhow, I wasn't expecting to say anything, but I guess you put me on the spot. So I went to Rabbi Wagner in Owatera before Toronto. So in Tafshin and Vav. I was in this class in Oitera, so I had a bit of a slightly different relationship with him. Also, the age difference wasn't that big; it's just a decade apart in age. So he's more like more like a friend, a big brother, as opposed to the Shishiva, So I observed him from different perspectives over the years. I worked for him for a year in the Yeshiva in Toronto. Those of you who were around, what was it, Samach Beis, right? Wagner mentioned earlier about the Shabbos when Detroit came. That was a very colorful Shabbos. That's a memory. That's very. The Rosh was there, and Rigorari was very interesting. But anyways, I spent the summer with him. We lived in his house in Toronto there. We weren't together. Just invited me for the summer. A couple of days a week, we'd go down to Hamilton. So I just observed him in many different situations and then perspectives. And he was a very, very unique person. On one hand, when I was growing up in Oitera, there was the Mashpim were people like Chaim Reitblatt, Pinya. These were people from they seemed like a different planet. They were like, it was hard to relate to them. We of course we looked up to them tremendously. They were the Chassidim, but the other hand, Rabbi Kiva was he's a chaverman. He was very you could talk to him about anything you wanted, from the stock market to politics to. He's a geschmacka guy. He was one of us, and he understood the Olam Hazeh. He wasn't like as much as he was a mufshat, and the way he looked, and didn't pay attention to his appearance or anything. But it wasn't that he was removed from it. He understood the Olam Hazeh, but it was like to paraphrase a term, he was Makir Sewamim Miskaven Limited. He was Davki wasn't gay, so Hazi was so it was a very different perspective. So it was someone that we can see as really a Dugma Chaya and a role model for us, how we can be as Chassidim. And it's also amazing. I saw somebody wrote this on the WhatsApp. I thought he must have read my mind, because Shabbos night I was thinking, I couldn't sleep. I didn't have the WhatsApp to distract myself. And I was just thinking, it's incredible how one person, usually you hear somebody he's a goy in a nigla, it's a Moscow chassidus, a Ovid, somebody who's a Chassidim. Everybody has their milas, but you never hear somebody that's Muslim and everything. It's incredible. And I knew Rabbi Kiva for 27, 28 years. And I never saw him anything. Everything with him was 100%. His gayness was unbelievable. If he would have been Misnagid, he would have been a Gadol Ader, and he would have been like Reb Chaim or Reb Shimon Shkop or something, or in the big basic. He could have been anything he put himself into, he would have been number one. He could have also been a captain of industry if he would have gone into business. He would have been a billionaire. His talents were unbelievable. His genius was just unbelievable, incredible. He's the most incredible genius I've ever encountered in my life. And his charisma, his energy, his boundless energy, it was just. But those are talents that he had, and that he. But the way he used everything out to the utmost in every single tchum, in every area, and it's mind-boggling. So the conclusion I came to is that it's not, if somebody puts himself into one thing, so he'll be channeled in that thing. He'll be a great guy in the Nigla, he'll be a Moscow, he'll be a Avid. But by Rabbi Kiva, it was he was complete. His kashas to the Rebbe was such that he had no desire, no ratzon of his own. He was, by him, it was Eved Avraham Anaychi. That's it. So whatever the Rebbe wants, that's what he wanted. So whether it was Chassidus, 7:30 in the morning, Nigla, the Shiurim, whatever it was, it's giving tzedakah, unbelievably helping Bachrim, and being in his house, I saw, when he's in yeshiva, he was performing, he was he had this character. He was but then he would come home and you see his own element. He would sit down. At first, he would sit with his children and he would be with his family. And then after 11, 12 at night, he would put his feet up on the couch, take a pillow, perch it under his chin, and take a safe. If he had calf, he would sit over Gemara. But some days he was so exhausted, you could see he was barely keeping his eyes awake. He would hold his eyes open, push it. So he would take a pillow and perch a sefer on it and start learning a sefer. And he could, 3-4 hours later, he was still sitting there with the sefer. That was his happy place, that he could sit and learn. That's who was up to him. He could probably sit and learn 24/7, but he knew that he had his shlichus and Eved Avraham Anechi, and he had his shlichus was to make the Bachrim experience, not just hear in and learn in Svarim, but the experience that the Emes Havai Leon, that Kusma Pshittis, and Elmis V'Schatches, that he was Pashat Mamcheshit, everybody that he came in contact with. And his discussions, I think that's what gave him that's what really stood out more than everything else was just the prat. The cloud was that he was so eager to get into the Rebbe that whatever it took, and somebody mentioned before is sometimes he wasn't in the best moods. In yeshiva he was always so besimcha and everything, but for him it wasn't aveda. Simcha was a big aveda for him also. Sometimes he would get depressed. He was frustrated. It was hard for him. And I would talk to him about it, and he didn't always have an easy time with it, and he really worked on it, but he was so dedicated that whatever it took, whatever it was, he would come to yeshiva and he would be besimcha and Farbrengen with the Bachrim, and it was just it was incredible to see. And to me, it was just, I always saw him as the ultimate role model of what a chassid could be, a chassid of Dei Ashvi, someone to aspire and to look up to, that we can all learn from. And what can I say? Talking about the family, everybody's talking about everybody could donate as much as they can. I saw also in the time in the last couple of years how we spoke a few times about different treatment options he had. His only concern was his family. How his family would even if one treatment might be easier on him, but how his family would feel about it, how it would affect them. Everything was about his family, and of course his Talmidim. His Talmidim was also his family. So the only thing he wanted was to be able to give more shiurim and to be able to be mashpia on the Talmidim. So whatever we could do for his immediate family that gave so much to allow him to be able to be Rabbi Akiva that we all knew and loved. We can all do our very best, and I think also if we can be Isaac in this Torah, so many shiurim now. Just the Bach is unbelievable that they were able to put together in just 1 week. This kibitz that came out tonight, it's incredible. Even though these are all things that were published previously, but to put it all together and publish it in the kibitz, it's a tremendous amount of work. And kol kavod to whoever was involved in that. And I think it would be a lot of nachas to his neshama that if we learn his Torah, and the kach that he had inspires us to be meisef in the nigla chassidus and the Torah of the Rebbe. And very soon, and we'll see this galus of the Rebbe take it from Yad Mamish.
There we go. Amen. L'chaim. Thank you. Okay. Raiseathon.com/Rabbi Akiva. If you want to take a little bit of action on anything that Ellie said. Ladies and gentlemen, Nachum Greenwald, take it away.
Oh, yeah. Okay, very nice. First of all, Mendel, I just want you to know, I don't know if we ever met, but you are a fantastic MC. So Yashikayach for arranging and having this beautiful Zoom Farbrengen.
Thank you, but just also, because no one's mentioned it yet, Anash.org, Mati Willem from Anash.org. I mean, really, A to Z. Thank you so much. Continue.
Yashikayach Mati Wilhelm. Beautiful. All right, I won't speak for long. I was in Toronto for, what was it, Samach Zayin, Samach Ches. I felt for sure the best years in Toronto, best years of my life. Probably many of you felt your years in Toronto were the best, but that's the way it should be. So many geschmack and memories. I just will share one or two that, jumps out. I remember it was one Matzah Shabbos, and we're all in yeshiva, and it was a beautiful Farbrengen Shabbos, many hours. And what just came out was the early years, one of the early years, I forget what volume of, people speaking about the Rebbe's life in the early years, and they were showing it in Zal. And I remember we all sat down to watch it. I remember it was in front of the Shluchim office, and Rabbi Wagner was there also, and we're all watching the video. And I turned around, and I remember I was shocked. I saw Rabbi Wagner fell asleep on the table. Mamish fell asleep, and I was so impressed because until then I thought he was Mamish Amalek Alikim. He never, and sleep, what sleep? He was only learning and learning in the morning and night and Farbrengen. They didn't know he's shy to fall asleep in the middle of something. They didn't know it's a possibility. When I saw him fall, imagine ever saw him fall asleep learning Gemara or Maimer, it never happened. But to hear an old man talking about, some story that happened years ago, it was shy to fall asleep. All the other Bachram were up during the video. But then I realized that, he's a regular person like me and you, but he just works on himself. My whole perception changed, and I had much more respect. I remember that. I remember one night, don't ask why, we were up at 12:30, 1 a.m., and we're going home to the dormitory, and we passed by his house. The address is 26 Frontenac, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. And we saw one light on the room, one light in the house that was open. So me and whoever was with me decided, it's a nice thing. I'm sure at 1 a.m. Rabbi Wagner would want Achnasas Archim. It's a very nice thing, in the midst of Achnasas Archim, a beautiful opportunity. Who doesn't want to speak to Bachram at 1 a.m. about who knows what? And we were, I don't know, we thought it was a nice thing. So we all went up. Our hearts were beating. We knocked on the door. Either he would, throw us out or who knows what. And he opened the door. I still remember such a smile. 1 a.m. And he let us in. And he said, come to his office. I still remember his office on the right of the house. There was a folding table there. We had like 15 svarim open. He was preparing the Eon chair for the next day. I'm like, people do this at 1 a.m. And that was normal, preparing for us nudniks and giving us attention and just making us feel special. The last few days I was thinking, came to mind that young man, I think it's Cheshvan, where the Rebbe speaks about how you have an Adam Gadol and you have an Ish Pasha. They have no relationship to each other. But when the Adam Gadol asks the Ish Pasha to do something, it makes them to a Metzias, it makes them to a mensch, it makes them to a someone. And Rabbi Wagner, Pasha Adam Gadol, I don't have to tell you all the titles, but he Pasha gave us little pushers of tension at Farbrengen, and like was mentioned earlier in the Shiur, Mabachar asked a question, would quote him and writing the Shir, Rabbi Pasha made us little nobodies into a someone. And that's something I'm gonna b'chayit and alibay and try to emulate is when you see encounter someone else, anyone, push it to give them attention and to smile and make them feel good and with all the great milas that Rabbi Wagner has, that's something that sticks out. He pushed us, made us all crazy, hyper bakram, you name it, but he gave us time of day, he smiled to us. And that's something that I always appreciated till today, something we're going to miss, but something that us, I think we're going to try to, to continue that and convey and give over that feeling to others. I remember when his mashpia, I think it was this time of year, Abramel Levitansky passed away, the Farbrengen, unbelievable Farbrengen, and so many stories and so much, love and respect he had to his mashpia, which just, amazing to see someone so great, Rabbi Wagner, and how much respect and admiration he had for others, and how much he was makabel from others. So again, l'chaim, shkach mendel, l'chayit and alibay. We all can give, not just us, but encourage others to give. It's important, and there's no reason why not. They always say, you ask. If someone says no, it's no. But if you ask, someone can give. So we should all, forward and ask to give to the mishpacha, like I mentioned, whatever. Rabbi Wagner gave us so much ruchnius. It's now our time to give back the gashmius, a little as the least we can do. L'chaim, we should, you know, I was waiting, we're all waiting for the grand Suda Seidah reunion, Shnas Hakel. That's what, that was the plan, but I guess it's delayed a bit. But the Hakel will still be a Suda Seidah, Hakel Farbrengen, with all of us together, a reunion, Yerushalayim, Rakedesh, Mashiach, and Rabbi Wagner for being for us once again. L'chaim,
Nachum. On that note, two short things. First of all, to your last point, people don't appreciate these days. It's so easy to put statuses. People don't appreciate the power of just reaching out to somebody and asking them. Best is over the phone, but we like to make assumptions as humans, and we assume that people saw the status and they read the status. And today, because we're so inundated with ads, people have this psychological filter where you don't even register when you feel like it's spam or it's another ad. So pick up the phone. If you feel like someone is shaykh to give, don't assume that they already did. Worst case scenario, they'll say that they did, and then tell them they could give more with installments. But yeah, pick up the phone and call. To your earlier point, Nachum, I think that, again, one of the things that lent to so much of the charisma that Rabbi Wagner had for everyone was usually we're used to people being on one side or the other. They either have their both feet on the ground and their head is on the ground and they're fully in Olam Hazeh, or they're up and they're mufshit and they don't understand and you can't really talk to them and you can't really appreciate it. And we just assume that there's not much to relate to because this person was just born as a godly human and therefore they don't have the same issues that we do. And to the point that you were saying, Menachem, Rabbi Wagner, so Menachem said this over a couple times during Shiva. I heard it from him on the first day, and I heard also a very similar sentiment from Rabbi Wagner's brothers. The story that Menachem shared was that about a year and a half ago, he was sitting with his father. He was chatting with a couple siblings, and his father was already, Rabbi Wagner was already ill, so he got tired, and he said he's gonna go to sleep. So they said, "We'll leave. We'll turn the light off. Go to sleep normally." He's like, "No, it's fine. I don't need it." So they said, so Menachem told him, "At least go under your covers, make yourself comfortable." And he said, "Covers? I don't sleep under covers." And Menachem actually realized, he told me it wasn't something he noticed then. He noticed throughout the years that two things: Rabbi Wagner never seemed to sleep in pajamas, and he never went under the covers. And so, but he never asked why. He just thought that that's whatever. He was whatever. So he asked him why, and he said that shortly after he got married, he realized that it's difficult to get up in the morning, especially when you're Farbrengen all night and this and that. So he decided to just eliminate 2 steps from the process. This way, it'd be a lot easier for him to get up and learn Chassidus. So Menachem's point, and again, a similar sentiment that I heard from his brothers, from him as a kid. He was born with incredible intellectual capabilities and as a genius. But the person that he became was hard work. He decided to make those sacrifices as a human that enjoyed sleeping and as a human that enjoyed these various things. Rabbi Wagner, had to put in the work. So I'm also going to take this opportunity to push the story website. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I think it's share-to-remember.com /Rabbi Akiva Wagner. And this was a specific request from the family to try to collect everything in one cohesive thing. The horrors and things were for the kavitz, but for personal stories and anecdotes, memories, things like this, please go to the site and post it. If you don't know how to write, there's a wonderful tool called ChatGPT. Now the Google made a thing called Bard. Whatever it is, there's no excuses. They could even make up the memory for you if you want, if you don't have any. And anyways, Hersh Loshak, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, L'chaim. So I was listening to one of the brothers before speaking. I think it was a Rabbi, and he mentioned how that the story about the letter that fell, and the Rabbi said that that's my whole haleza kol in yonei. So I taka remember Rabbi Wagner mentioning that story a lot, and if I recall correctly, he would be like crying during the story. So anyways, so I was thinking to myself, I remember my first few weeks in Zal, Tafshin Samache. So he I was like I always consider myself whatever, like I had a hang up that I was like a pretty average bacher, but that meant that like nobody ever noticed me. So I wasn't a kid that was making trouble, so I wouldn't get screamed at for that or whatever, or get extra attention there. And I wasn't either like super chassidish and Eloi or talented or whatever. So like I usually went unnoticed. So I remember Rabbi Wagner, the first couple weeks, also was like going a little unnoticed. And then also you have the image of the mashpia or the Rosh Yeshiva that they're just going to tell you off and not really connect with you, etc. So anyways, I remember it was a Farbrengen and it was late, so I was leaving, and it was not that late, but it was a little late, and I was leaving, and as I was leaving, Rabbi Wagner sees me and he calls my name, and he turns around, and I was ready for sure that he's going to give it to me, like "Hi Tachin, you're leaving early," like some sharp comment, and then that's it. But no, he said, "Oh, something I don't remember." And then he shared a memory of my father that when he was on Shlichus, he was by my father for Shabbos, and it's amazing Farbrengen, whatever. And whatever, it was a quick encounter, but like that was like that's all I needed. Like my whole hang up was gone, and from then on we were very, very close. And I'm sure he did this to tons of bachrim. But so when he said that story that the Rebbe said, this is that the Rebbe's whole inyan was to ufkahaven. Like I feel like Rabbi Wagner saw that for every single bacher, that he was ready there to uplift every bacher, whether he was whatever stage he was in, he was ready to uplift. So that's a specific story. Another specific story that I have and memory that I think helps me, that I think shaped, or that I try to live up to every day, and kind of shaped who I am today, I hope at least. It was in Shir Beizal, and so we were very close, Baruch Hashem. And in he Farbrengen the Baal Kabbalah, so of course coming to Chassidus in time, etc., etc., etc. And so I remember it was between Purim and Pesach, so that's Zman. So between the Zman of Purim and Pesach, everybody's pretty much checked out. It's Pesach soon and whatever, and that's it. So I listened to his Farbrengens, and I wanted to be involved. So I worked hard to to come to Seder on time, etc., etc. So I remember coming to him. It was so we must have probably Farbrengen the night before, and no one was in Zal. Basically, it was a handful of bachrim. So I came to him, and I was upset. I said, and I sat across him, and I was upset. I said, it's not fair. Like, why are you doing this to us? Making us feel that we have to be here, etc., etc. And it's like, you see all these other guys, they could sleep in every once in a while. Shabbos could sleep. He was so anti-sleeping on Shabbos. Yeah, and like us, you hack into us Kabbalah. You should Farbrengen and also have Kabbalah, and it's like it's not fair. Like I want to just be normal, and it's like it's not a good life. And I was like arguing with him, not in like a Farbrengen style. So he tells me, Hirsch, did you learn it was B'yem Shteyasa, right? Because it was before you get off Nissen. So he says, you've learned the B'yem Shteyasa. He says, yeah, your life is not going to be good. It's not that your life is going to be good and it's awesome and it's great. He's like, that's not the point. The point is that you are doing what's right. And what's right is you have to come on time and you have to Farbrengen and do all these things. So you are doing what's right. No, it's not good. And if you go and yeah, you could sleep in a couple days and no one's going to tell you anything. and it's going to be, and you're going to have a great life, and you'll be a chassid, and you know, people will think you're a chassid, and it'll be all good. But that's not right. But the right thing to do is to be here on time or whatever it was. And I remember taking that, and I'm like, wow, that's awesome, you know. And like he gave me a koch and a chayis, and like from then on, like I never had a shaila. It's like, you know, I was up, and again, I can't say I live with this every day, obviously, but it was this you know, this their hair, and I think it goes into like what everybody's writing about, what everybody's talking about, that Rabbi Wagner saw the world in a real way, that Elikus b'pshitos and Elimus b'hischachos, and he saw that really. So it's like what was right to do, you know. And so, okay, occasionally, so you can do, you know, you can mess up sometimes. And like I remember, he always hated, like he used to always Farbrengen about skiing. Like he hated skiing. People would go skiing. I remember he like lift up his hands skiing. Like I don't know if he did that in skiing, but he hated skiing. Why? Because skiing was a thing that there's nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing right with it. It's not going to bring you closer to likusara. Like if you're going to play sports or whatever, like maybe, you know, that's exercise, something, whatever. But it's like if you're skiing, that just means you're going to have a good time, an outlet. And for him, that was like against everything that the Rebbe, Chassidus, Shvi, everything, like it was against everything. So I think, and he really lived it. And I'm not going to say I lived that at all, but I think he gave us a little bit of that. And every once in a while that comes up. And again, the V'chayitein el libay, that we'll see more of the world like this, and do more what's right because it's right, and not for any other things. And yeah, bring Mashiach.
L'chaim, Hirsch. David Markel, are you still on the call? Paging one, Sir David.
I'm on the call. My video isn't working.
Okay, well, imagine that you have a good face and you could speak.
I don't know what to speak about.
They say, all right, if you're going to make me start interviewing you, it's going to get real deep real fast. They say that David Markel was someone that appreciates the ga'inus of Rabbi Wagner. Ask him to speak. Someone else. He's a makabel pnimi from Rabbi Akiva. So, why do they say that about you? What kind of special relationship did you have?
I don't know what other things that are true or what people say or not say, but I definitely had a very close relationship with the Rosh Yeshiva for many years. I learned there for 5 years. I was about to share there for a year. I can't say that I necessarily appreciate his goodness or know his goodness, but one thing I will say, I used to sometimes prepare shiurim with him, and I used to prepare shiurim with him at the Harris. I was staying in one dorm. He used to pick me up at 1 o'clock in the morning and go to his house, and we would learn together. What was tremendous about his derech halumod, if that's what they asked to speak about, but he had two opposite minds in some way. That some people, when they learn, they're very medayik. They learn their muscle, and there's some people they're deep. But one of the things the Rosh Yeshiva said was that he would learn a sentence, and in learning it, he would already have 15 diukim and 10 chakiris. He once told me about learning. I speak to him about different Rosh Yeshivas and their derech halimud. One of the things that was tremendously geschmack about him, I spoke to him once about other yeshivas that they say the same shiur. They say the same shiur every year when they were more or less they're 5 chakiris, a couple things, but with Rosh Hashiva, Mamish, every time you opened the Gemara, you could have gone through the Sefas Kedushin and you could get in whatever the Sefta was. Pashit learned it like it was the first time. It was amazing. His Kach and Torah was phenomenal, and I'm not gonna say more about his learning, but it was tremendous. I don't know why I'm speaking. I have too much to say that I can't say it about the Rosh Hashiva. Either way, I'm done.
L'chaim, David. Good, all good. Levi Zaltzman, what do you have to say? You got words.
Yeah, Shalom Aleichem. We're just sitting with the Bachram till now here in Yeshiva.
Hit us with the recap.
So on those lines, I don't know who was just speaking. I saw Hirsch Loshak, his name. I didn't see him. Well, it didn't sound like his voice.
It was David Markel. Hirsch Loshak was right before him. And anyway.
Oh, that was Markel. Oh, that was Markel was my Magid Shir for half a year in Yeshiva. That's right. Yeah. So on that note, I'll add something from Mamish from this year. For those that aren't aware, Rabbi Wagner gave Shurim this year. During craziest times, and because of the yeshiva being a little bit of a smaller size, the setup this year was that he gave Shurim obviously over Zoom, and I had the schus of being in yeshiva in person for his shir. So kufas that he wasn't able to give the shir, I gave the shir. I would give out his marmakaimis, discuss the sugis with the bachrim, make sure the bachrim weren't falling asleep during the shir, right? Because a magid shir over Zoom is not that easy to bop. Rabbi Wagner bopping the bachrim on the head couldn't happen over Zoom. So
they say that since they started the Zoom shiurim, Bachram's cheeks were smaller. They say
you weren't able to pinch his cheek, right?
We got the pulse.
So it's down about Rabbi Wagner's koch. So some of the shiurim, we have some of the notes in the beginning of the Zman from 8 years ago. But then as the year progressed, it was mamish, it was naya in Yonim. And just now we're talking with some of the bachar which were in the shir taka. So first of all, some of the shiurim he gave pashat from the waiting room in the hospital. Once halfway through the shir, Rabbi Wagner's, as the shir progresses, right, he gets louder and stronger, and in the middle you could hear in the background that someone's telling him to basically get quiet, right? His whole floor of the hospital was shaking. He says, the understand the shir. We got shiurim from him in the taxi on the way back from the hospital. Crazy, Torah Shalabadati Ba'af. The level that he was makayim that this year was unbelievable. But there was a hemshech of 3 shiurim which just stuck out of my mind of those which are learning Gittin this year. The sugya of pikach shenescharish, the whole sugya of an ilaim being able to say faninechta mitech aksav. There's a Bekiva Ege there was hatakasha, and he went on I think 2 or 3 shiurim a hemshech. The Bekiva Ege gelernt wie der erste pshata marshal like the zweite pshata marshal. Why does the Bekiva Ege have this kasha? Why couldn't he have a good answer? And I was talking to the Bachram how it's like, not pshat, it wasn't like he was just learning a sugya b'seder, no, durchtan, Rashi, the Taisus, the Rishayim, pashat to Miyashas and the Bekiva Ege, and I reminded myself that as a Bachar in Yeshiva, he meant for me that for was the Nishturka going in Drush v'chidush Rabbi Bekiva Ege. Rabbi Bekiva Ege, apparently I also heard from others afterwards, that Rabbi Bekiva Ege was Rabbi Wagner's, I don't know if you want to say favorite achron, upon him, even mamish till Yamav Achreinim, in the most difficult circumstances, the Mesir Snefesh to learn, and it was Nus Chayra. He learned with us after Yud Shvat. He started the sugya of Breira. I don't know if he's ever done it in the past. Chav Daled, Chafei and Gittin, mamish nu in Yonim. And this year, mamish the last year he gave us, and this was just an interesting thought that I had. The last year, the Indian, the last Indian was learned. The last year he gave was over Zoom. He was here in Toronto for about a week before Purim. He was here for Shabbos. First there was a Shabbos office Ubanim. He left on Thursday, and then there was Shabbos Zacher. And Sunday, Shabbos Zacher, after Shabbos Zacher, Erev Purim. Those which were here, I'm sure remember that always before Purim, Wagner would give Sainyan on Nyana Diema. And for the last 5 years, almost every year he spoke about the stira between two sichas, Purim Tashachav, Chaf Aleph, from Shlech Manas, being a Geder Neitz and Geder Mekabel, right? The basic rate about what's the Geder Shlech Manas. This year, in Ganzen and Inyan, we're then just, we learned a little bit earlier in the year the Sugi of Sirtut. I think that was what inspired it. As far as I know, he never wrote the Sinyan. He never gave over the Sinyan, and he actually, by the time the next day already, wasn't up to giving a shir anymore, and that was the last shir he gave. He never wrote up the shir. Mr. Shem, we're going to work with the Bachram to write it up. But what was the shir, the Kitzer? And I think it's the last message that he gave us. I think Hata Interessante Musahaskel. The Nakuda was he was talking about the din as the Megillah that from Leine and Mitech Aksav. Two different Gemaras, and the Nakuda was that there's two dinim in das is Madaf Habana Megillah when you read the Megillah. One inyan was because you can't read a Megillah Balpeh. That was Mitech Aksav. And the second inyan is as Mitzad Peshumei Nisa, that's to have in the Megillah Lefneya Koirei, not Mitzad the Balpeh not Mitzad reading Mitech Aksav, but Mitzad Peshumei Nisa. And that's Maz B'Din, right? If you have a Megillah, Ksuva Mitecha, if the Megillah is written in Bein Aksuvim, you have a sefer with all the Megillahs, where Tanakh, you're not Yetzer, the Inyan of the Peshumei Nisa Shabazah, and it was Mechalik, that's the difference of Yachid and Rabbim. Anyway, there was a Gan Tzarichus B'Davar. But to me, a farewell message, which I felt was in that last shir that he gave, was Adin and Shulchan Aruch, a mitzvah, was the Eibishter Zakhluns, can't just be a dry halacha. Yiddishkeit is not a checklist. Yiddishkeit can be another inyan. In the problem in the hearts. And the halacha that you have to read a Megillah Mitech Aksav isn't just a din. That you have to read it. The inyan Peshumei Nisa. The inyan in the varmkeit of the mitzvah, in the excitement of the mitzvah. And this reminded me also that a lot of the Zooms he would finish because it was some of his live shiurim. He would also do this, but it was a little bit more over Zoom. He would finish the shiurim a lot with episode 2-3 minutes, something in the parsha, something from a maimer. So one of the last things I remember was from Parsha Mishpatim. He spoke about Evet Kanaini and Evet Ivri, and he was all excited for 3 days in a row. He was telling the Bachar Nuas to Shengalant the maimer, and he said he was excited about a word which he said it was a chiddush to him. That the Rebbe says in Eila Mishpatim that an Evet Kanaini, Tzemach Tzedek talks about Evet Kanaini, Evet Ivri, could even be a Yid, which is a Beinini. Why is he Evet Kanaini? Also Struken. While sein heart is Befkeira Nichalei. What's Struken? A Evet Ivri, a Yid has to be also with sein heart. Has to be with excitement. If it's not with excitement, it's Evet Kanaini. This is connecting it to the last year that he also gave us as well. And Bashkacha Pratis, this last week, Hashas Bahar, in the Likutei Sichos, Chelek Chav Zayin, the famous Sikha of Kinyan Guf Lepereisov, the Rebbe brings exactly this word to the Tzemach Tzedek, Evet Kanaini and Evet Ivri. In my head, this is the last, like, Farbrengen that he had at the end of the year. From then already, he was just giving shiurim, at least as far as I remember. This was like the last discussion we had about Avodas Hashem Inyan in the shir. Mashkacha Pratis, this was last week, Parshas Bahar. The Rebbe brings this word exactly. Upon this is something which Rabbi Wagner didn't just talk about as Yiddishkeit as Amit Primius, but this is what he lived with every fiber of his being. He's like davening Yadetog, every Shachris, Mincha Ma'ariv. There was no such thing as Nacha Tefillah or Nacha Mitzvah, which is just being done. With the ganze heart, Evet Kanaini, he was mamash koching. He says the Rebbe Zok, you could be a Beinini, the Tust Alt, by Evet Kanaini. Because it's dry. The Darzan Yiddishkeit does not with the heart and with excitement. I'll suffice for now.
Fine. Yep. You definitely just came back from speaking to the boys for 3 hours. That was a good recap. So Shkoyach Levi. Amongst us is a gentleman that I actually grew up with, shouldn't say grew up with, but grew up, I don't know, in some sort, from Seattle, Washington. And he's very smart, and you could tell that because in his name on Zoom it says Rabbi. So he typed it out, which means he knows what he's talking about. Rabbi Goldberg, please.
Mendel. Yeah, there's so much to say about Rabbi Wagner. I see a lot of those who were in Toronto in my days, and some Dalit, some Hey. I see some Spalter. I see you over there. A lot of the others. I see they have their cameras off. Some they're all also here. Al Kapanim, I could go on forever. We're talking about Rabbi Wagner. But maybe just a couple nakudas, v'chayitin alibai, things that when I think about him and reflect about him as a yid, as a chassid, as a rosh yeshiva, a mashpia, a mechanech. So just a few things. So, when you're a bacher, so a lot of times you don't realize what kind of impacts someone is having on you. You're a bacher, you're living life, you're trying to be chassidus, or whatever, you're doing your thing, and you're sort of like the rosh yeshiva, the mashpia, he's sort of just there for entertainment, but you're like living your life and you're doing your thing. And only years later you realize that whatever you have, that you got it came from somewhere. You're not a self-made man. Whatever you're a makabel, it's because of it's thanks to your mashpia, thanks to those that hammer these things into you. So just a few nakudas, things that I took from Rabbi Wagner, Starke and Yonim. So, Chassidus talks a lot about, the Rebbe demands the idea of hanach satzmusai, putting yourself aside for the kavanah. There's a famous sikha, the Rebbe talks about Achan Shel Pesach, Tavshan Lamed Vav, about, the Chiddush of Temchei Tmimim, about how you have to kachzich, Sayin Nigla, and Sayin Chassidus, and Avodas Hatvila, and Afatas Hamayonis, Mevtzaim, everything, and how is it shayach to do everything? And the Rebbe's answer is hanach satzmusai. You have to put yourself aside for the kavanah, for what the Rebbe want of you. So I think sometimes people sort of like understand this or take this in a way of like, okay, basically it means that like I got to turn off myself, basically, because naturally a person has only a kach and a chayis in one thing. So okay, whatever, just forget about me. I don't exist. I'm not important, right? Just do whatever the Rebbe wants. It becomes like a little dry. But I think the emes is it's much deeper than that. It's that when you put yourself aside, so for the kavanah, so your whole self becomes part of the kavanah. All of your keiches, your ratzin, your tainug, your seichel, your midas, everything becomes part of it. So if there's any person that I can think of that embodied that lived that, was Rabbi Wagner. He did everything. He did everything blig vul. Blig vul nigla, blig vul chassidus, blig vul davening, blig vul farbrengen, blig vul avos Yisrael. I don't know how a man could have so much time in his day. It's like, somehow he had time for everyone. He had time to show attention to every bacher, in each bacher in his way, and with an individual sima slave. He didn't just have cliche things that he said to everyone. He talked to every person. He knew whether to say musar or whether to say a nice word. He did everything. He did everything. So how is it possible? There's no doubt, because I think there was one nekuda in his life. One nekuda was he was ibur into the kavanah. That was it. He did everything he did because this was the right thing. This was the right thing. I think, Mendel, you mentioned something about that. You wrote something about that. Yeah. Right? That was his nekuda. He did everything because this is what the Eibishter wants. The Eibishter wants. And that didn't mean that, therefore I do it. Okay, nebuch, yeah, Kabbalah soil, yeah, nebuch, Kabbalah soil. I don't have a choice. I have to do it. It means that I do it with my whole geschmack. I give my whole self. I do it bli gvul, literally. And I'm saying it's like bli gvul nigla, like, you know, like Levi mentioned before over here, you know, I get taught so again, Rabbi Kiva ego, and like literally, I mean, everyone knows this shiurim went over most of Bachram's heads, right? I'm Levi, yeah, Atayam Azem, Istam most of Bachram didn't chap all the things he was saying, whatever, okay. But he couldn't control himself, you know what I'm saying? Like he threw himself into the nigla, you know, and you know, Chassidus also, you know, he kocht the way he used to koch, and a maimur and a sicha. You know, he never got bored of a sicha, never got bored of a maimur. You know, there's certain, like, you know, lech lecha, this is the sicha he's going to Farbrengen about. And I remember this, you know, there was a bacher who didn't go to the Farbrengen. Someone asked, like, why are you going to the Farbrengen? He's like, Shoftim, like, I could chazer Rabbi Wagner's Farbrengen from Shoftim, you know, whatever. So the bacher was saying it, you know, not shaloi lishvacha, but I think fakert, it's lishvacha. You know, he didn't get bored of things. He lived a maimor, he lived a sicha, he went to bligvul, and you know, and nothing was on the cheshbon of anything else. You know, some people they daven because they don't want to learn. Yeah, they learn because they don't want to daven. They farbrengen because they don't want to do either of them. By him, nothing was because he didn't want to do the other thing. He did it because he believed that now this is what needed to be done, and he did it b'chol hateikef with you know b'chol keiches nafshay. I mean, so that's something. I mean, listen, you know, he was an exceptionally gifted individual. You know, he was unbelievably talented, and you know, lav dafka, we can learn like him, we can daven like him, learn chassidus like him, farbrengen like him. But the nekuda to sein übergegeben, the nekuda that to be, you know, give yourself, give whatever you got, and don't limit yourself to one kav. I think every one of us can learn from that. You know, everybody has hagbalas, but you know, when it comes, but if you make that decision that you're going to give yourself over, so you can accomplish amazing things. You know, I'll just a few you know, just a few personal stories, you know, things. So one thing that he would koch sich a lot in the fact that to learn a maimur again and again and again. So I remember it was one line just coming from Lag Baimer. So he one Lag Baimer, I don't remember what happened. It's a Samach Dalet. I don't know, there was a parade or something. Somewhere in the afternoon, he was in Zal, and I don't know what kind of seder there was. But I don't know, he sat down at his table and he said, we're learning the Maimur, Pasach Reb Shimon, Pashtan Lamed Daled, the Maimur will look at Gimel, whoever wants. And a couple of Bachim were there in Zal. I don't know, we didn't have what to do, Lag Baimer, I guess. And so we sat and we learned the Maimur with him. And I don't know, somehow I got it like knocked into my head. Okay, so like this is a pretty Geshmaka Maimur. Okay, let me learn the Maimur a couple times. Officially that year we were learning. Anyways, we look at Gimel, and so I learned the Maimur a couple times. Okay. I don't know if I understood the Maimur. I don't know if I understand the Maimur today, whatever. I learned it a couple times. So that year, Gimel Tammuz, so he farbrenged Leil Gimel Tammuz. And then it was about 10 o'clock in the morning. So I rolled in to 770, and I see Rabbi Wagner was standing there with Talis and Tefillin, and he sees me over there. He says, Daniel, he says that he's davening. You're going to daven now. So I started ecking and becking, like whatever. Like he said, Mr. Ami, you're going to learn chassidus? So I said, yeah, I'll learn some chassidus. He says, what are you going to learn? So I said, I was thinking that I'm going to learn the Maimur Pasach Reb Shimon. So he says, why? What's up with the Maimur Pasach Reb Shimon? You know, like Gimel Tammuz, you know, whatever. You know, so I'm going to learn Vata Tetzavah. I don't know, something Pasach Reb Shimon, sort of like you know, Stama Maimur. So I said, because I already learned the Maimur a couple times, so I want to learn it again. So he says, I see already you're beginning to have Epsa Gleicha cup. He said, you had to get a straight head. You learned it a couple times. You know, he knew how to give a nice comment. So then he said, come, we'll learn the Maimur together. So we sat over there in 770. You know, it's already 10 o'clock, Gimel Tammuz. You know, there's things to do. You have to go to the oil and all these things. And we sat, and he learned the Maimur with me, and you know, and he gave in his, you know, whatever he had, you know, things he had to add to the Maimur. And yeah, we sat and learned the Maimur over there from, I don't know, from 10 to like, you know, 11:30, you know, something, whatever, however long it took to learn the Maimur. And you know, that was you know, that was the thing. I'm just thinking now, you know, I teach in the yeshiva now, and it's like, you know, Gimel Tammuz, you know, whenever you're off, it's like you're off, you know, you're learning your own thing, you know. to stam, 10 o'clock in the morning, Gimel Tammuz, to stam a bacher, to sit and learn stam of Havok from the Maimer. This game, I'm saying, because he felt that this is, that's his job. He's here he's here for everyone, for a yachid, for that was it, and Mamish till his last Mamish the last kufa was getting difficult, but whenever I would have something to write up or something, so I'd send an email to anyone that I think would maybe read it. Other people that might read it. He would always come up. He'd always respond. He would, with a horror or something, and and if I Taka said something good, he would make mention of it. Sometimes I would ask questions on his emails. I remember once he had up the whole thing about the Ma'amar B'Yom Hashli Yasayim, and I asked up Zakasha, the Lechudas and Ishtazai. And he responds with a whole long email with like literally 3 paragraphs, basically that you didn't even begin to understand the Maimer. Like he showed me like Bichlal that like my whole understanding of the Maimer. This everybody knows he kochs the Maimer B'Yom Hashli Yasayim. Man, Bistam I also learned it a couple times and everything, but like he spent the time over here. The Stam a Talmud from 15 years ago, and I'll tell you, I wasn't like particularly close with him. Whatever. Rabbi Wagner, he had a kesher with everyone. He didn't consider he wasn't my mashpia. He wasn't like, I learned from him, I learned a lot from him, but he took the time, and then I answered back, and he responded, and it was back and forth. We fought over it, for Shtetzach he won, but it's Pashat unbelievable. He connected literally with every person, in their way. He knew when to give a good comment, he knew when to give musar. I remember in yeshiva, so now somehow I became a Samagachir Nigla. I'm not quite sure how that happened. But when I was in yeshiva, it wasn't so easy, Nigla. I remember going, so I remember once I had a question, it was in Kiddushin, and he said, "No, where's the answer?" Yeah, he said, "The answer's in a Rashi." So I'm like, okay, whatever. So I go back to my place, okay, whatever. He tells me the answer's in a Rashi, okay, whatever. So I go by to, so he's walking back a little while later. He asked me, like, no, did you figure out the answer? So I said no. He says, you're lazy. But it's the way he said it, for some people, that's offensive, right? But the way I took it was, like, you know how to learn, you're a smart guy, right? You're lazy. If you're hard of it, you'll be able to figure it out. So I Taka thought about it, it was only one Amud Gemara, so I started going through each Rashi, thinking about like maybe what, and I Taka figured it out, and he was Taka, and I went over and I told him, and he was Taka happy. He knew how to, when to give a comment and when to give when to, it was very special, very, very special. And, just realizing that, we partially looked up to him, whether we liked it, whether, there was, everybody says those things, they say, Rabbi Wagner this, Rabbi Wagner that, but at the end of the day, everybody looked up to him, and everybody seeked his attention, and he gave it, and he gave it, and he gave it. And, I think that's something that everybody can learn from him. Everybody, the Rabbi talks about Hakel, everybody's like a melech, everybody's some type of hashba. Everybody, there's always people in our lives that seek our attention. And you just take a second just to think, what does this person need? What are they looking for? What do they want? It's not, Rabbi Wagner didn't give me a lot of attention. It wasn't the Kamos. Yeah, it wasn't the Kamos. I wasn't the guy at Farbrengen that he was throwing his hat at. Well, I wasn't, I wasn't the, I wasn't that guy. But the couple times, that he took the time, and it was, he thought about it. He knew who I was. He knew. I went over to him for, I remember when Shir Beizal, I mustered up the courage and tell him. I told him, I don't know how to learn Gemara. Tell me, how do I learn Gemara? Give me a derech halimud, right? And so then he proceeded to tell me the history of my life, basically, since I in yeshiva, like, and everything I went through. Like, I see that, it was kind of difficult, and then this is when it started getting better, and I saw this, like how did I didn't even know that he, like, how did he realize that all this was happening? But he realized, and he took the time, and he gave me hadracha, and I was it was very helpful, so it's again, we don't have the chushim that he has, but whatever we do have, we have to give it to everybody, everybody else who's in our life. Anyway, yeah, Mereshen Sufil, yeah, says, but what can I say? Yeah, I miss him.
Fine.
Fine.
Very nice. Levi Lavner, what's up?
Hey, Mendel.
Hey,
Great
hey.
job on the emceeing. By the way, it creates the right environment. It's plays a big role.
Thank you so much.
I actually want to piggyback off something that Nachum Greenwald said about our Wagner study. One year, I used to do the Farbrengen yeshiva, and one year I got a call from Yisrael Kopkovsky that Rabbi Wagner's wife wanted his study cleaned by surprise for his birthday. So, I went to his house and I just started cleaning. And I think like a lot of people on the chat today have a lot of Sfarm in their house, but the percentage of Sfarm that you actually use is usually pretty low. Or, usually you're using a chul or whatever, but he probably used like a sefer off every single shelf, and I took time to put it all away. And then he complained to me for months after that he couldn't find anything. So there was that Rabbi Wagner's study. But just thinking back in my days of yeshiva,
he loved his controlled chaos. He loved it.
Yes. Thinking back to my days in yeshiva, I think like the number one thing that sticks with me is Rabbi Wagner's like excitement and geschmack towards like Yiddishkeit in general, but there were things that he was like so excited about that it just automatically poured over to the Bachrim. One thing that comes to mind right away is going Tishrei to the Rebbe. It was very, very famous that on the bus on the way to Crown Heights, you wanted to be on the bus with Rabbi Wagner, like the middle of the bus was just totally taken over by Farbrengen for the entire time. That Tikku B'Chodesh Niggin for the story on that's so new, that the whole Tikku B'Chodesh of the Chassidim going to the Rebbe was like stuck with me.
Right.
So Shmini Atzeres night, you had to be in Rabbi Wagner's sukkah before you went to 770. That was like a but yeah, just overall the excitement towards Yiddishkeit, like the Farbrengen on Shabbos, like that really stuck with me. Like he really was excited about Yiddishkeit, and it poured over to all the Talmidim and to all of the yeshiva, and like everything that was going on in yeshiva. Rabbi Wagner was like the highest plug into the yeshiva. So Levi and Levi Zaltzman and whoever else is in the yeshiva now, make sure that highest continues to spill over, because like that really stays with you as a bacher, like going forward, like the learning. I mean, I never really, I don't know, Rabbi Wagner shiurim always flew over my head. I really tried to sit through a couple and they weren't very successful, but like he was always bringing in the Rambam. I don't know, I just remember there was always a lot going on in shiurim, always bringing in like the Rambam and this and that. I couldn't really follow, but the chayas is something that sticks with every single bacher, no matter your intellectual level. Everyone's in awe of Rabbi Wagner's Nigla shiurim, but the chayas is something that sticks with everyone, and it's so important. And like that's like my chayas from Yiddishkeit, I feel like is like a direct connection from Rabbi Wagner. So there's that. Again, just Levi, and I think also I saw labeled Salem on here before. A couple of other yeshiva staff. Keep up the Toronto name, the chayas. It didn't matter if there was 30 Bachar Menzal or if it was like a big year of 80 Bachar. I remember, right? I think Levi, you would remember like I think like 2 years, like the yeshiva got a lot smaller. There were a couple really big years and it got smaller, but it didn't matter how small or how big the Zal was. Rabbi Wagner's chayas was equally matched. And I really enjoyed that, and I'm sure everyone did as well. So it's nice. Another thing I'm observing here is the age gap between different alumni. I don't know other yeshivas and what it's like, but you have some people. I think there's people here that are like 20 years older than me or something, but they were with Rabbi Wagner in yeshiva, and then there's people younger than me as well. So that's just obviously like a big shows on the greatness of Rabbi Wagner, and it's going to continue. So thanks everyone for sharing your thoughts. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I feel like I'm out of Farbrengen Rabbi Wagner right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mendel, take
it's
it away.
a little bit lower pitched. Yeah. Speaking of yeshiva staff, Eliezer Posner, what's good? Are you on here? I think you're on here. You might have to unmute yourself. All right. Until he finds his microphone, we're going to go for a short commercial break to Zemel. Zemel, you're back on. You're muted. Still muted.
Assuming I wasn't supposed to talk.
Zemel, when did your name become Zemel?
A long time ago. No, not yet.
Shir Beis? Shir Aleph, you were
No,
still Zemel.
no, long before.
Really?
Shai,
you remember that?
When you were in Shir Beis, I was just a nod.
No, he became Zemel after Machra Tzimtzum.
Where was the Tzimtzum?
I don't know.
Most people, when they're kids, they have nicknames, and then when they become an adult, they become mature, they get the full name. Zemel was the opposite. As a kid, he was there, and then as a teenager, he became Zemel. Yeah.
All right.
After Mizrach machen mit Tzimtzum jetzt.
So I just wanted to share one more thing. Well, a few things, but we'll start with one. So the last time I actually saw Rabbi Wagner in person was not this past year, but last year, Tu B'Shvat time. And I don't go to New York that often, but I went into New York and I emailed him. I knew he wasn't doing that well. I emailed him, coming to New York in a week or two, can I come visit? Like, what's the situation? So he says, I don't know what's going to be in a week or two. He emailed me back, but in a week or two, when you're here, you'll message me and whatever, we'll see. So I ended up messaging him and he didn't answer, and back and forth. And I was only in New York for one day. So finally I reached him and I said, what's the deal? So he said, if you can come in a couple of days, I'm not feeling that well, but hopefully in a couple of days I'll be better. So I said, okay, listen, if you're not feeling that well, sei gesund, and I hope you feel better. But, I have a flight out in 6 hours or whatever. So I'm not going to be able to make it. So, no offense, but that's just my flight. So he, not very long afterwards, he messaged me back. Okay, come. I should actually see if I have them. I haven't. Actually, I don't. I switched phones. I lost the messages. But it was something to the extent of, okay, come. But I'm not going to have koyach for more than 15 minutes. Something to that extent. So I ended up coming there. He said, whatever time it was, come. So I came. And I was speaking with him. And who was it before that was speaking about when you sent him a thing? I'm bad with names. He sent him a shiurim and he sent it to Aris and stuff. Who was it, Mendel? I don't know who was saying.
Neil Goldberg.
Yeah, you know me for years. You think I listen to things? Dude, come on.
I didn't ask you to listen. I just wanted you to tell me the name. So I actually send out a weekly email and Wagner's on there. And he used to read it and he would sometimes respond. He actually, at some point about 5 years ago, told me that the email's a little boring. I have to put a joke in the beginning to make it a little more interesting. Maybe people will read it. So I asked him, I had just written a thing in my email a week earlier. A crazy Mifsaim story happened. And I wrote it. I wrote about it in the email, and I asked him. I said, did you read it? Because I didn't get a response from you. Normally, when I would write something like that, I'd be like, oh, that's like a Shema Kamaisa, that's good, But I didn't get anything back from him. So I mentioned that. I said, did you happen to read the email? So he said, no, I didn't. It's been like I told you, it's been a rough little while, and I didn't have a chance. But I want to I want to hear the story. I didn't have a chance to read the email, but tell me the story. And Baruch Hashem, at the time, I had somebody that was tagging along with me, who shall remain nameless, and he kept interjecting, Kedarke B'Kodesh, and I was waiting for our Wagner to throw him out, because our Wagner had Rahmanis and let me come visit him, and I brought along this guy that was acting like a real nudnik. But our Wagner just kind of like smiled and nodded at him and whatever, and he says, "Oh, you have to read the mayor's emails. It's very important." Right? Yeah, I do. I read the emails. Thank you so much. But just to get back, tell me when Posner is up, because I don't want to talk forever here. I only have so much in my bottle.
We got a Benny Schmidt after you, but don't worry, keep going.
Okay, so go to Benny Schmidt.
No, he doesn't know he's speaking yet. He just found out. So finish the story.
Okay, so just to give you a little background of these emails, when I was in yeshiva, yeshiva didn't have phones then to call. You had to use the payphone and calling cards and Nishramir Geschäft. So somebody introduced me to the library. I don't know when the library showed up there, but it was right behind Metro, right next to the Beis Yaakov or whatever school over there was, the Messiah Girls School. And somebody introduced me to the library, and it was a very good place to go and write up my emails and my Smithsonian stories. And I would send it to my mother and my different people till I got caught. I got caught by not from somebody in Zal, but somebody else, and Wagner got the message. It was me and a couple other Bachrim, and he called me into the office and he said, "Where were you by lunch?" So I said, I told a white lie. I said I was by Metro, which was true. I did go to Metro, and then I went to the library. So he says, "Okay," and that's it. I walked out. A few days later, I get called in again. Where were you by lunch? By Metro. Okay, you can go, no problem. Meantime, everybody else I knew was in the library. They were getting knasim, $50 knasim for being in the library. The third day, Rabbi Kamen was the one that caught me. So I knew I was toast. Wagner called me in. Where were you? I couldn't say I was by Metro. Said I was in the library. What were you doing in the library? Said I was writing an email. Why do you need to write an email? So I said I had a Miftzayim story. I wanted to write it up, send it to my mother, my family, whatever. So he says, if you need to write an email, you come to me and tell me how long you need on my computer or whatever it was, and you'll write the email in my office. You don't need to go to the library anymore. And that's the way it was. I actually, I used to sit in this library every week or two or whatever it was for 2-3 hours, and I would write my email. And sometimes he was sitting on the couch doing his Rambam or whatever it was, or he was in Nichnas V'Yotzeh. But Ad Hayom, it's going on 11 years now, and I'm still writing the emails. And wow. He used to read them. He used to comment back on them sometimes. But yeah, that's I wanted to share that before, but
that's actually a great showcase story, honestly.
It also touches on everything else everybody else said about the yachas to the bacher and this and that, and
right,
on so many different levels. It goes all over the place.
Right, but that's what I mean. He didn't get wrapped up with the black and white. Like, this is what you're supposed to do. These are the rules. These are the yeah. He's trying to make it work. Benny, you found the microphone. No, Benny. There's a request for an SB Munitz. I'm gonna assume that's Shalom Ber. But maybe it's Schneier Baruch. We have no idea. Or Chaim. Yeah. Where's Levi Zaltzman? Where'd you go? People, you have to put your cameras on, because a lot of you also you have your wife's computers, and we see a lot of female names and we don't know what's going on. And so you should put your camera on so we could see who's Farbrengen with us and who's just audio only. Levi, what's going on?
What happened to Eliezer Posner?
I don't know. He didn't find what's it called? He didn't find a microphone. Levi Zaltzman, you're on mute.
Yeah, you ready for round two? Yeah, I see my cousin Avramo. Avramo already spoke?
Avramo did not speak.
No,
No.
put on Avramo, put on Vavel Lipsker.
Hey, Avramo ran away.
That's it.
No, he's still here. Avramo, I
Put
see you.
Valvo Lipster on. We want to hear Valvo.
Let's see if he's still here. Velvel.
Velvel's on there.
Velvel's on. Velvel, hit the microphone button. Man, Jews and technology.
Valvo, speak. Don't tell us you're here on chat. Speak.
Oh, Avram Zaltzman has a camera on. You look like you're an interview for the CIA because you're a full silhouette. But otherwise,
Valvo needs 2 minutes. He's gonna speak.
all right. We also have Kalman Weinfeld, who was on the original roster, but he disappeared from the flyer. So now we're back. Kalman, you want to say something? You have something to share? You got to unmute if you want to share. It's technology.
I went in, thanks. I went to a family simche by the Wagners and by the Lapkovskis tonight. So I couldn't be here before, but I went in for the purpose of listening to the Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva.
Gotcha. So without further ado, Avram Zaltzman.
You asked to turn on your screens, and then you're just trapping that if you turn on your screen, then you asked to speak. That wasn't the deal.
No. Regardless, turning on the screens and then non-related, you were asked to speak.
Avramo, you were actually trapped by your cousin Levi. So
yeah.
Don't blame Mendel.
I'll take the credit.
I was not planning on saying anything or sharing anything. So I'm just trying to think quickly, putting on the spot. I remember once sitting in, this is just a cute interaction. A few Bachram were sitting by Ion, and Wagner walked by, so we kind of pulled him in for like a shtickle bullshit Farbrengen. And so, like we were saying, like there's nothing going to come from us. Wagner's a Wagner, and he's a real chassid, and he knows how to learn and daven and so on. And we're just, we're cute guys, and just going to kind of do our thing. But we can't really, we can't make anything of ourselves. That's just how the chassidish Farbrengen and bullshit turned into. So Wagner took it very seriously and started going. That's what do you mean, Rabbi Akiva? 40 years old, there's no such thing. You see what his kishrenis he had. So I remember I responded back to him. I said, Rabbi Wagner, I think it's an Akiva thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he my memory is his response. That's one eye squinted, the other eye non-squinted, and just that steer.
Yep.
I think one that you can walk away that's just very practical and tangible is every when he said Havdalah, there was no or Kiddush. We kind of have a trademark Kiddush image of it, or a little more however you do it, or Havdalah Hine Kel Yeshua. But like Wagner was Hine Kel Yeshua. Like everything was there was
Everywhere.
no just another bracha or another Havdalah, another Kedusha. You said Kedusha, so something easy that can the Chayit and Aliba could be taken on a kuda that's not just to pass by these things, but he saw every davar kedusha, baruch hu v'chshmoy, and amen, a kedusha, a kiddush, havdalah. It was all important. It was each one wasn't just another one of the day. I mentioned before, so I think that's something practical you can walk away with too. It's very easy too, just to remind yourself that when you're saying kaddish, 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 to think about what you're actually saying a little bit, so something small like that. Stories are coming to mind, but I think there's other people that can share things as well. And but the main thing is that Chayit and Alibi and Rabbi Wagner should he'll laugh at us. He's laughing at the Farbrengen. He'll laugh. Mashiach's gonna come. He's gonna laugh, and he's gonna get a bunch of Mishagayim sitting here and giving us spadim. And that's what he would do. That's how he would handle it, and that's what he's doing right now. But the case that we should be all reunited with Mashiach.
I mean, Avramo, maybe you get the laugh. I'm pretty sure I get the eye roll. The trademark eye roll. That's what I always got. Yeah, l'chaim. Velvel, your 2 minutes are up.
My 2 minutes are up. First of all, l'chaim, everybody. Weiß nicht, was zu sagen. I mean, a lot of emotions over the last week. So I'm just gonna do how you say a train of thought, an untrain of thought. Whatever comes to my head, I'm gonna share with no particular order and no particular. I don't have a message. I will share something about a message in a second, but I want to point out that I noticed that most of the guys here are not from my chevra. So for Rabbi Gershon Avtze mentioned all the way in the beginning that it's like a fraternity. Oh, you learn in Toronto, So I was actually from the first class. Tafshin Nun. We started Chai Elul Tafshin Nun Vov, and I took a Greyhound bus together with Rabbi Noam Wagner. Give him a mazel tov. And we took a Greyhound bus together. My father drove us down to the Port Authority in Manhattan, and I took a bus all night with Noam. It was Chai Elul, and then in the morning, his father picked us up, and I came a half a day late because by the time I got to the dormitory, I said that it started in the morning, and then, like Rabbi Avtze mentioned earlier, we had a Farbrengen that night in Edinburgh where the yeshiva opened, and we Farbrengen, a bunch of little boys. I was from the older guys in the group. I was already 16. Some of the guys were still 15. And we asked the Mashpia, Rabbi Hirschel Rabisky, what time is Chassidus tomorrow? We finished Farbrengen 10, 11, 12 at night. It cooked us on like we fell off the moon. What do you mean what time it says Chassidus tomorrow, 7:30, like every day? Lapoil Mamish, it happened to be that the next morning we're learning Dachat V'Sach Mitzvah Manasalikus, and he mentions over there the Tzipur HaMedaberes, that the Chidush or Tzipur HaMedaberes, that a parrot talks. He says, as if we did Chassidus right here, and we had no idea what he's talking about. And what he meant to say is that it's a Chiddush that you guys are here. I played dumb yesterday, but the reality is that it was hard that we came. We came in the morning, and we learned a lot of Torah. So I was in Chinuch for a lot of years, for 15 years, and in my early days when I was going to go full time, move to Miami. So I had a long conversation with the rabbi, and he asked me, he said, what's your vision for the Bachrim? I mentioned this by the Shiva, but what's your vision? And I wasn't sure what he's talking about. He says, if you're interested in this, I don't remember talking when I started the yeshiva, I don't know exactly. The Nakuda is true, exactly what the quote was in Shnegeh. But he said, you have to have a vision, you have to have a gang. But what are you trying to accomplish over here? And he was, like I have to mention before, he was a pioneer in starting a small yeshiva. And he told me clearly that he had a vision and he had a plan. It wasn't stam hoo-ha and hula. So I'm just going to share stories. So what am I saying? So I said that I see that the overwhelming majority, I see quite a few guys that I actually taught in the year that I was in Yeshiva Tafshin Samach Dalet. So I see a lot of guys are younger. Now, Rabbi Avtze mentioned, so one of the first Bachrim that went also my year was Shuki Steinberg, who lives in Miami here with me. And he told me his son's going to Toronto. I said, it's already the Sheni. Oh, you're going to Toronto? I feel like a kesher. And anybody who goes to Toronto, I always make sure to mention, I was from the founding class over there. I feel like a special kesher. So I feel like, a special kesher Rabbi Wagner, and I was with him in Tannersville for 2 summers before. And then I see that is literally a generation, 25 years. Literally a generation of Talmidim. There's a lot of guys that feel a very, very special kesher. And the ahavo that comes is kamayim upon lepon and kain levadim la'adam. My wife Zayda, Reb Nosson Gerari, Zalman Lichten Gan Eden, told me once. So Rabbi Wagner's Rebbitzin is my wife's first cousin. His mother's a Gerari, my wife's a Gerari. So there's Zayda, Reb Nosson Gerari. So I was talking to them one stop after I got married. So he mentioned to me that one of the most famous mashpiyim was Shale Brook. And now I noticed from my Zayd that Moshe Gazinski, my mother's father, who was a Talmud of Shale in Russia, that Shale was famous for his av to the Bachrim's Ibigabnkait, how he gave everything, and he loved the Bachrim and they loved him back. And he had Reb Shale as a mashpiyah in Eretz Yisrael before the war in the 30s. And he said that I had never seen a mashpiyah like that again. Reb Shale was he was unique, and they broke the mold after Reb Shale passed away. He said, until I saw Akiva. He said, I saw him, and I said, he's like Reb Shale. and it was taka true. Now, I want to mention, because we used to call him Akiva. That's we knew him from camp. We go in yeshiva. That's where he went by, and we were like chavalap with him. We were like buddies, And he was really a very regular guy. Somebody wrote an article, I think Yoni Abrams or something. He was really a regular guy, and he was a Dohi Ben Yid. And then we came to the yeshiva, and we're in Toronto, and they told us, it's not exactly appropriate to call Rosh Yeshiva by his first name. And it was really very strange for us. That's why a lot of us just call him Rabbi. It was hard for us to call him Rabbi Wagner. I know two rabbis. There was Rabbi Wagner and Rabbi Levitansky. I'm sure the Farbrengen is strong. There's two people that I call the rabbi. What other name do we have? So when the yeshiva started, it was a real Wagner affair. So I see by Mayor over here, used to invite us over for Shabbos, and the rabbi's mother, actually, and father was had we used to crash their house for Shabbos. Then we crashed Rabbi Akiva's house. Every Shabbos, Midah Shabbos or Shabbat, I mentioned to Rabbi Wagner that there was wine on the ceiling in our house from a Farbrengen, and she started laughing. She remembered, if I guess back in them. And Yitzchak and Iti were little kids, they were jumping around. And this was normal by us. So something that happened at the end of the first year, a bunch of guys were going back to the bus station. Dov, I said the story, but it really claps in my mind so strong. He had his little white Chrysler minivan that he had, and we asked him for a ride. Who asked you to Shiva for a ride? Look back at him, it's straight. We asked him for a ride. 10 guys packed into his car with all our luggage at the end of the year. And we went down to the bus station, to the ground bus station downtown. And the car broke. It couldn't handle 10 guys. The axle in the back of the car snapped as he was turning onto a hilly street. The axle snapped. So, okay, the axle snapped. Okay, guys, I guess you're going to need a taxi. So we took a taxi. Asach Mises. So I'll say, some of you may know that I occasionally speak in a professional capacity. I speak in different places. So the first time I ever spoke in public was in Tannersville. It was Pashas Veschanan. Rabbi Wagner made then a Renaissance fair. It was at Kufa. He was starting a shlichus in Tannersville, and he had on the mountain, on the ski mountain, on Hunter Mountain. So we made a Renaissance fair. We made exhibits, and it was supposed to be for Hafatza, for the people. I don't know how many Fry people came, but what I do remember is that people were supposed to pay an entrance fee, but everybody came 5 minutes before opening. Oh, I'm coming to help out, so everybody avoided paying the entrance fee. Everybody was coming to help. Anyway. So was the tzedek. So it was Parshas Veschanan, and he asked me to speak, and there was a lot of guests had come for Shabbos, and I remember which sicha I spoke because he taught me a new word. He taught me the word permeated. And I chazed the sicha in Chelik Aleph, Chelik Gimel. I don't remember where it is about why there was no echo by Matan Torah. They love the Kosh Baruch Hu Nisan Lamagana because the word of the Eibishter permeated the whole world, and he made me repeat the whole drasha for him. This happened again later when the yeshiva started. There was the yeshiva was associated with the cheder at the time, Al Shem Shmuel Zahavi, and there was a Psiyartzeit, and I had the Chazer Asicha, and he drove me over by Chabad Gate, and he made me repeat the whole speech in his car, and he corrected me a few times. That's at least twice that it happened. A lot of guys spoke about the empowerment of the Bachram. I didn't pay attention to it. A lot of it was Pasha Batlanis. To be honest, the first year the place was on wheels. There was no shluchim. The two dorm councils quit in the beginning of the year. A couple of months in, so Rabbi Wagner became a good dorm counselor. We going around waking us up. The Vaila, his father wasn't well, but he was all in Kibshuta. And I see that I'm really not unique in this area. I see that I'm really, really not unique, and this continues for generations. So when we had the first summer, not the first summer in Hamilton, but the second summer in Hamilton, was summer of Tavshin Nun. I don't remember, but he asked me to teach. I was a little schnook, and he asked me to be one of the learning teachers, and I did. And I remember that we had a special room. It was a hush of a guy, and I gave a shiur for the younger boys, and we moved on. We stayed the first year and the second year. Then the first year, he told me he was megala to me that is real kavanah, because the first year the yeshiva was just Mesifta Shir Aleph and Mesifta Shir Gimel. But he told me then that his real dream is to open a zal. To open a zal, that's audacious, that's ambitious beyond crazy. I mean, who's going to open a zal? It was the big three, and that's it. Opening a zal. He said, yeah, we're going to open a zal, and it's going to be. And the third year, we wanted to leave, and we made arrangements back to stay. We got bored of Rabbi Wagner Shurim, so he brought Mendy Hecht, he brought and then Rabbi Astor came that year. So,
No, we're good.
okay, if I can Chainik, you'll.
No, you're
So-
doing great. Actually, congratulations. You look great. You must be really old because you're talking about years before even I was born, but you're looking sharp. So
Yeah, okay. My mind is still, I haven't gone yet. I'm 43, so I am 25 years older than Rabbi Wagner was when he started the yeshiva. To give you some perspective, he's 28 years old when he started the yeshiva. I'm going to think about that. There's guys on this chat, on this group that are 28 right now. I think, seems to me most of the guys are older than that. He was 28 years old when he started the yeshiva. Well, I remember when he turned 30 the second year, we had a Farbrengen upstairs in Edinburgh. It was like, oh, wow, he's an old man. He's 30 years old already. You know, Rabbi Rabisky turned 40 in the beginning of the yeshiva, and he was allowed to drink more than four. To be very, very honest, more than four wasn't such a hot topic in yeshiva nowadays. Sorry to say that. That came later when the price of mashka went up. But everything in the yeshiva was started by the Bachrim. I led the Seder Nagunim for as long as I was there. You know, even after we did get out to the Bachrim, he always and you know, people are mentioning it here, and I didn't pay attention. Yeah, sure, got to Amid, Chazar Asicha in the arrangement time, and there was a lot of kinderishkeit that went on, a lot of immaturity, and a lot of messes that were made. But it never took away. Oh yeah, but and he really let guys bloom in a major way, and I began to appreciate it later. There was always a shortage of staff in the yeshiva. I'll say, so I went off to Alatera, and then I went to Shlichus 2 years to Melbourne, and then I came back to Morristown, and I wanted to spend, I was already 23, I wanted to spend a year in 770, and I knew that, you know, I'm not going to last that long. And he needed a teacher, and it was Simchas Torah in 770, and we were both very, very trashed. And he told me that he needs a Maggid Shir Chassidus in yeshiva. And I didn't want to go. I really didn't want to go. And he looks at me and he says, Velvel, up. Pay what I owe you. And I was quiet. I had nothing to answer. Because I knew when I know that I owed him big time. And I had nothing to respond to that. You know, you're coming to collect and you're coming to collect. So I went to teach over there. I taught there for the year. I got engaged during the year, so I was back and forth to New York a couple of times. I went to finish out the year over there. And we actually spent the summer together in Israel, Montreal. It was the first year that he went to Israel, Montreal. I got married afterwards. And then I moved off to Miami. We spoke Kamu upon him. And over the years, we kind of lost touch. You know, hi, how are you? It was Herzach, you know, quick hello, Kush, and that's it. And befrat that I became a closer relative as I happened to be his Rebbitzon's relative by myself. But you know, I became much closer. But it didn't go anywhere really. And then a couple of years ago, there's an incident that happened, which is some private people, so I will not mention anything. But something happened that I went out of my mind. You know, like Shalom Kass mentioned earlier, go over to Bachar and apologize. And I'd seen stuff like that all the time. But something in it really blew my mind. And I called him up and I told him that I want to tell you that I'm mamish riyaris from the kelim from what happened. And I ended up speaking to him on the phone for a couple of hours. It was 3 hours. It was the summertime. So I guess he was a little bit less busy. I was standing in my yard walking in circles. I spoke to him on the phone for 3 hours. We spoke and we reconnected. And after that, it was like, we reconnected at Kesha Nafshi. I don't know how else to describe it. So a year ago, some of you may know, Rabbi Wagner gave a shir. I hope it's not offensive to some family members over here. So but Rabbi Wagner Farbrengen, there was a webcast Farbrengen between Hashanah and Sukkot in the tent outside 770 that has been recently put up for Tishrei. And I saw a video of him, and I got to sit there because he looked exactly like his father did at that age when he was struggling with the machla. And I went over to two chaverim over here, Ramel Kagan and Shuki Steinberg, and I said, we got to do something because I'm sorry to say this, and I'm trying to be as sensitive as possible, but I said, we got to do something very quickly. And we arranged a Farbrengen over Sukkot, which was a pretty big feat because Raleigh Resnick mentioned this earlier, because Sukkot was on, there was a Shabbos Chol Hamoed. We had this first day Chol Hamoed we spoke, second day Chol Hamoed we spoke, then was Shabbos. Sunday was the Shana Rabbah. So over these days, we had to arrange a caterer, arrange a hall for matzah for Isur Chag, and all the caterers told us, no, it's a little too late. You can't call me on Sunday, Shana Rabba. But one caterer agreed. We made a Zoom. Had a personal issue. I made a big Farbrengen. I actually didn't end up going to New York, but a lot of guys flew in. And at Verbracht, I ganze Nacht till 7:00, and that was vintage Akiva, he's back on his wheels. And we knew he was not doing well, and we knew that he was not, that it took a lot of criticism. But Farbrengen, then we reconnected, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Well, let's say on the concrete mices. So, a few things that I learned from him is, number one, at things get carved in kop, that part of being a Chassidish Bacher is to learn Nigla. And like somebody mentioned before, why do you have to learn Nigla? Because it's Teiras Hashem. And that's the reason. I remember I used to fadrei my cup after Farbrengens, and I'm sure a lot of guys relate to this. It's 3-4 in the morning, and great time to talk. Now I know from experience, I had that experience too, and I was Farbrengen for Bachrim, and I wanted to go home. I was falling off my face. Bachai, Rabbi Lipsky, I really need to talk to you. And I got a flashback. I told Rabbi Wagner, I really need to talk to you. And he sat and fadrei the cup, and I don't know, my mind was loaded and his mind was loaded, but we sat and we talked for hours. And one time I asked him, why do you need to learn? You need to obviously Yisrael, you need to get closer. I was becoming, open-minded. I was mature. I was all of 17 years old. I was starting to see the world. And he says, because that's Yiddishkeit. What do you mean, why do you need to learn Torah? Not because it brings you to anything. That's Yiddishkeit. And it get clapped in cup that iskashros means learning a shagasadiga. He used to kachsel that all the time, to the point that before I left, I went to Mendel Aronov before I left the third year, and he asked me. He said, "Choose any sefer," because he used to sell svarim. I don't know if you guys know what he used to sell. Asrugim, Mr. Matzi used to sell svarim. I chose a shagasadiga, which I have on my shelf. I will not tell you how much I learned of it, but it's a kach that what the Rebbe said. Abachim kem chap shagasadiga for Shem to the Rabbeim. So in the beginning, there was a lot of tension. So I have a very, very close friend. He lives in Lakewood. He was the Wagners know exactly who I'm talking about. His first name is Rafal. His last name starts with an M. So if you guys know them, the family lived very close to you.
What's the rest of the last name? What's the
rest of the last name? He used to carpool with you guys. He lived on. I asked him just today which street he lived on, right near Clanton Park. He lived right near you guys. He's a little younger. He's my age. He's 43. So if any of the younger Wagners are here, they'll know who I'm talking about. But anyway, actually, yeah. So I asked him, what was going on? And he told me that when the yeshiva showed up, they felt invaded. Like the whole Toronto felt, the Lubavitch is here, we're taking over. And with there was a lot of hard feelings at the time. So we used to go to the mikveh. The yeshiva started in Edinburgh. So we used to go to the mikveh in Aguda South, Aguda North, on Wilson at a mikveh. So we used to go there. So we went to go. We had our towels over our shoulders and our shirts out, like good old tenants. And this made waves in the city like you can't imagine. The Bachar are coming here like Vilda Chayes. We're coming with our towels over our shoulders, and our Wagner got up. And please put your towel in a bag. We had a whole big fight about this. They're going to tell us to put a towel in the bag. So then we spoke about two things: putting the towel in the bag and tucking our shirts in. So putting a towel in the bag is somebody from Chassidus. It's not from the Gimel Avedas that you have to wear a towel over your shoulder. And then the shirt's tucked in. This, he said, this is they're right about. And you have to go with the shirt tucked in. As we all know, Rabbi Wagner was always very, very well dressed and very Masudar. He always had at least half his shirt tucked in. I could attest to that. Either the right side or the left side. But listen, he told us we have to have our shirts tucked in. Another thing that we carved in Kop very, very strongly is that Mivtzoyim begins at home. And people, there was a lot of big stuff going on. Amanita parades and mitzvah tanks and Wagner parades, which the Bachrim started in a very, very big way. But he always told me, well, those stuff are all glamorous. It's glamorous. He made big signs. He says, but go learn with a younger Bachar. Learn about what a Shvacher Bachar is. I'll take at least one Seder and learn what a Shvacher Bachar. Later became officially the Seder, the older Shurim, not the younger Shurim. But he said, take a Shvacher Bachar, at least one Seder, maybe say the Halacha, say the Girsa, take a Seder and learn what a Shvacher Bachar. And that's the real Mivtzoyim. And he said, that's not glamorous. That's not going to make it. And learn what a Mesivta Bachar is. I'm a Mekarev, I'm a Mesivta Bachar. And he was Mekarev. Another thing that I have to mention is that there was two Rabbi Wagners. There was Rabbi Wagner by the Farbrengen and Rabbi Wagner in the office. Wagner in the office, especially if he was sitting without a hand jacket, was a different person. And in there, he was an amala mensch, and a gestelte mensch, and 2 feet firmly on the ground, and spoke a lot of sense. And when I came back there, I have
There
to
used to
mention
be lines. There used to be lines. There used to be lines of Bachrim waiting to get into his office to talk to him in my ears. I don't know, but I just remember that. Like there being lines of people waiting after Seder to talk to him in his office.
So when the first year I was there was 18 Bachrim or 20 Bachrim in the older shir. And later Mustama, yeah. But I just talked to him after hours, especially when I went back there Zalta Bacha to teach. I used to sit and use his computer and to type my Shurim Chassidus, or to print. No, I print them a lot in my room, but I would sit and talk to him, and it was a sehr gestellte Mensch. It was almost like surprising to me, like how normal he was. Another thing that comes to mind is it just slipped my mind. Like rational, yeah. So about being Mekadav Bachrim, about being Mekadav people. He really hacked in cup. What he hacked in cup more is the Emes Havaya Lo'ilam, that I'm sure everybody could hear his voice screaming the Emes Havaya Lo'ilam, and it is Pashut Gilep. And something that I saw, somebody just mentioned, Avraham Zaltzman just mentioned the way he made a bracha. So last year he was in Miami. So I was very upset because I didn't get to see him by the reunion last year, and then the 2 times in Karnite he wasn't up to taking visitors. And I really wanted to see him and talk to him. So when he was in Miami, he came to Miami last year for a day. So he was like between the airport and between the yeshiva and the flight. So he came up here. He stayed by a friend of mine, Avraham Kagan, who was also from the first Bachrim, and he sat in the house and we sat and we spoke, and he was talking a lot of sense. And I was very taken back. He was sitting. He was Mushav. We spoke. So what did we speak about? Okay, I'm really, my mind is going. It's too late. It's past my bedtime, and I forgot what I wanted to say. So we spoke about
You might remember.
My head will get a little straighter. That's what Rabbi
Fuel the engine,
Levitansky.
my
Rabbi
friend.
Wagner introduced the world to Rabbi Levitansky. When Ali Moshe Levitansky told me, "Can you come to Simcha Monica to be a counselor?" Simcha, I'm gonna get to go to Simcha Monica. I'm gonna be in the same camp for sure. Like I thought he was like pulling my leg. I'm gonna get to go. Yeah. He introduced me to Rabbi Levitt. So this Inyan Mesidus Navish Baruchni is giving up your own Ruchnis for somebody else's Gashmis is something that he really, really, really lived. Oh, now I remember what I wanted to say. So he made a bracha. He made a bracha shahakal on a cup of water. Now somebody just mentioned before that the first time I saw him make Havdalah was really strange to me because he wasn't using the normal nigan of Havdalah and it was off to me. So, and I realized that he's not going to use the normal Havdalah. He's trying to concentrate. He's trying to concentrate in the bracha. So I saw him make a bracha on a cup of water by Avraham Kagan's house. And I said that that's not easy. And that's something you cannot get used to. You could do it for 100 years. If you have to stop every single time, there's a famous story, which I want to mention, is that Hadatz, when Hadatz was the Hirschel, he was a Baruch HaKodesh, was a chassid of the Tzemach Tzedek, the Manash, the Rabbi Rashab. I think the Rebbe knew him when in his younger years, as his mashma. So one time the king was traveling through Chernigiv, and the minig then was that the whole town came out with the Sifrei Torah, and they would make the bracha. And here's the Rav himself, and he had a very great hadras panim. There's a very famous picture of him, and he had a great hadras panim, and he didn't make the bracha. So the king goes, "What's going on over here? Like it's fatrach." So the king asked him, "I saw the whole town make a bracha, and you didn't make the bracha." So he says, "No. Since I'm a very little child, I don't know if he told him the whole story, but when he was 12 years old, his father took him to Tzemach Tzedek before his bar mitzvah for Yechidus, and Tzemach Tzedek told him, "Shin Zeit werden ois kind. Du machst a bracha, sollst du trachten, von wem du machst die bracha. It's time to grow up, and before you make a bracha, think about who you make the bracha to." And he said that since he was 12 years old, he never made a bracha without stopping and thinking first. Anyway, so when I saw the rabbi making a bracha shahakal, I said that if you have to stop every single time you make a bracha, it's something you cannot get used to. I don't care how many times you do it. You can't. You got to stop and think. You gotta, you could drive with your eyes closed. That you can do. But to stop and think to make a bracha, you cannot do that with your eyes closed. And I saw that this is a Ovid Elikim, that this is a person who Pashat serves the Eibush, and he works very, very hard. And he does not let up. There's no day off. No day off from Avodas Hashem. So he introduced us to a whole new world. So in Tannersville, So the first year we went to Hanazol was summer of Tafshin Nun Hey, summer of 95. So it was the end of the summer. We wanted to go on a grand trip. So we're at every single camp going on a grand trip. So first of all, the whole concept of Yeshivas Kietz was like a Chidush Nifli. Guys are going to camp. A little more learning. My Sweden program officially in Camp or Siberia, but it was camp. He said, no, we're going to sit and learn a whole summer. And then later made it mandatory for the yeshiva. Was mamash. It was unheard of in American yeshiva, simply unheard of. But we wanted to go on an amusement park. Or Wagner said amusement park. Where the Bacham go to amusement park? It's not appropriate. And it never occurred to me. Go to an amusement park and hang out. I guess when you're younger, also don't notice so many things. And we said we want to go to the amusement park. Everybody goes to the amusement park. He says, I'm going to call a rabbi. I'm going to call Rabbi Lebetansky. And he came back and he said, Rabbi Lebetansky said, Mela, if you're taking freie kids to camp, but amusement park, so that's it. But he was not going to let us lose out. And we went on a trip for 3 days to Montreal. And his stomach cost him 3 or 4 times what it would have cost him to take us to amusement park and make us all happy. And probably, I think everybody over here knows that Rabbi Wagner was not great with managing money, with collecting. And by the end of the summer, the funds basically ran out. There was no money left to finish off camp. There was no more food. Pasha ran out of money. But he still took us on a trip that costed him a lot of money on water rafting. So not to go to amusement park, but not to take away. The second summer, what happened was that we asked him to come back to the camp. And he really didn't want to, because he made the camp for Shalaf Mesivta. So before the summer before us, summer Nun Dal was that Shalaf Mesivta, summer Nun Hey was our Shalaf, and then the next Shalaf on the Mesivta wanted to come. But we got attached and we really wanted to go. So he didn't want to. I remember we went down into the Zal, the Hotel Zal, which was downstairs from Mesivta at the time. And we had a meeting, a couple of guys. And he told us, he said, I don't want there to be tension, and you guys are going to feel like you're the older Bachrim, you're not going to give space for the younger Bachrim. We spoke, Matsugizak, and anyway, it turned out very, very well. But we did, and then after that, we started the yeshiva. And the yeshiva was on wheels the first year. That's kind of the Tzuzak, it was really, really on wheels. Am I out of time?
No, take a deep breath, say l'chaim. I want to say, first of all, it's no wonder that you went into public speaking. I don't think it was a choice, really. You just started speaking and the public was there, Secondly, in addition to being a public speaker, no, I'm actually very much enjoying the stories. I appreciate it. And as I'm sure everyone else is, in addition to being a great orator, you should definitely be a fundraiser. Because I swear, if you pick up the phone, you call somebody and you start talking, they'll pay whatever you want. Just so you do that for 5 minutes. We're going to circle back. I'm really enjoying. No, the whole history is fascinating. Want to get a word in from. I don't know if it's, you'll forgive me, I'm from the younger generation. Is it Yale? I don't know if you're from the university. Rabbi Spalter, where are you at?
Yale.
All right, cool. Hit us. We're going to have Harvard next.
Elvel's talking so nicely. I'm going to.
I know, you've got away with words, Elvel. We're coming back to you. Don't go anywhere. No, he's got away with words.
I don't have anything to say that Velvel can't say. But when Velvel's done talking,
I don't think anyone does. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we're good.
Chaim.
You could talk about the Shreddy Farbrengens.
Huh? The
Shreddy. Talk about the Shreddy Farbrengens.
I remember the Shreddy Farbrengens. Chaim.
Yeah, we want to hear Velvel.
I want to hear Velvel too.
Velvel, it's good to know how you actually came back to Toronto.
Yeah, that line. I think that line is the highlight for me the whole night. Yeah. That's telling up, Chaim. That's telling up.
Yeah, that's not a metaphor, by the way. There's a link for it. So,
right.
Yeah, raiseathon.com/Rabbi Akiva. Soul up, people.
As I want to hear more from Velvel, but I'll put me on spotlight. So, everyone's saying the whole night, and I'll just share how I see it. For me, what stood out about Rabbi Wagner, more than anything I'll remember from what he said or what Shiurim or Farbrengen, is first of all, Pashid, a dugma chaya of, it's not just you read in the stories about the Elter Chassidim and from back in the day, and he showed you a real life example of a real life person, the Shvi, of how these things that you learn about it. It's not just something from the books. It's something that's real. Like I something that stands out in my mind that from I was in Shalaf and Sifta, our Farbrengen that we had with her. I mean, I grew up in the city. I always do. So starting from Ishmael, I always started riding around, and it was always But at first, like Farbrengen, that I really sat through with Rabbi Wagner. I was in Shalom and Sifta was, and I'm sure many of the people that were in yeshiva then will remember this Farbrengen. Matzah Shabbos Slichas. So some of the Zalbachim, one of the Balbatim, took them out for pizza or something like that before the Farbrengen. And for Rabbi Wagner, it was like he didn't rebuke the Bachim like a yeshiva telling out the Bachim, and they went to. It was he couldn't imagine. He was so shocked. Like, how could a Bachar Matzah Shabbos Slicha before Slicha you prepared? It was like, how could a Bachar like go for pizza? It was such something that like was so like upgefect by him, and like he was like he failed as a Rosh Hashiva. That like if his Bachar are going to pizza Matzah Shabbos, he failed as a Rosh Hashiva. It was like something that, like how. Not like why did you do it? Like not like why telling off the Bachar. It was like how could such a thing happen? Like it was like. And that made a very very deep impression on me. Like what's like I actually said the story over. I had this past Shabbos. I had over a Syrian guy. I tell him the story. He couldn't understand the story. Like what's he couldn't understand what I'm talking about. But like that's like the that made a deep impression. And another nekuda that was very strong came up a lot is that Rabbi Wagner, he made every bacher feel special. I wasn't like one of the big Farbringers or people that were in Rabbi Wagner's office all the time. But I remember starting from my first memories, like what I remember, like I was in 8th grade, so we had to go with my father to yeshiva together for hair with Rabbi Wagner. And I was very nervous about it. But when I went, I had to go into the office by myself. From when I went in, to pull out a Gemara, and I remember, like I distinctly remember, like I was very nervous about it. But like he made me feel challenged. Like he questioned me on the Gemara, and he questioned me on my pilpul for my bar mitzvah. But he made me feel challenged, but at the same time, he made me feel very good about it. Like very calm, relaxed. Like not like I should be nervous about it. He made me feel very relaxed. But at the same time, like he challenged me and made me feel like we were made me feel good about myself that I knew it. I knew the Gemara. I knew that whatever it was. And then I remember also like along the same lines. Like I remember I was in the Sifta, so Shabbos afternoons, Wagner would always bring in his house for the Zalbachim, and. Someone mentioned before that they saw Wagner sleeping once. I know for us it was always like, Wagner was always it was like you saw Shabbos afternoon. He was so tired and he would fall asleep on the couch. But like Bachim were Farbrengen in his house and he was just staying, even though he was like knocked out, he was still Farbrengen for Bachim. But I remember that first time. But like we were a few of my friends we were in Shalom and we didn't know yet the protocol that his house was so open. And we decided, we'll go to the Farbrengen. At least I was a little nervous. Like it was a bunch of big Zalbachim when I was in Shalom and Sifta. And then we walked in, like we were a little like nervous about it. But like from the beginning, like Wagner saw us, and like he saw me. He shared, like he made us feel comfortable. Like we were like Shalom and Sifta Bachim. Like we walked in, like we weren't like. But like from the beginning, like he made us feel very comfortable. I remember he shared a story about my uncle. He was in yeshiva with my uncle, and he shared a whole story about how he thought he was a whole story. And then after the Farbrengen, he shared a story about my uncle, and it made me feel very. The point of the story was that the Rabbi wrote a letter to my grandfather, and the Rabbi wrote a kohen, and my uncle decided that he was a kohen. And Rabbi Wagner was saying, "Oh, Shmalti, Mr. Kohen, your uncle was." And then, like after the Farbrengen, we all walked. A bunch of Bachim. We walked from Rabbi Wagner's house to yeshiva, which that itself was like I remember, like one of the experiences of Zal was like besides for Farbrengen Rabbi Wagner's house, but walking with 20 guys down the streets, from the Farbrengen after L'chaim to the yeshiva with Rabbi Wagner. It was like that itself was like one of the highlights of the experience, But I remember then, like we came to Daven Mincha, and he just shared the whole story about the point, the details of the story is not important. The point is, I remember that I was a young Wagner, and he made me feel very, very special. And like thing Hersh Loshe was saying earlier, like I wasn't like one of like the, I wasn't a big macher in yeshiva, whatever it is, but he knew how to talk to every Wagner to make them feel like they're special. And this past week, I wasn't like. I didn't, whenever I saw the Wagner in the street, I would, he would smile and he would like, you feel like you're still his Talmud, like even like, I don't think I experienced that with any other teacher, like, teachers ask about you, whatever it is, like him, when you met him on the street, you felt like you're still his Talmud. Like, I wasn't like a Talmud that like had an overly special connection with him, that like had, very deep philosophical conversations, but still, even like this past week, it's like you can't you can't stop thinking about you had like even whether you had like a I think every even talking to my friends this past week, like every bacher, no matter what, if you had a deep very very deep relationship with him, if you had like a very strong or you're just a regular bacher, everyone felt that special connection, and you know how to talk to every bacher. So I think it's a great example for us all. Whether you're a teacher in yeshiva or on shlichus or even with your own kids, like making people feel like relating to everyone on their own level, and making people and connecting to people in that way is something that's very great example. So Chaim, and I think Vel will go back up now because he had a little break.
Right before Velvel. And Velvel, hold that thought. You're up to, I think, Tafresh Tzaddik in the history. We have a father-son duet coming back for round 2. We're going to hear from Rabbi Meir and Shmuel Wagner.
I don't know about Shmuel, but I just want to share what Yael mentioned before about Akiva's yachas to the Bachrim. I heard something that I never heard before during the Shiva. I don't remember who said it. One of the Bachrim said it.
It wasn't me.
That Akiva said, why did he start wearing a kapata? It's Master Sheshivas, you reach a certain level of godless and you start wearing kapata all week. It's Akiva said, he once shared with Bachram, I think at Farbrengen, that he once went to Vek in the dormitory in the morning, and he's walking through the dormitory and he sees that every Bacher is sleeping with a yarmulke on his head, sleeping on his side, and Negelwasser by the bed. And he said to himself, if I have such bachrim, I should be wearing a kapata every day. It wasn't mitzad mitzidai. It was mitzad his yeker of the bachrim, his relationship with the bachrim. Such bachrim, if I'm a Rosh Hashiva of such a bachrim, I need to be wearing a kapata. Anyways, Yael just reminded me of that. It was all about the Bachrim. A Bacher's eating pizza before Slichus. Kiva's crying bitter in the Slichus because it's his failing. But when the Bachrim are doing well, it's his success. That was his thing. Anyways, I'm falling on my face. I'm going to be driving to Toronto tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Mendel, I hope you'll send the recording. I'll have
Definitely.
what to do.
It's streaming right to YouTube. So as soon as it's done, it'll always be on YouTube. Yeah.
Keep me awake.
Mayor, before you jump off, I'll just finish the story because it was our year the first year. I'm sorry, Mendel. I have to say, every time Aki would say a story, I would always have to correct him. He would say, Sue Velvel's going to correct me. But actually, actually, was Shushan put him in the morning.
I took you over later, Velvel.
I'm sorry, but it was actually Shushan put him in the morning. He told us this. I mean, he told it to me. It was probably, I'm sure he said it over many, many times. But we harassed him, like, hey, why'd you put it like a kapata? Like, you're going to Grace at a Shiva. We were poking fun at him. It was probably his second or third year. It was a long time later. And he said it was Shushan put him in the morning. First, he once said he got very, very shaken. He said Shushan put him in the morning. He didn't finish. And then, like many, many months later, he said Shushan put him in the morning. And all the Bachrams have good angetrunken the night before. And everybody was sleeping on their sides of the yarmulke and Negelwasser. That's them stark the Numen. Okay.
Yeah, someone said Mendel Aron. Mendel Aron probably just took credit for it. That's all.
It was not Mendel Aronov, and whoever was there that first year will know exactly why I said that.
All right. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim.
Hi, Mayor. Hi. All right, Velvel, spill the beans, man.
There's a lot of guys here that are going to talk. It's fine.
No. You're actually in the middle of something. Just at this point, guys, there's 71 people on here. Most of you guys are probably in bed and you just left it on. But for those that are still active and involved, just turn on your microphone, turn on your camera. I think it's a chill enough crowd that everyone's not going to talk over each other. So feel free to interject and make it.
You want to hear you, Yudel. Yudel. Sag etwas. Yudel.
Hi, David.
We're paging a Yudel.
If I could just say something before Yula gets on. I'll stop.
Can't tell if people can hear.
Oh, Shaika. No. Zag.
All right.
Wait
I was
around.
just thinking about, I mentioned this at the Shiva, that a lot of yeshivas, this is the only yeshiva that was Pasha Talui and Rabbi Wagner's Matzav Ruach. He was in a good mood, the Bachim were in a good mood. If not, it was Lavdafka in a good mood. Why? Because everyone felt connected to him. When he was in a good mood, the Bachim were in a good mood, right? Like the Rashi says that Anasi Yoakal. Anasi Yoakal. You couldn't say that about other Hall members over there. One time I remember a lot of the Farbrengen in Yeshiva started by spontaneous Farbrengens. It was Chadaram and Tesav Elul. And it was after Mincha, and we sat down in front of his desk with a bottle of Mashka, and we said a Farbrengen. And that Farbrengen lasted until I don't know how late. And I remember Abacher, he came in Tesav Elul. First thing he ever saw in Yeshiva Toronto is Rabbi Wagner upside down making a kula. Because he came in the middle of a Farbrengen. Another Farbrengen, Rosh Chodesh Kislev, I remember this in Tavshin Ayin Aleph. Rosh Chodesh Kislev, I think Noyam was there the night before, so he Farbrengen the night before. So we took off during Seder. I think the Seder finished at 1 o'clock. It's supposed to, usually finish at 2 or something. So we finished at 1 because of the Farbrengen the night before. And then Rabbi Wagner came over to me and my Chavrusa, and he sat down and he started Farbrengen. His turn. That Farbrengen lasted until we went to there was a Simcha V'Torah that night. Parshan was making a Simcha V'Torah, and the whole yeshiva came. It was going to have Tishnaf Bank, that Farbrengen. But certain times where Wagner was not in the mood. I remember one time there was
Wagner was making kulas by that Simcha V'Torah. Wagner was making kulas. There was a big shturim in the whole Kehila. That's Nishkavan Shein, that Rosh Yeshiva is Mivazes.
I don't remember. I remember that
very clearly. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember one time there was another Bacher. I'm not going to mention names because it's not important to mention names. It was towards the end of the year. He decided that it was time to Farbrengen. I don't know what he got into his mind. Rabbi Wagner was in the side room, in the glass room over there, doing a shir. And he comes, it was the middle of the day. And he was in the middle of Farbrengen in his Bacher. So he goes to Rabbi Wagner's desk. He puts down cornflakes. It was time for breakfast. And when he comes out, starts screaming at him, what is this? Shirkat. People are going to come in here. Ay. Stam memories. Yeah, but that's Farbrengens or something else. What's nach?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, what do you have to say?
Second, we had a Yudel in the queue, and then he turned his camera off. Now it's back on. Yudel,
it's back on?
Let's hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, David, for that. First of all, Velvel, you were my Chassidus Maggid Shir that year you were talking about. I don't know if you remember, and you were one of the best Maggid Shurim and Chassidus I've ever had, including Reb Shlomo Chartonov. So that's saying a lot. Yeah, a couple of thoughts on Rabbi Wagner. First of all, I'll probably tell by how I'm dressed. I've gone in a different direction than most of you. And there was a point when, I was struggling with questions. Don't have to get too much into it. And the person I reached out to was Rabbi Wagner. But if I want to back up from that, I came from the class, one of the first groups from Pittsburgh from Sifton and Pittsburgh to come to Toronto, and we were always sort of labeled that Pittsburgh group. And going from there to Toronto was a real culture shock. And one of the things that struck me at first about Rabbi Wagner was his shiurim I loved, but was how he davened. And the intensity of his davening Shabbos was unbelievable. And that really was eye-opening. But later on, I was dealing with questions in Amunah, et cetera, and I reached out to Rabbi Wagner. And the amazing thing is I did that because I trusted him. I trusted him that he'd be able to take me seriously, take my questions seriously, see me for who I am, and not talk in Hasidic cliches. And that was very important to me, and that's exactly what he did. And he gave one piece of advice in what to learn, how to learn, which I very much appreciated, and I took him up on that. But another thing he said, which came out of left field for me, was to study the works of Avigdor Miller. Now, this just goes to show how Rabbi Wagner is able to see the individual and know what he needs at that moment. So he could have told me to learn a mimer, learn a sicha, talking to Hasidic cliches. Wagner wasn't in his Farbrengen especially, he would dump on the Snagdim a lot. And for him to tell me to read a Hashkafa Sefer from a more or less contemporary yeshivish person seemed so out of character, but it just showed that he was seeing the person in front of him, taking their question seriously, and sending me in a direction that he thought would really be helpful for me. And I've never forgotten that. And I didn't necessarily follow in that direction that he would have wanted, but I always appreciated how he took my questions seriously, took me seriously, and pointed me in a way that he thought would be helpful, not just in the way that he might tell every other bacher the same thing. One other thing is, earlier in this year, I was going through some difficult moments with migraines, eye strain. I was having really trouble studying and doing my work. And I could hear in my mind Rabbi Wagner's voice screaming during the Shabbos Farbrengens after davening, which for him was during davening. He would take a break during his davening to make kiddush and to Farbreng at the back of the zal. And I could hear his voice, Kalim Reikim Al Tamiti. And it must, I don't know, remember even what parsha that Haftarah of Elisha said on. I don't know if it's something that he would shout a lot. It obviously wasn't as common as Emes Havaya Le'elam, but it seemed to me in my memory, this was something that he would commonly Farbreng about. Maybe it was just once a year and it stuck in my mind, but I couldn't forget that. I was going through a period of time when I was really struggling. I'm doing a PhD in biology, and I wasn't able to study. I wasn't able to do work in the lab. I was having these migraines. And I can remember, I could just hear his voice, Kalim Reikim Al Tamiti, and I figured it must have been from Likkutei Torah. I looked it up, couldn't find it anywhere, did some Googling. Eventually I discovered it was from my Marm Ketzarim of the Alter Rebbe. And it's a short mimer. Likkutei Torah often could go along. There's a big arichos, sometimes it's repetition. And the mimer in my Marm Ketzarim was really short, to the point, but because of that, it was very, very powerful. And it speaks about when you're in a moment where you don't have seichel and hergish in avodah, you can't learn, you can't feel, there's no avan yira, that there's an akudah that you could always return to. Kudah of kabbalah, kudah of who you essentially are. And so I looked up that mimer, I printed it out, actually taped it to my wall, and I studied it for about a month. And that really got me going, returning, even if I'm not able to work to my full capabilities, working a little bit at a time, and that whatever work I can do every day for a couple hours is creating Kalim Reikim for that when I can return to full capacity, I would have that prepared and I could go seamlessly back into that work. And what's amazing, the mimer, I never even studied the mimer in yeshiva. I didn't know what it was really about. All I could do was remember, if I didn't remember the mimer, I remember Rabbi Wagner's voice. And the fact that he could give over a mimer and Farbrengen with such passion that 18 years later, it's ringing in my head. It's the mimer of Isha Achas. Is unbelievable. So I'm very appreciative of Rabbi Wagner. There's a lot that I took away from him. I still can hear his voice. And the fact that in some difficult moments in my life, way back then, yeshiva, he was the one I turned to, and he was really able to see me and hear me for who I was. yeah, I owe him a lot for that. So
Chaim.
Chaim Yudel. Chaim.
Zevi Schusterman, can you say something?
But Yodel, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do you still when you
Sorry, I was trying to spotlight you and I muted you. My apologies.
Oh, I was just asking if Yodel still listens to Rabbi Shiordan when he goes jogging.
No.
All right. I used to really admire you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my very brief claim to fame.
We also have Chaim Simpson was very close with Rabbi Wagner for a couple years. He worked in yeshiva hand in hand with Rabbi Wagner. Joined the call recently. Chaim, you got some words? You're spotlighted. It's on you. Just unmute.
Mendel, you can unmute him too.
No, I can only ask him to unmute.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is America. We're gonna come back to him. Okay. Someone was calling out somebody else.
Zevi Schusterman.
Zevi Schusterman, where are you at? We found Chaim. Did we find Chaim or we found Zevi Schusterman?
So
Zevi.
I think you found Zevi Schusterman.
Cool. Where are you
That's
at?
interesting. Well, I'm on. I'm not sure you're going to spotlight me.
I see you. Yep. We're good.
So it's interesting. I was listening. Tolle Lane. It's a lange Zeit. It's good to commenting. But at least I hear you commenting. This past Shabbos, people pointed out that the gem video was about was comment of the fist. So when I heard that comment, I was back to think to myself, it's a very perfect comment for me of the fist. So I'm 10 years in yeshiva, I can tell you that all my Farbrengen and all my everything I'm doing over is basically Wagner's payers and payers. So that went exactly what a specific word because she was. I'm doing the whole the Spanish over Wagner that this story saying pizza story. I couldn't tell my mishloach the same story. Even the claim. So my mishloach the end of that story. The stories. I don't know how to solve the spottiness. I'm sorry. Are you hearing, or if it's not working, we'll do another time. Just recently, I skimmed my shirt right there this past Shabbos, and I commented the word that I heard from Wagner. I don't know if everyone recalls this. I don't know if he said it every year. I was then Samach Aleph, Samach Beis, 2 very, very geschmack years. First year we were the only year in Zal. Second year we had Talis year. That the Bachar Mishli has a Dvartera. And the classic way he has a Dvartera is the Rebbe fragt the Shaila, and the Rebbe answered the Shaila, and that's what has a Dvartera. I remember Wagner Farbrengen is telling us, what is the Rebbe fragt the Shaila? The Rebbe fragt the Shaila means it's nicht ein Shaila. You don't care about the Shaila, you don't care about the Teretz. It's nicht fragt the Shaila, du fragst the Shaila, it's nicht ein Shaila. The Rebbe is dealing care. Every year that was trying to talk to the shot, see what the shot work, the shot, and down that shot, the event for the shot of Siddur. That could I'm there in that's something that
Sorry, Zevi, the connection is very bad. I'm assuming it's not just me, but it's very difficult to put sentences together.
Okay, I guess we want someone else to try it a little later.
Yeah, maybe
And,
we'll move to
yeah.
someone else. Maybe try to maybe try to connect to maybe your phone's data or something else, because we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Say, go
Now-
move on.
Okay, Yael Raskin, you're up.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Just a few small things. Firstly, Zev Meir Shkrach for sending me the link to this. I didn't even know this was happening. And Baruch Hashem, my son was keeping me up tonight. But one of my earliest memories of Toronto was my brother went to yeshiva there, and he told me about the secret mikveh that a whole bunch of Bacham built under Wagner's house in the dormitory. Zev Meir, remember this?
No, it wasn't in Wagner's. It wasn't in Wagner's. It was in 22.
In 22. So my brother
Wagner
was
was
involved with it,
26.
I think, and your brother. And the Bacham decided that they were too tired or lazy. I'm not sure which one it was to get to mikveh. It was closed. So they built a mikveh in one of the closets in one of the bedrooms. And they were getting water from the window. It was
We did that.
Yeah, it was a whole zach over there. So I remember that was my something that really inspired me.
It was
to
your
go there.
Charlotte Langsam's. Mendel, you got to put your Charlotte Langsam's next. It
Yeah.
was your Charlotte Langsam's year. Chidash, Shmar. Yes. It was
My
there, yeah.
mamish, it like inspired me. The Bacham wanted to go to mikveh so much. I went there for 2 years, but I decided that I didn't know what to do for Rabbi Wagner, so I decided a few days ago to sit down and tell my kids about Rabbi Wagner, how what a malach he was, malach leki, and so I just broke out, I started crying, and I got a video from my kid's teacher with a video of my daughter telling the teacher that my tati is crying because his teacher died, and I tried to make him happy, but he wasn't becoming happy.
Wow.
It's just I didn't realize how deep Rabbi Wagner impacted my life until that moment when I was trying to tell my kids what a special person he was. I remember I was very lucky. Rabbi Wagner, one of the 2 years I was there, made a chavrus with me on Thursday nights at 2 a.m. to teach me Pirush HaMilos for davening. So I used to go there. I mean, I don't know when this guy ever slept. I was trying to figure it out, but I used to go there to his office, 2 a.m. While he was typing with his 2 fingers, kaza, and he was at the same time teaching me Pirush HaMilos. We would go through different things, and he would teach to me. It was something quite special. And this week also, my father wasn't in our Chabad, so I was giving the shir over there, and I was telling over the Chaver in the shul that he was definitely one of the most imbalanced and balanced, Rosh Hashivas on the planet. Most Rosh Hashivas, in the yeshiva, you usually have an argument. There's the Chassidus, and you have the Baal Nigla, and they're always fighting which Bacham should be learning what. But Wagner was both. First, he was arguing Yisrael Chassidus. The next, 2 minutes later, he was arguing Yisrael Gemara. And it was kind of this unbelievable balance that he had, imbalance of balance. Just something that was, there's no other Rosh Hashiva like Rabbi Wagner, Moshe Ingen Hanukkah Moshe, he was really something quite amazing. And me and Zev Meir were texting back and forth. Just one memory that Wagner used to say, the biggest taiva is not to have sushi and pizza, but to put the sushi on the pizza. This is the biggest taiva, is to put the sushi on the pizza and eat the pizza with the sushi. He used to say that to us. I'm going to end off with one word over Wagner. I remember we used to love every year Parshas Noach. He'd always say that the Noach, the big Aveda that Noach did was that he planted grapes. Should have planted wheat and made mashka and made l'chaim and made Farbrengen. Instead, Noach planted grapes and he had wine and he got drunk. L'chaim, everybody.
Chaim. Speaking of Chaim, you found your microphone?
Yeah. L'chaim levracha.
Chaim.
Short word, l'chaim levracha. one of my years over there, so there were these two Bachrim that, let's just say they weren't completely in line with what Rabbi Wagner would have liked. So at one point, he called me into the office. I was a shliach at the time. He said, look, this is the situation at hand. You're a shliach. You know these Bachrim. You know the issue. We have to take care of the issue. I'm thinking of maybe they shouldn't be in this yeshiva. You're not going to want that. So what could we do to make sure that it works itself out and he ends up, they could end up staying here. We ended up having a whole conversation of Farbrengen, but what I realized then, it was actually, I believe, my first year shluchus. It hit me. Here you have a man that's a Rosh Yeshiva, Goin Ader, Farbrengen, Bittel, you name it, he had it. And he's calling in a bacher who happens to be called a shliach because he wants to figure out what kav could we take. And I want to hear your opinion. Let's see how we could work this out, that these two bachrim should end up staying. To me, that was something that was like, put Rosh Yeshiva, goinus, put that all aside, push it straight up, chinuch and kier. That was unbelievable. Many such things happened throughout the years, at least when I was there. But he also had this thing that he used to learn. I'm sure each one of you in your years, so there were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bachrim, depends on the year, depends on the time, that he would learn with one bacher in particular, one-on-one, sometimes every day, sometimes twice a week, sometimes once a week. There was this one bacher, we all know Rabbi Wagner's schedule normally consisted of somewhere between 3 and 5 hours of sleep, not necessarily ritzufis. So he would, Thursday night, prepare shiur and Farbrengen, give a shiur sometimes to Balabatim, etc. So there was a bacher that wanted to start a chavrusa with him mid-year. So Rabbi Wagner was kind of set in time. His schedule was overloaded by then. The bacher was adamant. He wanted to have a chavrusa shaft with the Rosh Yeshiva. So he told the Rosh Yeshiva, any time works for me. Sure. But Wagner made a chavrusa shaft with him 4 a.m. Thursday nights. I was like, whether it was before Rabbi Wagner went to sleep or not, nobody knows. But 4 a.m. he was learning with this bacher every week. One of the bachrim that he learned with, also one of the years that I was a shliach, I believe it was every day. Rabbi Wagner, there was a bacher that wasn't well. Baruch Hashem, now he's gesund. Rabbi Wagner would call him every single day. And then Rabbi Wagner flew to Eretz Yisrael 2 or 3 times to visit him. And when he went to Eretz Yisrael to visit him, and he, for a couple of days, some of those visits, he was kol-kuli involved in doing what's going to make the bacher and the bachrim that he was with at the time that he was with bachrim happy. So whether taking them out to restaurants, going out to an ice cream shop with them, etc. Rosh Yeshiva, we all know Rabbi Wagner's humor, but as you look at the humor and as you look at Rabbi Wagner eating the ice cream, we're talking about the ice cream. If you look at him as this is a goyin of goyinim, the whole seer has a whole different picture to it. But Akalpanim, so when he went to visit that bacher in Eretz Yisrael, he was still working out with the time zone to make sure to continue learning with that bacher that he learned every day with, to keep on the schedule. And I was looking through my messages. I saw that during that week that he was in Eretz Yisrael, he would message me, so and so hasn't yet called me. Can you make sure everything's okay? Why isn't he here yet? Why didn't he call me? Why didn't he answer? He at one point he said, well, if he called me back, I definitely didn't get the number. Somebody somewhere, I'm sure, is happy to have received a text from this bacher, but I didn't. So the Übergegebenkeit, not only to Yeshiva Klalas and to the Bachrim in general, but to certain Bachrim, Pashut B'frat, was on an unbelievable level, almost like a level of like Nashik should have been Nashik. There was a staff member that joined us in Masmidim one summer. We had a Masmidim quote unquote camp. Yeshivas Kayet, somebody mentioned earlier that Rabbi Wagner was one of the first Yeshivas B'chal here in America to start such a program, either mandatory or not mandatory. And we all know eventually he bought the campground, Star Lake, which was a huge move at the time. All other menalim of all yeshivas were talking about what we need to do, what we should do, what we have to do. They had these meetings and more meetings. Rabbi Wagner wasn't really interested in the meetings because you know the way these meetings work. There's a lot of talk, no action. And we were looking at grounds, this ground, that ground, 10,000 a week, 20,000 a week to find grounds for Bachrim, to make sure this is after COVID, to make sure they have a place. Rabbi Wagner ended up buying a grounds. Even though he was very, very into the fact that if the government says that there's dangers, there's taka dangers, and we have to be careful in COVID, et cetera, but they need to have grounds. So he bought those campgrounds ultimately, Star Lake. He was very happy, very proud of Star Lake, to say the least. I remember
shout out to Menachem for all the hard work on it.
Huge shout out to Menachem, yes, bigly. So we I wanted to have a lot of thousands of BTU of air conditioning in the Zal, that at least the Zal should be cold. So when I was talking to Rabbi Wagner about it, Rabbi Wagner said, "You don't understand. This is on the Adirondacks mountains. It's a mountain, but it's on top of all the mountains. So it's like it's higher than, you can't even get the weather over there on the map." We need air conditioning, but he was like so excited with Star Lake. It's a beautiful grounds. And like, this is a place where Bachrim could sit and learn. There's a game room. He had his cheshbonis, so when we should open the game room, when we shouldn't open the game room, if we're going to open it too often, then when we do want to use it for a rainy day or et cetera, the Bachrim should still be happy and enjoy it. So it can't be open too often. But going back to Montreal, so we went to that Masmidim program. So there was a staff member last minute that joined the program. And when we all arrived, I get a message from Rabbi Wagner. We're talking like literally the first few hours. It's like, did so-and-so get his bed, this counselor? Like, whatever, the guy would have figured it out. Like, dorm counselor and the Yeshiva's Kais, McKen Chain Main. And Rabbi Wagner was like, does he have his bed? Does he have his cabin yet? Mainly Indian. So one of the times that I realized that Rabbi Wagner's Pashat Meshich L'mayla Gevayim Mikol Adam and Mikol Ha'am, I think he used to do that shtick that started, I don't know, I think the Tzemach Tzedek used to do it. There was this one Farbrengen Wednesday night. I don't remember the schedule exactly. I think Wednesday night he drove in to make sure that everything is settled in this Masmidim program. Thursday night he had to go back to pick up his family from Toronto and bring them back to Montreal. After he figured out, what needs to be repaired and redone and finished and finalized in his apartment that he was going to be staying. And then he came back Friday morning. You can imagine what type of sleep he had those 2 nights. Friday night, little Shabbos after Shachris was one of those Farbrengens where Rabbi Wagner got 100% involved. Unfortunately, we hadn't yet davened mincha, so it wasn't going to be one of those Farbrengens necessarily that would go until the next morning. But it was a sturmdike Farbrengen, and we're sitting around, and Rabbi Wagner saying l'chaim like his high time, saying l'chaim time. And it was going strong from probably, give or take, 1 o'clock all the way till 7. And then came mincha. Now, if you remember Rabbi Wagner when he wasn't completely sober, as they say, so when he would do 3 steps for Eisa Shalom, he would end up on the other side of Zal. Those were the biggest 3 steps for Eisa Shalom, to begin Shemini Esrei, to end Shemini Esrei. It was like if you weren't sure if you had a lot of L'chaim, so that was the way to test. How big are those stairs? the big of those steps, I'm sorry, when he backed up. So it came to Mincha, and we davened, and he was after so much L'chaim that after Kedusha, he fell asleep, middle of Mincha, out. So Mincha finishes, we set the tables up around his bima for a quick 15-20 minute Seder Negunim. Seder Negunim ends, he's still sleeping, and we start moving the tables. We're about to start Maidit. So Rabbi Wagner picks up his head, Rabbi Wagner, one eye open, one eye closed. He looks around, he says, who's saying the Maimer? Everybody looks around, nobody's saying a Maimer. Okay, I'll say a Maimer. Takes a little water from a little water bottle, he washes his hands. Achananigan. He started Achananigan, finishes Achananigan, a Maimer, 40-minute Maimer. Like he didn't say an ounce of l'chayim, like he didn't just wake up. Garnish, minish, 40 minutes he says a Maimer, and there were 2 Bachir Mazach and Nunnik says I don't know, maybe they're on the chat, so they could attest to this. They followed along inside to see how perfect Rabbi Wagner was going to say the Maimer. And the only mistake, which yes, Shleimer, that Rabbi Wagner did it on purpose. I don't know. Some people told me that he had like a shitta about it. Is the Maimer said the Rebbe the Shver Nesiderenu, and the Rebbe just said like the Rebbe the Shver, not Nesiderenu, just the Rebbe Nesiderenu, like mamish a little nothing. That was the only difference that happened. Then he finished the Maimer, we davened Ma'ariv. He went to get Malava Malka, because sometimes we give Maliyah Misha Beirach, Baba Shiita, and Malava Malka. What was Rabbi Wagner's Malava Malka? The Wagner was apparently in love with the lox. So he'd come with like a dozen bagels, a container of cream cheese, and 16 packages of half-frozen lox. Not enough lox for all the buckets to have a whole package, what they want. And he brought his lox, and that was it. That was the end of the day. I'm like, okay, fine. I guess one of the areas where you can see there, but Wagner was called Kulei, like one with the chassidus that he learned, etc. Possibly. So I remember with regard to shiurim, how important it was for a shiurim to be written for the Bachrim to learn the next day. The night before we were going to announce to Yeshiva and to essentially to the world that Rabbi Wagner was not well. So a lot was going on besides Pasha Begashmians, he wasn't well, and stuff were going on. We were still debating when we should announce and how we should announce, who should be the one to announce. He wasn't sure himself who should announce it. Back and forth, Ahin Siddiq. So at one point he said, we have to announce it, you'll announce it in the morning. But after he told the Kvutz of Shluchim, he wanted to tell the Kvutz of Shluchim before he tells all the Bachrim. So he said, based on the way he saw, the way the Shluchim took it, he's afraid that when the Bachrim are going to hear about it, so they're going to become Eis Mensch, and it's going to be very chaotic, and it's going to destroy a whole day of the Torah. So it should happen at night. The poil that ended up happening towards the morning because people already started getting wind of it, and he wanted his Bachrim to hear it from Anhola and not from, Chavre Yisrael. But that night, he was still in touch with me that he's working on the shir that he said that day, and that he has the first half of it already typed up. And as long as he could finish the first half, which is a Davar Shalom, who could at least print that out, the Bachrim could be able to learn that the next day, and hopefully tomorrow night he'll already do the second half. And it was like a huge thing on his mind. He's in the middle of typing to me different things that he thinks we should say in the speech. We shouldn't say in the speech. We should almost say in the speech. He's worried about his shir, that it should be out, it should be typed up correctly before it's given out. That way it's given out in the morning, that the Bachrim should actually be able to learn it. A davar mafli was that Rabbi Wagner would say that he wants pictures and videos of every time a bacher, we did a mifta of Ritzifus. Bachrim should learn in Zal half hours Ritzifus, and there was like a sign, how many hours and half hours were learned at the same time Ritzifus. This was for Shalema of Rabbi Wagner, and we would send him the pictures. He would say it Pashut makes him more gesund. Pashut, just hearing the reports make him more gesund. He doesn't know exactly how it works, he said, but it just seems. Pashut feels better, begashmius, when he hears these Besudas Tevis and when he gets these pictures and these videos, which is something which is also it's not I believe that it's not the norm. And even when he wasn't well all along, all the 3.5 years, whenever he gave a shear, all of a sudden he had kayach. Whenever he would farbrengen, mitamal he had kayach, and he would say he doesn't even know where it comes from, but it's functions like this and it works like this, and it's mafli. It's so crazy that you can have a person. It almost feels like it's a Rebbe Shazach. Like, how exactly does that work? I was posting on my status all these pictures, screenshots of different times that he cracked jokes and witty humor without missing a beat. There's a few.
Noah wants to know if he can talk for a few minutes.
Sure.
2 minutes.
Hit it.
One.
Hit it.
Oh,
Mazel tov, mazel tov.
mazel tov.
That's a nice. Where did Niam go?
Guys,
Spotlight him. Where did he go?
He's here.
Oh, there he is.
guys, I want to tell you something.
Oh, were you in the bathroom?
I'm still in the bathroom. Listen to me carefully. Listen.
Yeah.
I want to say something. I know nothing. I don't know even what I'm saying. I want to tell you something, okay? That's a kind.
Any more?
Akiva wants we should do something. And we have to be simcha. Do something to bring this galus of Melech Mashiach right now. And not stop. Not stop anywhere. Just do. To say l'chaim now and say I'm going to do something for this galus of Mashiach in a week from now is kfira. Doesn't work. To say l'chaim and say I'm going to do something and bring this galus of Mashiach now. Right now. Not tomorrow. Not in 5 minutes. Now. That's the only thing that we can do. Bring this galus of Mashiach now. And that means the funny ton. Ton means to work. And doesn't matter what. We need to have this galus of Mashiach now, not tomorrow, not in 5 minutes, not in 2 minutes. Now. Chaim Uracha.
The Chaim.
Chaim Niam. Mazel tov.
All right. Had a cameo. Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Mental Earth one. We can't hear you. Maybe we can go back.
You can't hear me?
Now I got you.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Sorry, Chaim. You're back on. By the way, guys, Chaim has a lot to share. Chaim's been for it sounds like the winners of the people that actually kept the flow of memories, one from the beginning and one, from the more recent years is between Velvel and Chaim. So again, at this point, just feel free to chime in as needed. I'm not gonna continue to call people out. If someone feels like they need to share something, just jump in. It's a small enough crowd that I think that it's gonna be okay. So Chaim, please continue.
Chaim Levracha. Also, there's a couple of like non-Lubavitchers that see the status, and it's like all these things coming out, and like a few of them are like why are you putting on your status? Is it Rosh Hashiva? Yeah, a lot of people have this humor. A lot of people are sharp. A lot of people are witty. But the fact that Rabbi Wagner was doing this all, simultaneously, he was doing Shurim in Chassidus, Shurim in Nigla. Somebody mentioned during Shiva, like the fact that he was a guy is a matana milmaila. The fact that Verstanden Chassidus is a matana milmaila. And the fact that he had patience to daven b'aveda, most people don't have patience to daven b'aveda, is matana milmaila. But his ava and his heart of gold, that's something that Mamre stands out. I beg to differ. I think that Rabbi Wagner Pashut, you're able to see Pashut the Yigia Atzuma when it came to anything that he would learn. The sheer focus and the Yigia was unbelievable. It was amazing coming to the meetings, shluchim meetings or other meetings, whatever it is, and there was a pile of svarim on his table. Now, Rabbi Wagner in those days, already the past 5, 6, 7 years, would use a laptop, a tablet most of the day. But when it came to preparing the shiurim, apparently he would use the svarim. And just seeing the svarim would like attest to the gear that he put into the shir. He didn't just take a shir from last year, work it over, and like it came, he knew it, he gave it over. And no, it was remember those shiurim, he would like get all excited and jump and like be mechadish and the kuda. It wasn't natural. It came on Mila. And at the same time, he knew how to push it, talk to Bachas of Shemahamitz in a humorous way, many times. Constantly, anytime I brought donuts for Seder Sichis, he would say, I don't understand these people from Hermes. They either chocolate or sprinkles. How come they don't put sprinkles on the chocolate? Every time the same, what is cheap or something? They're cheap. These little comments and like some Bachar like would like it would push it, turn them on, and they would get all involved in the next thing he would say in the mimer and whatever it is. But what to me, what I thought was the most amazing always was that when he was Farbrengen, it wasn't only with seichel, and it wasn't only with hearts, but it was with such an emes, not only the teichen that he was saying, but if you remember those stories, while he would say a story and he would come to an emotional part, he would push it, cry for a split second. Yep. And that crying for a split second was push it real tears, and he would wipe them away and wipe them away and wipe them away. And sometimes a split second later, a bacher would crack a joke or was a funny punchline to the story, and he'd laugh. And yep. Both sudden were completely emes. And it would happen time and time again, sometimes tens of times in every Farbrengen. And I haven't seen such a thing by any other person ever. Such a emes, such a heart in the story. It's almost like he was living the story. He was like, he was there, he was living it, he felt the emotions, and he was giving over the emotions to the people that were by the Farbrengen and listening to the Farbrengen.
Also, Chaim, the level of detail on hundreds of stories, he was so particular about the details. He even had a story about why he was particular about the details. But I mean, I know he was smart, but you're talking about how he would live the stories.
Right.
Every detail, who he heard it from, and every person's name in the story, and where they lived, and what street it happened on. And yeah.
And here and there were Shini Gersais in the story. It's based on the email that was written in Samach Gimel. The Gersa was Azay, and the email that was written in Ein Gimel, the detail was Azay. So it's a different Gersais. I don't know.
But he would also say that somebody in the emails a lot of times he would write, and somebody alerted me that the Gersa is a little different, and he would say whoever it was, and they were there, and that I confirmed it, and they said that this was a little different. Sometimes you even send out corrections on the emails. But you were talking about his humor. I remember when I was there was rats in 26. which is his house. And the Bachrim were complaining there's rats. I don't know if you were there then, but anyways, he says, so some guy, one of the Bachrim came and says, oh, Wagner, there's rats. Nishtar in the dorm. It's your house. There's rats. Call pest control and get rid of the rats. So he said, if I call pest control, they're going to take away all the Bachrim.
Yeah. I remember one of my first experiences of Rabbi Wagner not always taking care of problems right away. Was a dorm counselor came, said Rabbi Wagner, there's a big problem in the dorm. Yeah, what's the problem? Glengrove. Glengrove, the Alta Glengrove, before they did it over this year after the campaign last year, Glengrove was always repaired daily. He comes to Rabbi Wagner, it's a serious problem. There's a leak. The whole roof is caving in. The roof is caving in. The whole world is caving in. So you blame it on our roof for 6, 8, 12, 14 days or whatever. The whole world is caving in. There's a bigger avodah. We have to save the world. But Rabbi Wagner, they were talking during Shiva about the whole story with the Tater or the Tater that they found in Philadelphia. As Mistama from Rabbi Wagner who was there as a bacher, who was one of the first Siddur that he learned. Rabbi Wagner had a huge kach in it, and at one point he decided that it's about time that somebody write a piddush on the Tater and Tater, and people should be able to learn it, with the chayes and actually understand what's going on. So he wrote a piddush, and he did about 10, 12 parshiyos, and then Rabbi Gelb, I think, or Gelber, or I don't know, somebody correct me who it was from one of these machins, started doing it, and he saw somebody else is doing it, so he stopped. But during those weeks, he would make sure to print it out, Levi Gelb, Shkayach. So he stopped, but he would make sure to put out the weeks that he did. He made sure to put out every week, so people should be able to learn it right. And even the weeks that he didn't have it, I remember in camp, every Friday he would remind you, make sure you print out a mimer for the Torah, and he would say which mimer, this one, the second one, the third one. Make sure you print it out. Is it available? Sure, it's available. It's definitely somewhere in his office between the Tums and the off-brand, non-generic Tylenols. He's got those papers somewhere. It was always ever published. I don't believe he ever published it because he stopped mid-avodah. I don't know if it was ever really worked on. I don't remember seeing it ever published, but it was published in yeshiva many, many times. So that's just another thing. A person is such a goin in nigla, but doesn't only have a kach in chassidus, but also a verstanden chassidus. Wanted to publish a saver budget for everybody to be able to know what's the tutzich in a mimer. Akopanim, kids of Ran Sheikh Niafer, and Yeshiva should continue being ma'arid and mechazik, the Bachrim by the dozen, by the hundreds, by the thousands. We will amit this Hashem and take of miyad. Chaim l'bracha.
Chaim. Chaim.
Hey, Mandel.
Yeah.
You're the moderator, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's almost my bedtime, so I'm going to jump in for a minute, okay?
Please.
All right. Chaim l'bracha, everybody.
Chaim.
Not sure who's on right now, but
yeah,
from Toronto, I know you.
56 attendees.
All right.
Levi. Chaim.
Who said that?
Yael Spalter.
Oh, Yael Spalter. Love you, man. Anyway, actually interesting. So I drove into New York this morning, and hi, Mandy. And by Mandel Erleman, if you want to raise money, go to Mandy Bronstein. He's going to help you out.
Dude's been cracking.
I know. He's the man. So so I was planning to go before he got up from Shiva, and I actually missed it by hour or whatever. So I figure if I missed this Shiva, I missed the Levaya. I mean, it's still Wagner's still going. So I remember I was in Mesivta the first time he heard in Farbrengen. He came to Chicago then for Simcha, and was blown away by the Farbrengen and just how happy he was, uplifted, just the whole energy he brought. And I remember going to Toronto my first year, coming in the first day, before Seder starts, bunch of Bachram before Shachar. I don't know what was going on. And the Tzir was Rabbi Wagner singing Dan Markel, learning together. That was like the first impression. But a couple stuff. Number one is that I just remember like a regular Shabbos could be Friday night going to Rabbi Wagner's house, Shabbos day going to Farbrengen, and then of course stop for Mincha, Mincha coming out Menatzmos, those who know the story. And Motzei Shabbos go back Farbrengen, and then guys will go into his kitchen and make pasta, make eggs, like they just take over the whole house. And then always at the end of Farbrengens, I don't know if in your days, but in my days, always the last thing before you go to bed, you go to make his kids lunch for the next day. So you'd go into the kitchen, and Bachman would follow. You'd be making, this kid needs this peanut butter, this kid needs that, and you'd like be falling asleep. He's making the sandwiches for the kids. But people were talking about the different moods and stuff, and I remember definitely my second year in Zal, so they're building the Beis Yaakov across the street, and it was so negay, like the whole yeshiva suffered because it was so negay benefesh Rabbi Wagner. There shouldn't be a girls' high school across the street. And like we didn't really. I mean, okay, there's a girls' high school, isn't a girls' high school. I'm saying like, if a Bacher wants to get into trouble, he could get into trouble anywhere. But it was so negay, and he was going meeting with people and naskanim and the pilot didn't succeed. But like it was till today, I remember how the Pasha ate him up. He was like ice bench the whole year because of this whole thing. And another time I saw that, one time he went to the dorm and I had a Walkman there. I don't know why, it was already then, but there was no Walkman, so I had a Walkman. And they took it away. So I went to get it back. And I listened to Chayes, I don't know, for Farbrengen or whatever I had on it. Him. So he got all serious. He says, so if you don't listen to the radio, why is it that when I turned it on, it was tuned to the radio? So I don't know if it was a roommate. I don't know why it was tuned to the radio, but it bothered him that a bacher should be doing that, and that was. So actually, after when I was in Shlichus in Caracas, Venezuela, and it was a new yeshiva. There was no yeshiva or anything. It was just our kvutza, and it was a little bit low. Like we had a very good 2 years, but at certain points you got lonely. And then Hala said we could bring down whoever we wanted to bring, we could bring down. So like 4 of us who were from Toronto. So we called up Wagner to see if we'll come down. So the Kitzur he said is if you could find me a flight that leaves after my shiur on Thursday and gets back before the shiur on Sunday, I'll do it. So at first we tried getting one thing, it didn't work out, and we decided we got to find a flight. And I don't know, it was like a red eye connection. I don't know what it was. Very expensive flights, very long hours, and he came. And for the moment he came to the yeshiva, he pushed it. Not everybody was from Toronto, and even the guys who were from Toronto none of us were from this close circle. He pushed it for brains and shiurim and learning with us, and the whole Shabbos was pushed it like a breath of fresh air. And the yeshiva over there is like on a mountain. You can see the whole Caracas, and it's like a beautiful terrace outside of like a porch. So he davened over there Shabbos day, and then he's Farbrengen the whole Shabbos. He said, "Hi, Tachin, that you Bachrim, you don't daven, but you have a terrace like this. It's impossible you're not dying by avoid every Shabbos. Because all you need to do is it's like a shortcut. All you got to do, you go outside and you're able to daven. It's a mechaya." And just want to finish. I was talking to a friend of mine, Chaver. So he so like my first year in Toronto was a very interesting group. Like Yudel was saying before about the Pittsburgh guys. And yes. So afterwards, he also took Velvel as well. Also breath of fresh air. Yes, I meant to say that, Velvel. Thank you for reminding me. So you had the big leaguers. We had Wagner and Velvel. So I was talking to a friend, and his friend told me that basically that my first year in Toronto was like a very, very interesting group of Bachrim, and a lot of Bachrim, different backgrounds, and everyone's just like the dogma. There's one time we were Farbrengen Friday nights. We were upstairs in the Mesivta. That's where we used to eat Friday nights. Right, Wagner's Farbrengen. And Bacher said, "Wagner, it's I don't understand. He says, he's talking in metaphors, obviously. So he says, you're walking on the beach. There's things that distract you. So Wagner says, what's distracting it on the beach? So he says, the starfish, this beautiful starfish on the beaches that, and the whole Farbrengen was about the starfish, so the starfish Farbrengen. So anyway, so this Bacher was a Chassidish Bacher, and he wasn't into starfish, let's say. And he felt for him it's better to go to Brahma, Chassidish place. So the last story. So he asked Wagner for a shus. Right? Wagner says, for you, I think it's better to stay here. You're going to learn better here. So the Bacher pushed, and he got Rishus, and he went to Brahma. It was a very Chassidish experience. Really Lubavitch. But he said, Shirbei Zals, when you're really starting to get a derech on limbo, learn a little bit. You want to have a guying. And he really, really felt lost, and he felt like the learning was really lacking. And one day he's there for 2-3 months. He picks up a payphone. He calls Rabbi Wagner, and the Bacher says,
It's still there.
"Huh?" The Bacher says, "Who's that?" The Bacher says, "You're right. The learning's not kedai, and I feel bad. I feel like
What
I made a
does the
bad
Bacher
decision."
say? What does the Bacher say? What?
Who's there? Is that you, Mendel?
No, we got generation 2 of Rabbi Noam.
Ah, okay. So the Bacher
No,
says,
I want to tell you. I want to say one thing.
Go ahead.
Hit us, Menachem.
No, I want to say that 5 seconds. Give me 5 seconds.
Go for him, Menachem.
I grew up in Akiva's house. Okay. I was brought up Ben Akiva. Everyone who thinks they're B'nai Akiva, whatever. Anyways, there's an Akuda, and my brother's L'chaim was tonight, so we're a little bit. But there's something like this. I don't think anyone. Sha. I don't think anyone understands what actually means Akiva. Rabbi Akiva. There's a Rosh Yeshiva and there's a Tate. I experienced both on the same level. I came at 10 years old. I was a young pisher, and Akiva showed me what it means love. Akiva showed me what it means chinuch. I had a baby, Baruch Hashem, a month ago, and I was by Shiva, and I brought my baby to Shiva on one of the days, and my cousin, she was like, I was speaking to my daughter in Yiddish, and she says, "Oh, you speak to your daughter in Yiddish?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's all because of your father." Why? I came in 5th grade. My father, I was trying to get out of him why he sent me. What was the connection between him and Akiva? And I got out of him that Akiva was his rock. Akiva was anytime he had a question, anytime he had an issue, Lubavitch, and I don't need to tell you guys this, but who brought my father to Lubavitch? Who brought my father to the Rebbe? Akiva. Why? He was a young bacher. I'm sorry for disrupting the whole program over the whole.
Keep going, Menachem. Keep going. One more l'chaim, you'll be in good shape.
Shut up. But Akiva, when my father was a young bacher, he was 12 years old. And he started discovering a little bit what this is, Lubavitch, what the Rebbe is, what it means. And my uncles are going to kill me for saying this. I'm probably not saying this right. And my grandmother's going to mamish disown me. But there was a fundraiser, a guy who came to Toronto. His name was Rabbi, what's his name? He was a big gadol in Eretz Yisrael.
Menachem.
Yeah.
Go back to where you were 2 minutes ago because the connection was better.
Okay, 1 second. There was a guy. Oh, I remember the name. There was a guy. He had all the Gedolim's kids in his yeshiva. His name was Rav Schenker.
anyways, this Rav Schenker came and he was fundraising from my grandfather. My grandfather, who I'm named after, was a big vir. I mean, yeah, he made money and he gave a lot of it tzedakah. And the people from, you say, the Atayra in Toronto, for those that know, and they said, oh, go to Menachem Wagner's house, my grandfather, and go and talk him into giving you money. Anyways, Rav Schenker, who his Mesifta, Derech Agav, I hope this is not recorded, but it was under Ish, and that was the Mesifta of Ish. Anyways,
You're
so
in bad
he
luck.
goes
It's
to
being
Rav
recorded.
Schenker. Okay, so I'm hanging up. But he goes to Rav Schenker. Rav Schenker comes to my grandfather and he says, oh, I want money, whatever. And he says, I heard your father's a gadol, and he said, I wonder if I heard him. Anyways, make a long story short, he got accepted to yeshiva, and you could ask my father because he's still living. I don't know. Akiva decides to die on us. I don't know. It's a shek
Menachem, mazale b'chaim, afu b'chaim.
100%. But he can't tell us the details of what happened over there. But my father, he fired him there, and my grandfather was very proud to send my father to Rav Schenker's yeshiva. And whatever, you could ask him for the details because he's still alive until 180. I know everyone over here is big Chassidim or Akiva, and me too, by the way. But you could ask him for the details because he's still alive. But he had his time over there. Anyways, Kisra Maisa, Akiva, he arranged that there should be a Lubavitcher. I'm not going to say the name because it's being recorded, like you said. But there's a certain Lubavitcher in Eretz Yisrael that arranged that my father should learn Chassidus. And my father has stories of how this person gave him a likut, and he even has a story. One Purim, he tried burning the mimer that he got, and he, whatever. And there was a lot of stories that Akiva Pasha played. It is Memtes. My brother's here. He's saying Memtes that he got a likut. He went to the right people. I'm not going to say names. He went to the right people, and he got a likut. And Akiva was behind all of it. And that's what brought my father.
I say Faket, you should say the name. It's about time we know who brought these gems to Lubavitch.
I'm not saying any names. What's
the problem if Menachem? What's the
Shut
problem
up.
if we know who gave him the liquid?
They tried burning the liquid in this big yeshiva because they were under Ish, and he could tell you many stories because he's still alive. He said tonight, he's like, I don't know why I'm still alive because Akiva passed away.
Okay,
he's not here, but I don't know why I'm still alive.
Okay, Menachem, genug mit der Mordechai. Just tell us the story.
But
you can put Volvo back on. Let's fast
forward a few years.
And Mendel,
Well, give me one second. So,
thank you.
So Akiva was the one that started the connection with my father to Lubavitch. Then many years later, Eliason Silverberg, he came to Shiva and he also sent a voice note, which I think was sent around. But basically, when my father was starting to become close to Lubavitch, Akiva sent, and by the way, I'm able to call him Akiva because when I came to his house in 5th grade, I came to his house and I was very uncomfortable because I always knew Akiva as I always looked up to him. Him and Rachi were always like my father and the whole family. We always looked up to him. So when I came, I was very uncomfortable. I didn't know what to call them. And my aunt, Rachi, and Uncle Akiva, they sat me down and they said, these people could call me Mrs. Wagner and these people could call me Rabbi Wagner. But to me, when they were talking to me, they said, your Uncle Akiva and this is Rachi. They said, call me Akiva and Rachi. Anyways, so that's my ishur to call Akiva and Rachi. But anyways, he started the kasher, and Nelson Silverberg was saying that when my father was he was in Toronto for a year, whatever. Anyways, he went to California, and Akiva sent Eli Nelson Silverberg, who already had a little bit of a shaykhis to him. He sent him to California to bring my father closer to Lubavitch and bring him closer to the Mar. Yeah. Anyways, he was saying very errands. Anyway, let's fast forward a bunch of years, and my father, I hope this is not a report. Anyways, my father called Akiva and he was saying that my son, which is me, he was saying that he's going through a hard time in South Africa with the cheder over there. We're not gonna get into details, whatever. Anyways, he said, "What should I do?" So Akiva said, "Send him to my house. Bring him to my house." So my father, he told me to write a letter, Rabbi. I sat down and I wrote a answer letter to the Rebbe. It's my first time. I remember this clearly. I remember where I was sitting. I remember everything. And I wrote a letter to the Rebbe, and we're watching Living Torah that week. And the Rebbe was talking in the Living Torah about having going to a cheder that's not connected with other studies, is not connected to English studies, whatever. Anyways, my father told me, he said, Akiva and Rachi, they offered to have you in their home. So he said, we'll do a trial till Yud Shvat. Because my father comes in every year for Yud Shvat. He does the mitzvah with the Bachrim. So he says, we'll do a trial till Yud Shvat. So I said, okay, fine. Why? Because I was very excited. I knew my cousins and my uncle and aunt, because every year, Simchas Torah, my father, every year we brought the family to the Rebbe. And every year I used to go Simchas Torah, and I was with my cousins, Menachem and Yisrael and Mendy, and we used to have fun. Like, it was very fun for me. So I'm like, okay, I'll have a very fun time with my cousins, and I'll be with Akiva and Rachi. And it was like a very exciting thing for me. So I said, okay, for sure, I'll go to Akiva's house and I'll go to Cheder there, no problem. So I got there the first day, and again, the family is very close, and they're being very, again, besides for Akiva, which was Chad Bedara, and I'm the first one who could see such a thing. I mean, not the first one. Obviously, there's many people, but I feel a certain, whatever. Anyways, but the family also was giving me massive kiruvim, because a cousin or whatever. Anyways, I come there, and the first day I remember when I remember I was sitting there, and I was coming from South Africa, which whatever, there's different ways of acting and dressing, whatever. And I come the first day, and I'm wearing white pants. I walk into Zal in Toronto, and there's a bunch of Bachrim which are making fun of my white pants. So it comes Baruch Shamar, and I leave. I say, okay, everyone's making fun of me. I go. My aunt and my uncle Akiva came to me later, and he said, don't worry, Bachrim are just not used to it. And my cousin Iti, she told me, she's like, don't worry, whatever, it's fine. But like I started in Akiva's house, mamish, like different, honestly. Like, as much as Bachman could say that they came on a certain level, whatever, I'm talking about living in his house. I was on the same floor as him. And I was just different because I was coming from a different lifestyle. And over the years, I was there, and Akiva was saying the parsha with his kids, and I was in Cheder also. And he was asking me the questions in Yiddish, and I told him I want to learn Yiddish. So he started speaking to me in Yiddish, and it was a whole different lifestyle. It was a whole different way of living life. And Baruch Hashem, I mean, I went to Shiva this week. I was there pretty often, and I was speaking to Baruch Hashem, I had a daughter, and my aunt, Rachi, was telling me, and the cousins were saying, you speak to your daughter in Yiddish. I said, yeah, it's all because of Akiva, because he spoke to me in Yiddish. That's why I learned Yiddish, because Akiva spoke to me in Yiddish, and he gave me a way of like a father. Like, I'm giving you what I have. I'm treating you just like everyone else. And over the years, there was many times, of course, I'm living in his house, and he's just treating me like a father treats a child. And I'm coming from, of course, Baruch Hashem, I have my own parents, and Kivas and Rachi, honestly, they're giving me a chinuch of this is what a Yiddish chinuch is. This is what you are. And I was asking my father tonight. I asked him, what made you send me to Akiva? So he told me that he said that Akiva was always his rock. He said that when he first went to Eretz Yisrael, Akiva made sure he had someone to talk to. When he went to California, he made sure that he had someone that could help him along the road. So when he was talking to Akiva about his son, he also he took a chai, so to speak. So therefore, everything I have, most things that my chinuch, my skatos, I was by Akiva from 5th grade until after Shebei Zal, and yeah,
Nachem L'chaim. L'chaim.
L'chaim.
Thank you so much for sharing. Honestly.
That's them.
Yeah.
We can't replace him. We all have to. I remember Akiva told me the last time I spoke to him. He told me we have to do everything we can to bring Mashiach Olam. Why? Last year, I was Simchas Torah. I was in Lapkovsky's house, and we're not going into details. Whatever, it doesn't matter the details. But I got Chassan Bereshis Chassan Torah. I remember I got it with Akiva. Why? Because I took achlata to learn a certain look at vase. I took achlata, and Akiva told me that there's no one else that takes achlatas around here. So he said, have Chassan Torah with me. And I remember I got called up with Akiva. That was Simchas Torah. I was in Akiva's house by Lapkovsky's, and I got Chassan Torah with Akiva with some of his kids, and I took achlata. And every few weeks, I used to call Akiva or go into his room, and I used to update him. And I said I did this amount of Mamarim, and I did this amount of Mamarim, and I used to actually chazer the Mamarim by Akiva. I went into his room, and chazer the Mamarim for him. And every time I went into his room, or every time I told him I had a baby, and I told him, Akiva, I did Vinacha, I told him a few Mamarim that I did in Mulkad Beis. That's the last conversation I had with him that he was speaking. I saw him after that, but I had a conversation with him when he was in Star Lake after I had a baby, and he video called me, and I told him I did Mamarim. He said you should bring up your daughter, he said you should bring the Mamarim into a Pel Mamish. And I saw him a few times afterwards, but he wasn't able to talk. He wasn't speaking to me. He wasn't able to speak. I think that Akiva wanted everyone to take their learning into a Pel Mamish. I think that Akiva wanted that when someone learns something, and I'm sure everyone on the Zoom, I don't know anyone on the Zoom, I don't know.
Hey,
but I'm sure that he wanted Amela Orlowan, fine, I know you. Everyone's also, I know you, fine. But Chaim Simpson, of course, shout out. But I think that he wanted everyone to take everything they learned and bring it into a Pilam Amish, because I'm taking over here. I'm sorry. I'm hijacking. I'm sorry, but no,
it's
no, but I'm serious. I think that knowing Akiva on a personal level, but also as a Rosh Yeshiva, because he got mad at me sometimes. But I'll tell you a story. He once got upset at me for something. I'm not gonna say the whole story. I'm not embarrassed. You can come with me. I can say the whole story, but it's a long story. But he called me to his office and he said, Menachem, I'm a little bit disappointed with you because you whatever. Anyway, we went on Shabbos Achdus. It was when he made his own Masifta and he went and whatever. Those who know, he made a Shir Aleph Masifta and we went to New Haven and we went on a hike instead of being by the Farbrengen and Lustig kicked out the bracha.
I remember this very well.
He called me over. Zamel, you don't remember this. He called me over to his office and he said, Menachem, we put in so much money. I'm the only bacher he called over. I don't know if you remember that. The only bacher he called over was me. And he said, Menachem, we put in so much money to the Shabbaton. And what did it come to?
You were officially the ringleader. That's why.
And he screamed at me. But the part you don't know is afterwards, he gave me a big smile. He smiled at me. And he said, Menachem, I'm calling you over because I know you'll do better in the future. And that was it. He said, I know you'll do better. I know you didn't do it on purpose. I know you'll do better.
Menachem, you just reminded me of the story with Peter Combs. Ich schmeichel afem, ich schmeichel tzedek, aber bleibt ein Englishman.
Peter Combs. Akiva is bringing about Peter Combs, who was related
to geblieben a South African. That's it.
Chaim, you're wrong. Chaim, you're wrong. Because I'll be honest.
Who's davening? What time? It's Shachris over there already?
Chaim. Akiva brought me up not to be a South African. No, I'm not Peter Combs. I'm not Zalman's Adam. I'm not. That's what he was trying to tell me. He said, you're wrong. And he screamed at me. And I felt like absolute, I'm recorded. So I want to say beep, 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 beep. But he gave me a smile afterwards. I remember till today. He smiled at me and he said, Menachem, I know you're going to do better. And that was Akiva for me, because sometimes those who have mother-in-law, father-in-laws, you marry into a family, and the father-in-law and mother-in-law, whatever the lashon is. Yeah, you're talking to the daughter.
You're married 1 year. You already know this.
100%. But Akiva, yeah. Hard off, but he told me off, and that's what kept me going, honestly. And I was there to
all the similarities between Rabbi Akiva and his shver. All those al derech.
His shver. No, over what's the lashon? Chaim, what's the lashon? Meratzim tachtim made them shnor. That's what it means. That's the lashon. That was a little bit of. He gave me who I am today. I'm not turning away my parents, Baruch Hashem, but Akiva gave me, he dealt with me with an MS, and he told me, he month from me. And yeah, anyways.
Chaim Lebracha. Asher Koyach. Where's Kosovsky? Mid-story, Kosovsky.
He said it was almost his bedtime.
Yeah.
Menachem, did Wagner always pull over to say Tfil Saderech in his kapata and gartel and hat on road trips?
100%. I could attest for this.
I was there once and he did it. I wasn't sure if it's always.
At Bremel, when we drove from New York to Toronto, from Toronto to New York, wherever, I had many trips with him. Many trips. Yosef Chazan for your L'chaim. You could ask Yisrael Chabkovsky. We made all the franks and blanks and all the food for your L'chaim we made in Rachi's kitchen. Akiva in Rachi's kitchen. Ask your wife about it. We made it all, and we had it all under the seats. And I remember clearly from that trip, there was a massive snowstorm. Correct me if I'm wrong. either it was that trip or another trip. It was a massive snowstorm, and we stopped on the way. And every hour, wie ich gedenk, I could be wrong, but the Rebbe says you have to stop every hour in order. Yeah, you have to go around the car or
I'm
whatever.
talking about Tfil Saderach. I'm talking about Tfil Saderach in particular.
Tfil Saderach. Every time Akiva said Tfil Saderach, was always by a gas station, because we have to stand. We say Tfil Saderach. We can't stay in the car.
The Yud Shvat one year, the typical Toronto wasn't so organized. They were Wagner Zal, so that he got a bus for the Bachar. There wasn't enough seats for all the Bachar on the bus. And I never didn't push. So I'm like online, and then all of a sudden there's like no seats. And I think I'm not going to the every shot. And then Wagner's like, come with me, you'll come in the car with my family. And I was like so devastated, like, oh my gosh, I can sit in the van now, like with the white van. Like I want to Farbrengen with the Bachar. And I don't, it could be you're in the car. What's his name? Davi, the one that has asthma, he almost died in the middle of the car ride.
Davi.
Anyhow, but Wagner
puffer,
pulled
yeah.
over. He pulled over to Tfil Saderach with his kapata, with his hat. Could be Gartel too, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I remember he
But
drove.
the Rebbe
He
said you have
drove.
to stop to Tfil Saderach.
He said with and also he drove all night, and then Yitzchak was in the passenger seat. And at like 6 a.m. Yitzchak took the driver's seat, or Wagner took the passenger seat, and instead of going to sleep, he pulled out a tablet and he said, "Mefortzim Rebbe," and he started giving a shir and a mimer. It's like 6 a.m. We're trying to sleep, and he started teaching a mimer. We're going to the Rebbe. Now, you just drove all night. Like, go get your few hours in before you come to 770, and all your alumni are going to attack you. But he pulled out a mimer. He started teaching a mimer 6:37 a.m. But the Tfil Saderach I never seen before. I never seen someone do that. Pull over, hat, jacket, gartel, kapata,
Also
whatever.
when he flew,
He stood up.
I was once in town, and I heard he was also in town. I asked him, "How are you getting to the airport tomorrow?" And he said he has a ride. Good. I said, "Can I join your ride?" He said, "Sure." It was me and another bacher. Turns out his ride was an Uber, and he was already going with his wife. Anyways, but at least he offered us a ride. I saved myself $37. I'll go upon him. So we got onto the plane, and his hat and kapota stays on, and then the garter goes on for Tfil Saderach.
Chaim, give it the $37 to the family. Chaim, give it the $37
No
to the
way!
family.
This $37 I spent in Bubby's Bagels. Hello, the Tivus of Kashmir, the Rato these days.
So give
Bubby's
triple
Bagels.
to the family. Yeah, no.
So Kitzer, so then he finishes Tfil Saderach and he takes off his garter. I'm like, okay, now here comes the hat and kapata. No, he sits down with his hat and kapata. And I thought maybe he was going to start doing the shachis on the plane like upon him. No, but I guess he flew with his hat and kapata as well. Baruch Hashem. And then already on the way back, I wasn't going to ask him to join the Uber.
Learn your lesson.
Yeah, I learned my lesson.
I remember. You remember the Friday mornings with the chalent and the knedlach, or that was after your days? Chalent. Say.
No, I don't think
Chaim, you remember?
And Rabbi would make the knedlach.
So I want to tell you, I don't know. I may be talking to people who are way my senior, but I remember living in his house, but waking up at wee hours of the morning. But again, people my senior could correct me. Akiva used to have his Rebbe pod, his iPod, which was full of all the Rebbe's sichas and Farbrengens and whatever. And he used to have his earphones in his ears.
He had 160 gigs.
Exactly.
You're only able to get it for like 2 years. It was very precious. Yes.
Yeah. And he used to pay someone to fill it up with all the Rebbe's and and whatever. And he filled it up. And I remember this because I'll tell you a story. Menachem might kill me for saying this story, my cousin Menachem, but
don't say
one.
Hey, I got paid from that guy, so
don't say it.
He could say the story, but I think something.
Somebody muted him, or he muted himself. I don't know what happened.
People are trying to mute me.
No.
Whoever's trying to mute me, I'll shut up in 1 second, okay?
No,
anyways,
it was a glitch. You're good to say the story. I hear from the back source. Yeah.
There was a story that one day, me and Menachem, we slept in the same room, and Akiva used to take us for carpool. There was a few days a week they used to take us for carpool, whatever. Anyways, one day, me and Menachem, for some reason, I don't know why, We woke up at 4 something in the morning, and we thought it was time for carpool because we were like petrified that Akiva was going to walk into our room and say, "You're late for carpool." So we woke up, and Menachem went into his father's room, I think, and he woke him up. He said, "It's time for carpool." So for those that know Toronto, we went to Chaikin's block, and Chaikin's house. We honked, and no answer. We went to
One second.
Merker's
Menachem. So you
house.
got in the car and you left.
No, me and Menachem were in the car. We got into Merker's house, and we honked, no answer. We go back to Chaikin's house. Whatever. It was like a certain. Sometimes the Chaikins used to sleep in; they needed some time to wake up. So we used to honk, go to Merker. For those that know Frontenac, and we used to come back. But we go to Merker's house, knock and honk.
But the point, I guess, Mendel's point is, Rabbi Wagner took you guys in the car at 4 a.m.
Shout, 1 second. We go back to Chaikin's house. There's no answer. Anyways, we're at the end of Frontenac, and Akiva looks at the clock on his car, and he's like, Menachem. He's talking to my cousin. He's like, it's 5 o'clock. So we go back home and we go back to sleep. But the issue is that what was the word? What was the word that me and Menachem sometimes we used to wake up for mikvah. Anyways, that was he woke up but there was some times where I'm sure many Bachram could attest to this, that they used to wake up at wee hours in the morning and see on Friday morning. I think Zavmeir was saying a story about him waking up on Friday morning when Rabbi Wagner told him to come and speak to him.
No, I didn't wake up. The deal was that we asked him to Farbrengen Thursday night, and he said he can't Farbrengen because he has to cook Shabbos meal. So we said, okay, so you cook it later. He said, no, I only have so much time. So he said, okay, if we'll help you cook the Shabbos meal, will you Farbrengen? He said, okay, no problem. Come 3 a.m. That's when I cook the Shabbos meal. So I came 3 a.m. We finished Farbrengen 12:1, whatever it was. And I came at 3, and I knocked on the door, and
the window.
There was no answer. No. First, I knocked on the middle door between the basement. I knocked on it because the door right there is by the kitchen. It's right by the dining room kitchen, that door. And then he didn't answer me. So then I said, maybe he doesn't hear, because I didn't want to bang loud. So I went outside, and there's a little ledge, and I hoisted myself up on the ledge with one hand, and with the other hand, I started banging on the kitchen window. Because I'm sure that Rabbi Wagner is in the kitchen. He told me 3 a.m. he's going to be in the kitchen. I should come help him make the soup or whatever in the kitchen. So I'm banging, and after a half hour of hanging on the windowsill and banging, I said, it was the middle of the winter. It's going good cow. And I said, I already paid my debt. I said I was in the car. I waited a half hour. My hands are frozen, and I went to sleep. The next morning, he was in yeshiva. So, no, what happened? So I said, I was knocking on your window. You want me to ring the bell and wake up the whole house? I didn't want to ring the bell. So he said, yeah, Taka, I fell asleep on the couch.
Oh, man.
Yeah, true story, Menachem.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was Akiva, Rabbi Akiva. But he used to push it, cook Shabbos, part of it. I remember I was telling my aunt Rachi this week. I was sitting 1 week. Akiva called again. Like, it's hard for me to be mitzvah, but I was like part of the family. So Akiva called all his kids and me, and he called them upstairs into his room, and he said, "Family meeting." What was a family meeting? He said, I hope I'm not saying too much, but
we got to go through Menachem first. This thing keeps glitching. The system keeps muting at random parts.
I wonder why, Mendel. I wonder why.
No, apparently it should be fixed, Menachem. You could unmute yourself.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah. No, you're good.
Did you mute me on purpose?
No, the system keeps glitching at sensitive moments. We're not sure. But then I get WhatsApps and they get restored.
Anyway, Akiva calls us all up to his room, and he says that he says mommy. He's speaking about his wife. Says that she has too much work on herself on Erev Shabbos, and he says we have to split up the jobs. So I still remember my job was setting the table and frying the eggplant every Friday afternoon because he wanted to make the load on his wife less for Shabbos. For Steitzach, he had a big crowd for Shabbos, and he also had his own mishpacha, and he had Bachrim coming and whatever. So he made Pashid a seder that this is what's going to happen, and every person should take on a job. And yeah, that was Rabbi Kiva. Mendel, I'm gonna give over the mic to you.
And I'll pass it back to Demo.
Yeah, you.
Menachem, L'chaim, thanks for jumping in and stay on.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I feel like I screwed up the whole taxit over here. The whole.
I could assure you didn't screw it up.
Okay.
No, 1 second. Now that you screwed it up, you have to stay on to make sure that it all gets put back together.
I'm staying on.
You can't just smash up the building and run. You
I'm just
smashed
gonna
it up.
stop
Now you got to
talking
stay on
before I
to
get
make sure
stoned.
it gets put back together.
I'm gonna stop talking before I get stoned.
I think it's too late for that.
Where's
fine, new Mendel.
Velvel Lipsker, jump back in, man. And also, what's his name?
Velvel Lipsker.
The story. He was in the middle of a story that he did not finish. That I think I know the end to. Who remembers?
What was the story? If I guess, and my brain went fried.
Kosovsky was saying a story about someone will remind me the beginning. I heard the end this week.
Do we hear Velvel again?
Yeah, Velvel's here.
I'm talking, but
we're trying to figure out where he was in the middle of. Does anybody remember what story he was in the middle of?
I don't know. In the middle hacking and Chainik.
Well,
maybe Kosovsky. I don't know. I was just talking as a friend from the early days.
Sorry.
You did mention there's two parts of Rabbi Wagner. The office without the hat and jacket, and
the normal guy and the crazy guy.
Velvel, start talking, and you'll
I don't remember what I was hacking in Chainik about.
Start from scratch. Velvel, start from scratch. Start from scratch.
Okay, I'll just keep yenting.
Top place Peit Tzaddik.
Tavresh Peit Tzaddik.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we reconvene the shreddies for Ringen. We have Mendel.
I was going to say we'll send over some shreddies to Florida.
Send over some shreddies.
Maybe also.
Mendel Zeitlin, you're from Yale's class? No.
Yeah.
Oh, also.
Well, you test Kislev the first time you came.
Yeah. I came Rosh Chodesh Kislev actually, but
You also came. You
want to know exactly when I came? I came Chafik Cheshvan. I came the morning
first
after
year.
because
The first year
Rabbi,
you gave. The first words of the shir was, "That's why we sitting down first year. We should have a batal mashka."
Oh yeah.
I remember that year. I remember that year.
Kabul Pnimi from I was with the beginning of Tavrishim Gimel. We spoke about Gemarish V'loyos. I remember. Okay. Anyway, what we're hacking Chainik now. So I was drinking a cup. Makivish Yurim from Tannersville. I don't even know. There was a lot of tension in the beginning of the yeshiva. It took a lot of started mentioning the rabbi said there's got to be a vision. In the beginning, the yeshiva was a lot of tension because maybe that's what I was talking about, the tension with the shtat. There's a lot of the city wasn't happy to have us.
Telling us about Mendel Aranov.
Oh no. That I said I'm not gonna say that. I'm really not gonna say that. But
Were you from the Bachim that went to Miller with Label Groner?
Yes, it was me and Raleigh Resnick. Label Groner, what are you talking about?
Label Groner was the ones in town, and he went with Bachim.
Nah, that was later. We went one Shabbos to eat by Shlomo Miller with Raleigh Resnick. Raleigh Resnick and I went. Yeah. So the in the beginning.
Wait, we got to hear more about this. What happened over there?
Nah, the Bachim know the story.
What, Shlomo Miller in Toronto? I live right next door to him.
Yeah, the Shlomo Miller in Toronto. Yes.
Never heard the story, Velvel.
Say the story.
No, Velvel, come on.
Never heard the story. Okay.
Come on, Yedu Dar Achrein.
Okay, so Raleigh Resnick's father was a very big cardiologist. He was the Rebbe's cardiologist. I believe you could look this up, but I believe that he was one of the youngest cardiologists, the youngest people to graduate with cardiology in his time. I think he was a licensed cardiologist by the time he turned 21 or something like that. Crazy. So he was the Rebbe's cardiologist. Eventually, he got a very crucial position in the hospital in Detroit. So they moved to Detroit. Well, Detroit is a Irve Yisrael by the literature. Now, Rebbitzin Miller's brother is Psachoshev in Detroit, and he had a heart attack, and he was being treated by Riley Resnick's father. I don't know exactly what happened. Anyway, what happens is that one day, I got to go back to the bank, tell you how the bank became a yeshiva. Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. But anyway, this woman is standing outside the yeshiva. Is there a boy Resnick over here? Yeah, okay, the boy Resnick. So Raleigh comes outside. Yeah, your father's Dr. Resnick. Yeah, your father's Dr. Resnick. Your father saved my brother's life. I want you to come to my house for Shabbos. What's your name? Miller, whatever. Come and bring a friend. Okay. I know we went inside. He spoke to Rabbi Wagner. Now, I happened to be Parsha Samoyed. I'll tell you exactly how I remember that in a second. It was mamish this time of year. So it became like the whole yeshiva was running around. The Rabbi Wagner ever told the story about when they tried to arrange when a Kassir tried to arrange Ashkach Bratis? Huh? Zamer, you don't know the story? I heard the story from him I don't know. Bli Guzma, if I want to be Magazim, I would say 500 times. Bli Guzma, I probably heard from him 10, 12 times.
No one knows what you know. Just say.
No, but it's from his famous CDs. It's from his famous CDs.
No, listen, if he said it so many times, I would have corrected him 3 times already. And I don't remember this.
I remember when he started using the CD, Marshall. Shmuley Fuss told him the joke. So Shmuley Fuss invented this thing. Oh, Rabbi Wagner stuck in a CD, the next CD. So that's when it started. Anyway, the kid said, so tell you story the range. Anyway, the whole yeshiva was running around it. It was exciting. So we prepared this Parsha Samoyed. So we spoke about the Rebbe Sicha on the Kavat Hairich. About Shavuos, that's what we spoke about. It's Parsha Samoyed. It's Machas Shabbos. Showing we davened early because by them they daven very early Shabbos. They daven 8 o'clock. They're having Suda Shabbos already by 11. So we woke up early. And we're writing so we have to Chassidus before davening. Can't just daven. So we Chassidus, we davened, we went to his house. Showing we went to his house. We're not going to eat the flesh because whatever. So I'm not joking. I asked it if we could eat just the potatoes and the cholent. Anyway, the kid said. So we started speaking. And we were talking about Kavat Hairich, and he starts arguing, and it was very, very evident from the discussion that he was very well familiar with the Rebbe Shita, because he knew we were carrying a conversation. Now the conversation traveled. We were talking about Kavat Hairich, and then we were talking about the different Shittas and Shkia. It happened to be that those days the Rambam was Hilchos Kiddush HaChodesh. Now Rabbi David Leib Chaikin, who was teaching the yeshiva at the time, gave us a shir in Hilchos Kiddush HaChodesh. And we went through, it was the one time, everybody, he goes through once in his life, you go through Kiddush HaChodesh properly, so you get the basic concepts. So we were talking about it. And that was the discussion. So we're learning, it was those days at Rambam, we happened to be learning about it. Rabbi Shlomo Miller happens to be known in the literature world as one of the biggest poskim in this area, and it's a topic of halacha that most Rabbanim don't know, and most yeshiva bachar never heard of b'chlal. Forget about no. And we were 2 17, 8-year-old kids, schnooks, and we were carrying a conversation with him. And he went out of his mind in a very positive way. We were talking, discussing, trying. We came back. It was party time. And of course, we got shiker, mashreinu, agresa kibush. I think that there was a sadal sudos in his house. So he asked us to start a zemer. So we started singing a sadal sudos. All right. Anyway, wasn't a gear to Rabbi Levitansky said, I don't give a darn, I'm going to spend eternity. That story, you heard from him? Yeah?
With the sukkah.
Everybody knows that story?
I heard that from my father. I heard that story from my father, but say it anyways.
I have to say, I asked Rabbi Levitansky once, you come to shul 6 o'clock in the morning, how come you daven before Shkia? You know what he said, Zamer?
I know the answer, but go for it.
Yeah.
The answer that I got is I come at 6 in the morning, but I can't get anything done till right before Shkia.
I can't what?
Beruf, mishlep.
Yeah, he said the chum's not going to argue about it. That's what he told me when I asked him. So anyway, what we were talking about? We're talking about the Shana Rishona Clanton Park Synagogue.
One second. Is Greenwald, Nachum Greenwald, still on the 40th birthday Grommen about Rabbi Miller?
I don't know. This was we had a 30th birthday. There was no Grommen then.
Alumni chat. Nachum Greenwald posted the Grommen for Rabbi Miller on.
Rabbi Miller
Yeah,
actually was
it was a good
instrumental.
Grommen.
Is Wissen that when the yeshiva, with the bank. So what happened was we started in Edinburgh. Everybody here knows where Edinburgh is?
Sure.
Huh?
Yeah, they haven't paid for Edinburgh, yeah?
Yeah.
$1.
So,
They ever paid $1 for Edinburgh.
the yeshiva started in Edinburgh the first year, and the dorm was 2 houses on Bathurst Street, right past Edinburgh, like the 3rd or 4th house in south of Edinburgh, on the same side of Bathurst. So we had three apartments. There was like a 3-family house. We had the upstairs, the middle stairs, and the downstairs. And it was Yom Tov in the Wochen over there. The basement, the dining room was in the basement. Then we used to get food from my Zadie's bakery. And then one day the Fleischke, so the Fleischke supper came in the milk warmer. It was Leihudin. So then the next year, what happened was the bank was owned by Edmund Safra. So first it was Bank Leumi, and then it was Safra Bank, and it was sitting Leidig. Everybody here knows who Edmund Safra is. Edmund Safra was a Yid, I believe, in Brazil. He was a größer Gewirr, tremendous Balstocker. And he also was very close to Yossel Weinberg, and he used to give a lot of money to Lubavitch Yeshiva. So this building was sitting Leidig. Chana Perman was involved in the yeshiva at the time. So Chana was Minal Gashmi. So Chana Perman, she came to Edinburgh or Lawrence? Who came to Edinburgh or Lawrence? What's your question, Yisrael?
Miller.
Hello, what was your question? Who came to Edinburgh or Lawrence?
Miller, Mrs. Miller.
Oh no, this is Lawrence already. I'm saying the story. So the kids said,
Double, you're getting personal now.
Huh?
You're getting personal now.
No, I'm saying what happened. So
Now you're getting personal.
So Rabbi Weinberg asked, so the building was like empty for like a year or two, but it was built for a bank. So I had the tellers and I had the safe and all that stuff. So he was trying to get somebody to rent it as a bank. But it was sitting Leidig. So Yossel Weinberg asked Edmund Safra, could the yeshiva use it, the Vaila, and we won't touch it. It says it's Leidig Savi. So he allowed, but it's on condition we're not going to touch nothing. The kid said, came Yutas Kislev, and we were hosting a big for the Stadt. Rav Ox came, Rav Ox Lapnach, Torontonians. Huh?
Haven't been in Toronto in a while. I don't know.
Yeah. Rabbi Ox loved
I think he
that.
does.
apparently. Rabbi
Yeah.
Ox's son.
Rabbi Ox.
When Rabbi Wagner used to say about Rabbi Ox,
Mordechai or what?
When Rabbi Wagner used to say stories about Rabbi Ox, he said the story that Rabbi Shem Tov used to be a bacher, and he was hanging out in mosquitoes, and he picked up the phone, and a Yid called, and he said, "Ich darf reden mit der Rebbe." So Rabbi said, "The rest is from the Rebbe." He said, "Was heißt ich darf reden mit der Rebbe?" He said, "That's nicht reden mit der Rebbe." Then he said, "You know who's talking? Weißt wer ist that? It's Rabbi Ox." So Avremel said, "Ken sein Rabbi Fed, Ken sein Rabbi Shard, Ken sein Rabbi Ox, the rest of the Rebbe." And from that day on, they stopped having Bachrim by the Rebbe's.
Yeah, it got very bad.
No offense,
mosquitoes.
but Akiva said the story much better.
Shocker.
I know, but kids Rabbi Ox
I heard it from him many times. You
so the
screwed up
night
the whole
before,
story.
and in the theme of the insane running the asylum, so it was Lel Yutas Kislev, and we decided that we cannot have this event with the teller's desks in the way. So the teller's desks, how do I describe it to you? If you're standing in the Zal, you're facing the Aron Kodesh, you're facing Mizrach, yeah? So there's 4 poles, right, in the Zal. So if you're facing Tzofin, which means if you're facing the Aron Kodesh to your left, is where the safe is, right? In the glass windows behind Aron Kodesh, behind the Aron Shava. So between those 2 poles was the teller's desks, from pole to pole. So Avram Kagan and one other bacher, I don't remember who, went and they just took out all the teller's desks. And he went to the store and he got a thing of sheetrock plaster and a thing, and he plastered it over. And the teller's desk was sitting now outside. The next morning, Chana Perman got a call from Edmund Safra's guys. I heard they removed the teller's desks. I have no idea how they knew. There was no video cameras or nothing. I don't know how he knew. I don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. Who took out the desk? Who took out the desk? The desks were sitting in the yard. A couple of snowstorms later, they're all made out of formica and pressboard, so they were gone. But that's how the desks disappeared. Anyway, Bekitzer, we had the yeshiva like on free loan. Then they started. Then Edmund Sarfa wanted money, so I think they started renting it from him. And then L'Poel Mamish, it came up a chance to sell to buy the building. So who wanted to buy the building? Was Episode Reform School. Mendel Zettel. You know the details over here? Who, what, when, where? But the bottom line is
we were in Hamilton.
We were in Hamilton when this happened. That's right. That's right. We're in Hamilton.
They ended up raising money for Lubavitch.
Right. So they helped out. They were very instrumental. So Shlomo Miller was very instrumental in raising money to have the yeshiva. That's how we got the building. We had the staircase coming down.
I think it was a Reform Women's Seminary they wanted.
Yeah, I don't know. Bacham tells stories. I don't know what happened, what didn't happen, what almost happened.
One second. Go back. Shlomo Miller helped for 3055 Bathurst Street?
Yes.
To buy it.
Yes, he helped raise money for 305.
It wasn't just him. It was the whole, they were petrified the Reform were going to move in.
Yeah.
They were
This was
petrified.
all the
Messiah
Pula Nimshachas of Elvel's Kiddush HaChedesh.
No. This was actually from the Kavitz Ares and from the Medgerat Lerner. We used to go every Thursday night to the yeshiva down the block.
Both sides. Kaplan yeshiva and.
Oh, first yeshiva, but the other yeshiva, the Normal yeshiva, we used to go and learn. This was a pula of having our shirts tucked in.
Brodsky's, no?
Yeah,
Brodsky's yeshiva?
Yeah.
Brodsky sent us flying.
What? Brodsky sent us flying?
No.
First sent us flying. Brodsky never sent us flying. He came after to say that. He wasn't even there. We'd go Thursday night evenings.
No, Brodsky's son-in-law of Nachum Partsovich.
Whatever.
And he got a bottle of mashke.
Exactly. They got a bottle of mashke. My father went to him. He was Talmud Muvak, whatever. And he pulled out the bottle of mashke and he said, the Rabbi gave this to me by my wedding. But Kaplan wasn't always a fan of Lubavitch.
Right.
The way I remember, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong.
Ich weiß nicht. So what else happened there? So we didn't have a cook in the yeshiva. We didn't have food. Pasha didn't have food. It's not a joke. And the thing is like this, that Rabbi Wagner, whenever guys would complain, there was Chicken Kitchen opened up across the street from the yeshiva. So there was a certain bucket. His father had a few dollars. He used to go buy food there. But Mazah is good at. But the Maisa is
kitchen nest, not kitchen nest.
Oh, chicken kitchen's that treifa thing. Yeah, chicken nest. Yeah, chicken nest. I was never in there in my life.
Chicken nest is across the street. Yeah.
Right.
We weren't allowed to cross the street.
Right. I had to ask the shoes to go to Winners to buy a sweater. That's right. Because
the limit on food and the rich boys buying their own food is something that's, I can't say ad ayem, but definitely till recently.
Yeah. So
I remember by Wagner Farbrengen that you have the whole Toronto you have on one block. Why? Because you have King David Pizza, and back in the day, there's not only King David Pizza, but there's also Jerusalem Pizza. There was 2 pizza shops, and for those that remember, there was Burger Bar. So it's Farbrengen our year. He said you have Kol Tavis Elam Haza on one block.
You had the donut store. The donut store exists still?
Yeah, Donuts was there.
Donuts store was on Willis.
Donuts was
right next to the dorm.
The donuts. He's not talking about the bakery. He's talking about the donut store on Wilson.
The donut store. There was amazing donuts, and then
Wilson. That was on Wilson.
But in our,
I know amazing donuts is on Wilson. What was right near the yeshiva?
That was the bakery.
No. There was a donut shop near the Fleischgeschäft.
I don't know in your years. In my year, there was a Bobby's Bagels.
Right before Shifshul, there was a donut store. He used to bring in after say that. Remember?
Hermes.
Not
No,
Hermes. It was a
no,
donut
we used
store.
to pick up on the way back to Edinburgh from Wilson the donuts.
Hallo, twee bijzondere zaken. Then there was another
Amazing
donut store.
donuts. Amazing donuts.
No, Amazing Donuts
Donuts is
isn't
amazing
kosher.
donuts.
Amazing Donuts isn't kosher.
They had
Amazing Donuts
kosher
not kosher
donuts at
anymore?
Wilson.
No,
No, Amazing Donuts is
Amazing
kosher.
Donuts. Okay, I'll tell you my experience.
Kosher
Rabbi
now.
Akiva, when we were in yeshiva, he used to Farbrengen that we have called Tuva Elam Haza on one block. Why? Because we had Dr. Lafa, shawarma shop. Wasn't a lot of shchita, but Bachram used to go there. But he used to say that you have Dr. Lafa, and then later on, Mendel one, you for sure remember this, but he had a ice cream store which opened up. There was a kosher grocer. Used to be on the corner over there, and then they closed down. And there was an ice cream store that opened up, but it wasn't Chal Yisrael. So Rabbi Wagner used to say that you have Kol Tuv Elam Haza on one block. He said you have the whole Toronto on one block. You have an ice cream store, and you have a fleishik store, and you have 2 pizza shops, and I don't know if for those that remember, there's also a burger bar on the other side on Bathurst. He said you have Kol Tuv Elam Haza on one block. LMI on Bathurst and Lawrence, there's also a yeshiva. So that's what thus is Amos Havaya Laila. That's what you used to for bringing up. Mendel, you remember this? I'm not gonna change.
I remember all the restaurants. The rest.
He used to for bring.
Yeshiva on Bathurst and Lawrence.
No, he used to for bring.
Mendel never figured out where the yeshiva was. He knew
No.
the burger bar.
I found the donut shop. I found the ice cream shop.
There was no donut shop. I don't know why you're hacking a chanting. There was 2 pizza
Mendel
shops.
figured out
and there was
Willem Haza, but he never figured out where the yeshiva was.
There was
Menachem Wagner. I remember when you showed up because I was already living in Miami. And
Yeah.
one year for the Chodesh Kislev, we made a switch. Rabbi Wagner came to Miami.
I
and
remember
went to
that.
Toronto
I remember.
for Farbrengen.
That was the year that I was there. That was Tafshin Ayin or Ayin Aleph.
It was also
yeah, whatever, something like that.
No,
so I was staying by Rabbi Wagner in the house. I made it there to drop my suitcase off, and I made it again to pick it up on the way back to the airport. And I think Chaim Shmai Willem drove me then to the airport. So I'm hanging around here. Who is that? Anyway, so I was under the Mises from Toronto. Mises Shahoyu. No, not Baba Mises.
No, what were you saying? Yeah, you stayed there and.
No, I stayed there. I was there to drop my suitcase off, and I was there to pick my suitcase up. No, so you had just arrived off the boat then.
Shkech.
So Rachi told me that was Noam's son. I didn't know Noam had such an old son because Noam was Noam was my buddy from camp. You know, he's much older than me, but like Chavalap, you know. Anyway, so what other stories? Yeah, so something that I have to say, which I mentioned before. I saw the video of Rabbi Wagner telling the Bachrim, and I want to say this because Rabbi Wagner telling the Bachrim that that he's sick and whatever. I saw, so somebody captured it on a phone camera or something because I saw a clip of it. I don't know how I saw it. Was it on COL?
No, he publicized it. It was all over.
Yeah, I saw it. I wrote him a letter then, and I couldn't believe it.
The Shaita was all over the place.
Yeah. So I must have seen it. I wasn't. So I saw the video, and I pushed it one out of my mind because I couldn't believe that the man is sick, you know. Corner Glen Grove and the grocery, Base Burger. No, Tola, there was a donut store. I'm telling you, I know what I'm saying. No.
Donut store. Tell us what happened when you watched the video.
I watched the video and I saw, who does such a thing. I had a friend recently, Baruch Hashem, he's doing very well now, but he had cancer. And he found that he had cancer. He's going to go through chemo. He's going to lose his hair. He's got to tell his kids what's going on, So he called his kids together and he explained to them what's going on. They're very little. He has to encourage them. And Devaile, he's crying to his wife and to his mommy. You know what I'm saying? Zecha, man, she also has feelings. But for his kids, you have to put up a strong front and worry about them. You don't get a vacation from being a father. I'm assuming almost everybody here is fathers by now. So you don't get a vacation from being a father just because you have cancer. It doesn't work that way. You have to worry about your own kids too. And when I saw him doing this for the Bachrim, it was so not out of character for him. It was like, yeah, that's what Akiva is going to do. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to sit, if I bring the Bachrim, mechazik them. I mentioned about his shiva, but his father was...
Can I cut you off for 1 second? Can I cut you off for 1 second?
Go ahead.
So
Menachem, you just have to remind him where he was holding.
Again, no, I will. but the family might kill me for saying this, but I don't think I'm saying the wrong thing. But Elul, for those that
Family already
remember,
wrote off your side of the family. You have nothing to worry about.
Garshi, you're wrong, but it's fine. Just because your sister, no, fine. But Elul, Akiva was doing not so good. For those that remember, and then Kislev, I'll tell you, Elul, he was doing Pashit. I mean, whatever. Everyone's gonna kill me for saying this, but I remember my grandmother called me and she said, "Come home," because I was.
Well, you muted yourself, Menachem. You muted yourself.
He doesn't want them to kill him. No, someone muted me. But anyways, I remember my grandmother called me when I was in South Africa, and she said, "Come back." Why? I left. It was Elul time. It was like whatever. All of Elul, I remember. I went to South Africa. I just got married. I went to visit my family, and my grandmother said, "She said, come back." Akiva's talking very scary. I'm like, "What do you mean?" He said he's talking about his kfura where he wants to be buried and his will and whatever. Anyways, I got very scared. Kitzer, what was I saying? So then the doctors told Akiva that he should speak to his family and whatever, say goodbye, whatever it was. And he called in Yossi Paltiel then, and he asked Yossi Paltiel, he said, "Is this a lack of emunah and bitachin?" Whatever, I don't know. People on the Zoom are much smarter and greater than me, but for someone that's standing in a Zam Matziv to ask if it's a lack of emunah bitachin, you know what? I'll say, when I was in Shebei Zal, I was staying in Akiva's basement, and I had a roommate who got discovered that he had a Yanamachla. And I don't know if this was said already, whatever, but I had a roommate. He was staying in my room. He had a Yanamachla on his leg, and Akiva, he not only he first of all, the first thing he did, we made a massive goodbye party, kill for him, whatever. Not goodbye party, because Baruch Hashem is still alive. He should be, I mean, whatever, he's in remission.
It was a goodbye party because he was going to do treatment in Eretz Yisrael.
Because he had insurance, whatever it was. And Akiva, we made a massive thing, whatever. Akiva, he actually flew twice to Eretz Yisrael to visit his patients. And I think the story already got published or whatever, but this boy, he was my roommate. He spoke. He said that he had in his hospital in Ichilov, for those that know in whatever, somewhere in Israel, Ichilov is a big hospital for cancer patients. And his Rosh Yeshiva came twice to visit him. And his mother wrote a letter to my aunt after Shiva, and she said, in the letter, she said that his roommate said that, "Oh, your Rosh Yeshiva came to visit you?" He said, "My Rosh Yeshiva didn't even call me." His Mistagid roommate said, "My Rosh Yeshiva didn't even bother calling me when I was stuck here during treatment." Whatever, it just shows you. But Akiva, he made sure that those Bachrim who went, the first group of Bachrim that raised money to go to Eretz Yisrael to visit this Bachar, Akiva went with him. And he went a second time, whatever. I was a second group, and we went to visit him. But Akiva, make special shiurim. He made a few times shiurim in his office. There's pictures. Zalmi Oster, if you're on here, whatever, you can send pictures. But he used to make special shiurim, and we learned Shmais Chavav, Sicha and Chel Chavav, Shmais V'Atrach V'Tzangot, and we learned it with him. And then when a Bachar had a birthday in the basement, he used to make a special Farbrengen for the Bachram in the basement who were friends with him, whatever. Anyways, this Bachar, his mother sent a very strong, whatever, he sent a text and blessings for what he did. What were we saying before? Val will remind me.
I haven't got the slightest clue, man.
No,
Menachem, is there a recording of Shmos Chavav with the Rabbi Akiva?
It's not.
I don't think so. Well, we were saying something, and I totally lost track.
A father is always a father. He doesn't take off.
No. We're saying
Kapanim, but
something.
I don't know. But Abel was saying the story, but when he heard the news, he wrote a letter and something.
Yeah.
What?
I wrote him a letter.
Bachi bro has to keep track
You
from
were
now
getting
on.
You wrote what I was
you were
saying. You
getting
wrote
to
it.
something, no?
You saw the video. You wrote him a letter, and then Menachem cut you off.
That's it. So I wrote him a letter.
Bucky, it's good. It was good to show up at 3 a.m. just to see that you're still living, Bucky.
I'm saying Bachi has to keep track of where we're holding because apparently it's the middle of the afternoon for him. So
It's mamish Sarba L'chaim. He can't even unmute himself.
What happened?
Oh,
What
here we
happened when
go.
Rabbi Wagner with Teal? Someone was saying a story where he asked us about Teal if it's a lack of emunah. Did we get the end of that?
Oh yeah. I forgot. Shech, brachi.
Oh, now I remember what I wanted to say. Okay.
No, one second.
Menachem.
But Rabbi
Menachem,
Wagner
okay, so what happened was,
asked-
Wagner, wait a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, we have
Bucky,
competition. Who
remind
can't
me.
shut up for longer? Don't mute him. You gotta wait till he mutes himself. Menachem, ask your father. The Harrismer.
Just keep on talking.
I'm gonna. Menachem, ask your father what this means to him. Keep talking or listening.
1 second. Bachi, just remind me where I was holding Yossi Batiel, but
So use your
Velvel.
Menachem. Continue. Say what you're supposed to.
No. Velvel, I have respect. Go.
Velvel, there's a
Velvel, since I was
bedroom
brought to Toronto, I heard about you. So I'm gonna have respect.
Okay,
Go.
so ask your father what. Keep talking or listening. Ask him what it is.
No, not my father over here. Akiva, I
Said
always
just
heard
ask your
about
father what it
Velvel
is. That's all.
Okay, 100%.
Okay. Now, yeah. So actually, from the few times in my life that I wrote a letter, where's Menachem? Menachem Wagner. Okay, he disappeared. From the few times in my life that I wrote a letter to the Rebbe and put in
I'm
Nicholas,
right here.
One was with Noam Wagner when I came to the yeshiva in Toronto. By the way, I should mention that. Anyway, so and I know that letter almost word for word to the letter that I opened up to. Anyway, actually, yeah. So what was helping? Yeah. So Akiva's father already had cancer when the yeshiva started. I saw him because I had seen him in the summer, and then I saw him. His whole beard was finished. He was out. Came to pick me up. Know him up from the bus station, as I mentioned earlier. And he's come to yeshiva. He said shiurim a few times. Anyway, it was getting better. It was getting worse. They added a name. They didn't add a name.
My grandfather said shiurim and
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He came like a couple of times. He came. He said a shir, like a shir clothing, a nice thing.
Nishkavos. Yeah.
Now you know. It was. I said before, Menachem, you weren't here. It was the whole family was involved. Your grandparents had Bachram over. Meir had Bachram over. Dov and Noam came to help start the yeshiva, the first months. Who else? Remy was a kid then. Yitzi was a kid also.
I heard that they used to go to mikvah on my grandfather's pool.
And Yaakov was the resident misnagid. He was the only one in town. He was like our in-house misnagid to make fun of.
It's recorded. I'm just wondering.
Nah, Yaakov knows this. It's not just Kisad. Yaakov from Tiferes in Marston. Anyway, and Mishtaka is gonna. Dov once challenged me to keep quiet for 2 whole minutes in a row. I couldn't do it, actually. I was like, I burst out the second 2 minutes are over. Anyway, so then
Your Shemona yesterday takes 2 minutes?
Not 2 whole minutes. That's why I couldn't do 2 minutes being quiet. Anyway, so then his matzav got worse, and then in Nisan he passed away. Rabbi Wagner has a whole interesting story with the mezuzahs in the house. Stam, you heard it from him a few times.
There was one on the passage and leading to the backyard. Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't check. They completely forgot about it, and they found it Shabbos morning. So Rabbi Wagner's father was niftar Friday afternoon. We were on Mitzrayim, and we knew that the sin is good. We kept calling back to yeshiva, a public phone. So and then there was Levaya Boy Bayoin. The Mamish buried him like in Svedrai. So then it was Shabbos, and then he sat Shiva Sunday, Monday. There was Nisan anyway. The end of his mouth was supposed to be Thursday, so he finished early. Okay, so Pesach he was in New York, and it was still in the middle of Shloshim. He just got up from Shiva, and a Bachar in my class His birthday is on the second day Pesach. Itche Hildesheim. So Itche Hildesheim asked me, like, do you know anybody who can Farbrengen? So I said, I'll ask Rabbi Wagner. So he was like Madna, we were sensitive enough, even though it was Rabbi Wagner, to know it's a little Madna to ask somebody to Farbrengen, 2 weeks after, not 2 weeks, 10 days after his father died. But we asked him, please don't say the C word. I don't believe the Rebbe ever used it. Yana Machla. Okay, sure, no problem. With all due respect, Rabbi Vavolivska Shlita. Okay, don't use the C word to say that. I use it for a reason, but for those who okay, I won't use it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the bottom line is, so Rabbi Wagner Farbrengen in the house then. And what was he Farbrengen about? He introduced us to something called Shas Shuvas Ma'amakim. So I want to, so Shas Shuvas Ma'amakim is written by Rabbi Ephraim Oshri, who was still alive when I was young, and he was a bacher in Kovna. For them, just hope most people here know what I know anyway, but just for the benefit of don't, to refresh your memory. So he was the Rav in Kovna. Kovna became a very big ghetto, and the first thing the Nazis did was they killed all the Rabbanim. Now, Kovna was it was a very Yiddish shtat that had tens of thousands of Jews, and he was a 26-year-old kid who all of a sudden became the Rav in Kovna, a city that had hundreds of Rabbanim and Rosh Yeshivas. And he got crazy shilas that people asked him. People asked him, a guy was in the thing and he knew there's going to be a roundup the next day. Is he allowed to take his kids out so they shouldn't be part of the group of kids that are going to mamish shilas that are brought down, like theoretical shilas? If it's brought down in Gemara that if they say give us one person, you're allowed to give, it's you plenty. And he was getting asked the shilas lapoil mamish what to do. People giving up other people's kids, a guy in Tachlichim, all kinds of crazy questions. And he answered the shilas from memory. There was no svarim, obviously, in the ghetto. And he tried to, and then after the war, he wrote down shilas Shuvas and Ma'amakim of all the crazy kinds of shilas that he got and the answers that he gave in Pashto like a Tshuva Sefer. But it's a pretty horrible book as Tshuva Svarim go. So he was Farbrengen, hi Rabbi Jacobs, from England, yes. So I'm sorry to say hello to whoever was here when I was in yeshiva, but anyway, so he was. What was he Farbrengen? He was Farbrengen about that. He said I was just sitting shiva, and he was Farbrengen about that people are in the ghetto under the Nazis, and what are they worried about? They're worried about was will the Rebbe. Instead of saying I'm under the Nazis, that's it. The hell with the whole thing. They want to know. They want to do the right thing, even in such a matzav. They want to follow the Rebbe's Ratzon Elyon. So I saw this, so Menachem mentioned that he's asking Rabbi Paltiel, is this against Amunah B'tachon or not? Does him gelegen in cup, 100%. Does him gelegen in cup? Is this Ratzon Elyon? 100% of the time. Now I forgot what I wanted to say. Okay. It's a little bit past my bedtime.
You wrote him a letter.
Huh?
Wrote a letter.
No, I said already. I went to Toronto. I ended up in Toronto. That's the story.
But he asked about how you called him Akiva. I remember the first day when I came to work in yeshiva when he hired me as a show meshuv. So I come over there give him big hug. Shalom aleichem Akiva. I was loud. One of the shulchan gave me a sharp elbow. He says yeshiva. It never even occurred to me to call him Rabbi Wagner. He was like even though he was in Oiteri, he was like share. Nobody could call him Rabbi. But Akiva, he was one.
Yeah.
But again, the family's gonna kill me. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Menachem lets me say
Menachem,
this.
either you're dead by now or you're not dead by now. So just the tell. Your points ran out already. You know what I'm saying? If they're gonna kill you, they're gonna kill you. They're not gonna kill you. They're not gonna kill you.
He called Yossi Batil into his room, and he said, "Is it a lack of Emunah and Bitachon?" So Yossi Batil said, "No." He said, "You should speak to your family." And I don't think, again, I could be wrong, but I don't think he spoke to his family then. And I was with him actually in Shabbos Chanukah. I was with his family together in his brother-in-law's bungalow colony, and we had a very nice Shabbos. And Akiva, he came to the bungalow colony, and he Farbrengen for the bungalow colony over there in Evergreen Circle, whatever. And it was a very, very geschmack Farbrengen. And then Akiva was Farbrengen about, I don't know. I think he wrote this in his email about the chalipin that he got with because they were trying to make a certain treatment, and
Yes,
it didn't work out for
this
him
in an
because
email. Yes.
he wrote, yeah. So, anyways, for those that don't know, he's trying to make a treatment and it didn't work, and he wasn't ready for the treatment. And then someone who took the treatment, a few people died or whatever. And Akiva was Farbrengen. It was Shabbos Chanukah, was right after Yudas Kislev, and I was by Yudas Kislev Farbrengen in Yasser Bashkin's house where they asked him to Farbrengen. And also, I was there for a few hours, and he was going mamish like, and his kids say also how when he gave a shir for Farbrengen, there was like Chadash Yemein Chekadem was like Kolei Haya. The whole machla was when I witnessed this because when I learned with his son Yisrael like every day in his grandparents' house, in the Lopkatsky's house, and when I used to go say hello to him or whatever, and it was hard for him to talk. When he gave a shir or when he Farbrengen, there was like Kolei Haya, and then Kislev time, it got much better, and he was Farbrengen all about the Chalipin and whatever. Kitzer, Menachem was talking about during Shiva that his father didn't leave anything. There was no letters, there was no nothing, because sometimes you have, I don't know, a tzava or something that the father leaves, a person leaves for his kids. So Menachem, they're heard, and I think it's very, very strong. And this is, for me, at least this is Akiva. Menachem said he didn't leave anything. Why? Because till the last second he was living Chachav Zangot. He was living in Emunah and Bitachin. He didn't leave anything because it would diminish the children's Emunah and Bitachin. If he would leave something, it would show that he was giving up in a certain sense. So he didn't leave anything. And Menachem and Yitzchak was talking about it later, how because Yitzchak was talking to my uncle Meir, and Meir was looking through all the letters that my grandfather, this is a bunch of years before, like Rabbi Lipsker was saying that he wrote a bunch of letters, whatever, and he was looking, and he couldn't find anything. And Menachem was saying that the fact that, and he chopped this right away, and Yitzchak was saying, like, it's amazing how he chopped this right away, that he didn't leave anything, because he was trying to show us, and I mean, specifically his kids, whatever, but he was trying to show all of us who are also his kids that we can't give up hope till the last second. He was, he didn't leave anything, because we have to keep our emunah and bitachon strong. So that's us.
Yeah.
That's what I say. It's not like, some people are in denial. They don't. He was very, very aware of the risks of the prognosis, but he chose to rise above it.
But he was aware, and I heard that a few, I don't know how long it was, but he was saying he's saying ich ken shei nicht, and then a few days or a few hours or whatever it was, he told one of his kids, he says, I want to have a tefillin bag made that says Michal Akiva Gershon, because his tefillin bag always said Akiva Gershon. And my grandfather, when he was, I don't know when, I wasn't alive then, I'm named after him, but he made new tefillin bags that said Rafal Menachem. So I did hear that, again, my father told me this, I don't know, but he said that he was speaking to one of the children, and they said that he was saying Chen Shenish, and then afterwards he said, I want new tefillin bags, like he was regaining hope in living. But then I heard from over Shiva, again, from different people, whatever, that he was giving certain signs of he's telling his kids, he called in a bunch of his kids, and he said, could I go? Like, I could leave now? I could go? And I heard this from Menachem. He's like, where do you want to go? Because over like the past few months, sometimes he was under heavy medication, and he was like hallucinating a little bit. So Menachem was like, where do you want to go? And Menachem admitted, he's like, maybe he wanted to go to the bathroom. So they took him to the bathroom, and he came back. He's like, could I go? Like, I want to go. And like, I think he said, could we go? Whatever. And Menachem was like, yeah, like, okay, let's go. And he told, I heard this from one of my aunts, not Rachi, but that Rachi told her that he said, like, are all my chayvus taken care of? And is everyone going to be taken care of? Like, he wanted to make sure that before he left, he spoke to all his kids properly, and that he made sure that he was leaving properly. And they didn't chop. I mean, maybe they did. I mean, whatever. Some of them said that they chopped after, meaning Lacher Amaisa, they chopped that that's what he was saying. That could I go? Like, am I able to go? Is everything taken care of? That he was making sure that he left everything properly. And I'm gonna
Under the Zagin that he was trying to say he wants to go to the aisle. That's why the part that took him to the aisle.
But he went to the aisle even after he went to the aisle.
Apparently that's like when that's what he wanted. We're saying fine.
Not what I heard. I heard that he
Under
didn't
the
want to do anything.
Whatever.
I heard he didn't want to do anything. And then even Tfillin, it was he was saying ich like whatever. And then when Hatzalah offered to take him to the aisle, he said yeah. And whatever. It's a shot none of the kids are on now, but okay, because this is also this is like Chavra the Chavra, but I heard that when he went to the aisle, he was only planning on going for mamish 30 seconds. And even as he was
just share whatever you want, but it's streaming straight to YouTube. So with that context, knock yourself out.
Okay, I'm done.
Ich weiß Lepoil as Lepoil he didn't want to go in, and he said he wants to go to the oil, but Lepoil once they got there, Atala took him in. He was in for a minute, and then they went back. That was the night of the Yom Haledes. Ich kann sagen, ich gegangen ein paar Mal zu der Stub. I don't want to get into Pratim, but I did go pretty often with Yisrael Rishos. I went in and we spoke, or even when he couldn't speak, but to see the Rosh Hashiva. And there's something that he did the Chazer over a par Mal, and he used to say, he used to say the word Zebel Pardes Shal Yitzchak V'li Kashpi Zav Shal Avi Melech, and he also Chazered over Tanat Vel Yo Kol Hashem Elachas B'Chol Yom. He used to Chazer over those words. He did get interest in the Shchita. He did ask me a few times where was the last place I went, and he asked me questions and about Shluchim, and he did get into Pratim. He did mention about doing something in the Yeshiva's Kayetz, demonstration. Mechlali was very interested in knowing what's a given, and I Pashat Sada Abbas Yisrael, Pashat coming to see him if whatever it was in the house, and I saw the pain that he was going through. He was hitting his chest or whatever it was, and it was makbet. They brought the Wasser to his bed before he ate whatever it was in the room. But the Nakuda is I don't think the Rosh Hashiva wanted to go Marash Chayredik and down south. I think it's that he wants us to have the good memories and to focus on the simcha and the positive and the Rabbi Kiva that we know. And Baruch Hashem, when I was in yeshiva, he let me do Mitzvah Middle Seder. He knew, like everybody says, each time he knew what he needed, and when we can sagen a dank for them. We should the Helen Hester soll the Eibusher soll haben Rachmanis und kommen zurück zusammen.
Amen.
Sagen am Maisu Eker, nach der ganzen Nacht Farbrengen. So every single person obviously takes their own achlotas. I want to share with you a very, very personal story that when it took place when I was the first year in Toronto. That's Tafshin und Ches. Not something I usually share on a public YouTube forum. Kol Masecha is B'Sefer Nichtovim. But just to reinforce the power of a Farbrengen and the power of Achlota. Now, I'm going to have to maybe get some Velvel's help for this because some of it's a little bit blurry, a certain prat, and Velvel remembers these things. So I was with Velvel summer Tufshin Nun Vav in Tannersville. And what happened was, just to give you some background, everything is politics a little bit. There was a whole kvutza that was supposed to come from Alatoira to start the yeshiva in Toronto. Velvos Chavedim, I was in Lubavitch Yeshiva. That group ended up splitting and going to Italy, Yeshivas Kayetz, Italy in the summer. And there was a bocher, was a young man, a shliach, who's loyalenu, not with us, I'm not going to mention his name, that he, I don't know what his agenda was, maybe it was to help Alatoira, I'm not exactly sure, something, that he convinced a large chelik of this group not to go to Toronto, to this new upstart yeshiva, and to stay in Alatoira, I guess, for Shir Gimel. And I remember then, I didn't go the first year. There was Velvel, a few chevra. It was like, should we go? Should we not go? It was like a whole uproar. But Bekitzer, I was in Lubavitch Yeshiva, Shir Gimel. Now, I'm looking around. I don't know if all of you were even born when I was in Lubavitch Yeshiva, Shir Gimel. So when I was in Lubavitch Yeshiva, Shir Gimel, Tufshin and Zayin, there were two very, very big events that went on in Lubavitch Yeshiva that year. And that was the Ruchnius. There was a lot of strikes. If you look in the history, Tufshin and Zayin, Lubavitch doesn't strike a lot. But in Lubavitch Yeshiva that year, I don't know what the Gashmius was. It was a very, very bad. The teachers, I guess, weren't paid for a long time. And there were official strikes. We're talking about Yeshiva Ocean Parkway, Crown Street, Zal. I mean, it's unheard of today that Moistus strike like this. But it happened once or twice. It was a very, very difficult year. But more difficult than not having teachers was that our class, the baseball teams were very good. So when you have Ruchnias down and the baseball teams being very, very good, see, that's one of the milas I say in Cincinnati, that the sports teams, my kids don't have a big taiva because the teams b'derech klal are not very matzliach. So it's not as a koch, but in New York, if you look at the statistics, the years, there's Pasha, the teams did very, very well. And we were mamish all far slept into this craze. And I remember that, so we got mamish caught up in the teams and the leagues, and we spent many a night in Yankee Stadium. It was a meshuggah dikamatzev, when the yeshiva's upside down and the teams are doing good. It was too much. And actually, the night before I went to yeshiva, I had a few chavedim, and we went to Yankee Stadium together. That was like our goodbye party. Then I went to yeshiva for Elul. And then Bekitzer, after a whole 5 months man, Cheshvan, Kislev, Tevish, Shvat, Oder. So then we got really into yeshiva. And I remember there was a specific Farbrengen, I think it was Beis Nissen. This is where I need Velvel's help, because the maskon of the Farbrengen I remember, but basically Rabbi Wagner started talking. I remember him standing up on a chair, and he was saying that there are those that come to yeshiva and go to yeshiva the same way they came. They just, but then they said something about some people come on a car and they go off on a plane. It was like he made a whole scene standing up on a chair or a table. And the toichen was, let's see which bocher is taking what he learned in yeshiva and not leaving it by the front door. And he's going to take it with him home. In other words, it's very easy to zich bleiben and to be in the avir of Kedusha. But let's see if you can bring it home with you. So I was then a very impressionable 16-year-old. So I took achlot by that Farbrengen, not publicly, but benefesh. I said, listen, Gershon, you just spent 5-6 months in yeshiva, ala Torah, ala avoda. And I knew that I had a lot of good still chavedim, that they're going to, I'm going to come back and they're going to say, no, let's go back to the baseball stadiums. I took achlot benefesh that I'm not going back. I'm not going to go back because I don't want to be whatever he described by that Farbrengen, exactly the pratim, but it was a scene. He acted out a scene on the. I said, I'm not, whatever that was, that's not going to be me. So I came back, and I don't know who, one of the mashpiyim, I don't know why or what, basically told us or told me to learn then Tanur Rabbanon Reish Mem Gimel. So we took achlata to go through that over Nissen, that whole what?
At the mute. Urbisky was there also because we were learning Tanur Rabbanon. We were learning it in Seder, and we took achlata over. We went around the table, and except two guys, that they're going to learn every day 20 minutes before davening. We're going to go through the Maimer.
Okay.
Over the Zman, over the whole Pesach break. And one guy said, just 20 minutes. He was the only one who didn't learn. Because after Pesach, we went around the table. And Bitzki had a whole table with Beis and Yud Aleph. You remember his whole table with Beis and Yud Aleph?
I don't remember. But
So
Epes, I remember learning that. And the kids, I came home, and it was right before Pesach. And fine. And my friends that I used to go with all these games, and they're still my friends today. You can they called me up, was Chalamoid, and you could see it's Yud Zayin. Like I know more by the English date. There was Yud Zayin Nissen Tov Shin Nun Ches. You can April, I think it's April 13th, 1998. That's why they called me up and they said, Gershon, because you came back from yeshiva, you've been away all this time, we got for you best seat tickets for this game. It's mamish best seats. And it was very difficult. These machaveim, they missed me. And those days there was no cell phone. So when you were away in yeshiva, you really didn't connect with your chavedim so much, maybe a public phone. So we wanted to spend time, and these are my chavedim that I grew up with, and I'm still close with today. And I had to tell them no. And it was one of the hardest no's, again, at that time, because at that age, social pressure is the biggest pressure in the world. And it was a very, very difficult no, because they started telling me, what, you leave to a different yeshiva, you're not our friend anymore, how could you do this to us? We waited for you, we spent money on you, we thought about you, we care about you. It was a very, very difficult decision. And I remember that I got a call right before they left to the train. He said, you have one last chance, you're coming with us on the train or you're not coming with us? And I said no. And I sat there with the Maimer, that's why I remember the Maimer. I'm sitting alone in my house with this Maimer, and the Maimer is nicht gegangen, and I felt terrible. I said, Eibishter, I took achlata because of Rabbi Wagner's Farbrengen, and I'm feeling really, really, really bad. Show me that you value my achlata. Eibishter, I don't know what you're going to do, but show me that you value my achlata, because this is for a 16-year-old. Again, at this point, I'm 42. I laugh, but Yemot at 16, this was considered a difficult decision. An hour later, I get a phone call, and my friend's on the phone, and he tells me, Gershon, the Eibishter, something like, what'd you do? The Eibishter. I said, what do you mean? What I do? What happened? I did nothing. Said, you didn't hear the news? You could look at it today. That date, it's I think it's April 13th, 1998. Right before the game started and they started letting people in, a huge beam in the middle of the stadium fell down. And the game got canceled. Right, Vamish, minutes before the game started, a beam fell down and they had to send everybody back. The game was canceled. And that's why you could see the news like 3 days later. They had to make up their home game in the Met Stadium. That's just if you want to see, because the stadium was out of commission. And they said, what'd you do? What'd you do? I said, Eivishter, you see? Oh, adank. You realize that there's a 16-year-old bocher that's alein in shtub. It was like, it was my validation. But my point is, two nikudas. The ability of a mashpia to have such an impact that a bocher should make such a decision. This is just it's lo yu'uman that the koyach that he was able to, the emiskai that he was able to do. And I want and the maskana is that we always have to make achlot, and we should realize that the Eibishter does value our achlotas, and especially the difficult ones. And we don't always get the siman, and that's not always seen. But Chavyemot Gezen, that when we're machlit, azoyvet zayin. The Eibishter sees, the Eibishter knows. So we should all really make achlotas that are serious. There should be a Farbrengen like Yena Farbrengen. To make achlotas that we should make serious decisions, to say no to our nefesh habahamis, say yes to our nefesh halikis, whatever that is, kol echad ufi in yonai. And Mirza Hashem, the Eibishter will show us that he validates us. And obviously there's no bigger validation than Shikinun Sarikun Zerebim. But the ikir is Chevra. We're dealing with this neshama that had tremendous impact on each and every one of us. That's why we're here. It's 3:30 a.m. and we're here on this Zoom. But it's a pellet to me to be speaking about him in the past. But
I have to say that I went to Shiva this week, and I went with a friend of mine. I told him Akiva is going to be the one missing from the crowd. Does anybody you want to speak to? Who's missing from this? Who's missing from this Farbrengen here is Akiva himself.
I know. I put him on the flyer. I put him on the flyer. I was hoping he'd speak.
Yeah, I'm sure he had a lot to say. A lot of times you would go around the table afterwards, make everybody make achlotas. And I wanted to mention two things. So one thing that Akiva taught us was to go through all kinds of weird Farbrengens. So we grew up like in Shpan. So you had the regular mashpiyim, who gave the regular drill and the regular spiel, and that was that. So we had all kinds of interesting characters. So we had the Abisera, Yitzchak Abisera, the Rebbe's whistler. And he came, Farbrengen for the Bachim. Yitzchak Block was like a professor in philosophy. We went to London a few times. Some of the later guys also went. But it was a psanaya derech to have somebody who's not a traditional mashpia Farbrengen. It was like, what does he have to say? He's not a mashpia. No, Balabas, he would tell Balabatim to Farbrengen for the Bachim. Like these guys also have something to say. And they opened their minds a little bit, that there's things outside, like Yudel mentioned before. There's things outside the regular. I think I learned the word cliche from Akira actually, because he would say that's a cliche. But and also, sometimes a bacher would say something about Farbrengen. He's like, oh, you know what? I have to do it. That's beautiful. The guy would make a Farbrengen, a achlotas, and whatever. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. You'd always really mention, and that's. I think also over here, so you would go around the table after Farbrengen, like, what's the bechen? Every bacher take a achlata, and no matter what the bacher said, oh, that's beautiful, that's amazing. And a lot of people talk about picking up bacher, man. And Lapoel Mamish, he did it. He's a mechanech. But it's a mayor's story before. But the Chagerette going to make the bacher happy. Yeah, that's and I think that and I understood that the happy means happy big gosh. Maybe also happy bruchnes. Guys want to feel fulfilled. Guys want to feel like they're doing.
I worked hard to make the Bachrim happy.
Make the Bachrim so.
There was that one line in the non-existent contract was
yeah. Chager is gonna make the Bachrim happy. Yeah.
Oh, good at make the Bachrim happy.
To pick up on what you just said about the difference that people he asked if I'm bringing, also Yudel, forgot his last name, spoke before about how Wagner told him to read a sefer from a Snagid. It's very interesting. It's unusual. Even though he was so fiercely Mekusher and so loyal to the Rebbe and everything, but he had a very great to cook and he knew what everybody needed. He also told me a few times he gave me books, he went me different smart and different interesting things that are not standard fare, let's put it that way. And Lubavitch writes this, and he recommended different things that he read that he said, I think you'd enjoy this. And he had a great, he didn't just give you the cookie cutter stuff.
And he knew everybody who needed what and what would help them, and it wasn't just more of the same, that's for sure. And look at what Gershi was saying. I think all of us, the last 3 years, everybody was connected to Rabbi Kiva. The last 3 years, we Gerson and that for his refuah, we did whatever we could. Happened. Apparently, it wasn't enough, but I'm sure we all felt that this every day. What could we do? What more could we add? To add schlius for Rabbi Kiva, so we have to take that with us. Make it a pull in shachas till we have a kids around the sheikh ne'af.
Yeah.
Just mentioning is just a chain of thought this hour, just like you were saying, just stream of consciousness. You're talking about his discussions. So I never heard him speak bad about anyone. He always saw, a lot of people spoke about how he always saw the good in everyone, and he lifted everyone to their full potential, and by giving people responsibility. It was earlier they did spoke about that a lot. So the one time that that one thing that he couldn't take was when he perceived that something that was disrespectful to the Rebbe. So sometimes he would text me when he was in a lot of pain, when he was suffering, when he was in the worst times. So he was up at night, and it wasn't shy for him to learn or whatever. So this would just text me random things in the middle of the night. So what was bothering him at 3 a.m? I was done reading his texts, just going through his WhatsApps. And in the middle of the one night, 3 a.m, he texted me about the sefer that he's reading. That the author, this is a few months ago, back in the fall, that the author only brought the Rebbe twice in the whole sefer. And he wrote him a whole letter, and he didn't bring the Rebbe more. It's chutzpah. And I wrote him a letter, and he didn't answer, and now he's even more upset because he thought maybe it was just an oversight. That's what bothered him. That was turned over his kishkas.
Yeah. Pavel, you want to take over hosting?
No, I gotta jump. I have a meeting soon. I have a share and then a meeting.
All right. We started 7:30 on the dot. It happens to be 3:30 on the dot. I think I don't know why. It's a childish thing technically, but in Toronto, as a child, the exciting things about the yeshiva Farbrengens was how long they went. If a Farbrengen didn't go to,
Rabbi Akiva would say, well, "You think the side commas is going to come out at 5 o'clock?"
Right, exactly.
That's the side commas.
But that was an exciting thing. You sat by Farbrengen, you weren't lit. But if it went till 4 a.m, it was the best Farbrengen in the world. And it wasn't because like in Oli Torah that they have rules that if it goes over 104, then there's no chassidus. There was no rules like that. There was chassidus in the morning, and not that I would know, but apparently there was. And Rabbi Wagner would definitely be there after his share with Chabad Gate. But anyways, fine. Yeah.
I will say something that I think that's a very practical takeaway. Besides, for me, the major takeaway that I try to emulate the tiny drop when I was teaching is to give ahava and personal attention to the bachrim, and most of us here are parents. But something very interesting is that, and somebody mentioned this before, I think Rabbi Afza mentioned that there was no consequences. Later it came mashgiach with a knas. In our days, actually didn't have. I remember Bacher got a knas for something. It was like a Madden Zach, a knas. Like wow, that
we got knasim in our days, big time.
From who?
Even from Rabbi Wagner.
Oh, really?
We got knasim for going to the library.
Oh, okay.
At least the other Bacher
it didn't exist.
Did he ever collect them?
The shita was that if
Yeah,
you're
he
gonna
did.
get a Bacher,
He did.
to
And you get them back?
No, he
If you're
did.
gonna
Yeah,
get
he
a
got
Bacher
them
to
back
come
at the
on
end of the
time.
year or the end of this month.
Knas is now what's going to do it. Sometimes you need a little bit, but the way to get a Bacher to come to Chassidus is to Farbrengen about it, inspire the guy to do it. And you could force a little bit, I guess. It doesn't help much anyway, because the guys have a problem sleeping anyway. But you could inspire instead of forcing guys, inspire guys to learn, inspire guys not to waste time, inspire guys to get up on time, inspire. And something that really touched me before Rabbi mentioned that Rabbi Wagner saw himself as a campus shliach, in the sense that don't take for granted that the Bachram want to do what you want them to do. It's very nice you're interested, but make them interested. And that's something that was really against the stream, because I spoke to him about this once. Amol, when they opened the yeshiva and the Friedrich Rebbe came in the 40s and 50s, it was clear that the job was to inspire. You got to get guys to want to come to yeshiva, because no one's interested in going to yeshiva in the first place. Guys are interested in going to public school and to college. You want them to come, inspire them to come. And then it was kind of like run around again, the American kids, third or fourth generation, kind of inspire them. So it's a good approach to come to inspire people, inspire our own children, inspire ourselves. And I heard this from my cousin later, that when Rabbi Wagner was a Bacher, his nickname was the Farbrengen King, and it was true. He was a real, his life was Farbrengen. Yeah, there was the davening.
Apparently, my name was a storyteller. I learned this week. This past week, I learned that my name was a storyteller.
Okay, I'm gonna check out. It's 3:33 for me. In Miami, it's 3:33. I don't know what time it is in New York.
Same in Pennsylvania. Same in Pennsylvania. It's crazy.
Same in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yishkoyach Mendel for hosting and for moderating.
Thank you. Thanks everyone.
You reminded me of a story. Just very kids in 2 words. When I was working for him, so there was a bacher who I would discuss different bacher with him sometimes. So there was one bacher that he would. So I was the bishop, so he used to come ask questions, and he had like very strong opinions about things. So he would start arguing, and he would argue and argue and argue, and he would insist that I have to give him another answer and another answer. So after an hour, I'd get fed up. I'll tell him, bug off. So he would start banging on the table, screaming, "No, you gotta answer the taste, you gotta explain." So one day I went to talk to Rabbi Wagner, this guy's making a whole scene every time. He's screaming and shouting. And so Wagner's face lit up. He said, why the other Bachman would care so much to understand the taste? You see somebody who wants to understand, that should be the biggest problem,
What?
Huh? Apparently, it's a similar story with some kid woke up. He didn't want to stop. He couldn't stop crying because the sheikh wasn't there or something. I don't remember the details exactly offhand. They wrote it to the Rebbe, like, what should they do with this guy? This kid went off his rockers. And they said,
yeah.
Yup.
Yeah. All right.
Then you have the inspiration level. You have the Rebbe Rasha was upset when they found the Bacher in Temchatum with the Zionish newspapers or whatever it was, the magazines. It's a big deal. It's a magazine, I remember Ryan saying this story. He said, it's not this. You're right. It's not the end of the world. It's not. He didn't have what I'm trying to remember what magazine he used. Like, it's not the Time magazine. It was something. Yeah. It was probably also something about kids watching sports games or something. And he was going after somebody or something about it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
With the Chassidus, there's a chalukah for the Mamara Melukatim. If the Rebbe didn't get a chance, it's the Rosh Hashiva wants.
I still have to do my Mishnayos. Forget my Marim.
Yeah, guys. Stories on the website. Take the hachlatas on the thing, and money. All right.
Money talks.
Money.
Makes the world roll. Yeah.
All
right, Chavra, Lala Tov.
Cheers.
Yeah.